What is really happening behind the closed doors of the British royal family? A simmering rumor has begun to spread, shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. Prince William, the heir to the throne, has taken an unprecedented step by directly intervening in the royal titles of Queen Camilla's family. And, as expected, Camilla is said to be furious. Reports suggest she did not hold back her outrage upon hearing the news. But what could have driven William to take such a bold move? Is this merely a symbolic gesture? Or is it the opening salvo in a deeper power struggle within the royal household? Could it be that Prince William is trying to restore order and dignity to his mother Diana's legacy by diminishing the influence of the Parker-Bowles clan? And what about Camilla, the woman who journeyed from the other woman to queen? Will she surrender so easily? This story is far more complex than what the public is being told. Join us as we trace each clue, peel back the layers of royal intrigue, and uncover why this clash might just mark the beginning of a new storm within the House of Windsor. According to senior sources, Prince William has formally initiated the process of revoking the royal privileges of Camilla's family, including ceremonial titles, status references, and informal access that Camilla had quietly secured for her children and grandchildren over the years. Although Camilla's relatives were never in the official line of succession, their growing presence in royal circles frustrated traditionalists and infuriated William and Kate behind the scenes. Now, that presence is being systematically dismantled in what aides call a monarchy reset. William reportedly instructed the palace to eliminate all honorary affiliations granted to the Parker-Bowles family, including their inclusion in royal invitations, seating arrangements at state events, and any mention in internal royal communications. This adjustment is presented as a restoration of strict constitutional alignment. But beneath the formal language lies a clear and stern message. The monarchy is for those born into it, not those who marry into it, and certainly not their extended families. How did Camilla react? Explosively, furiously. Personally, multiple sources report that Camilla erupted in rage, bursting into tears, shouting at staff, and labeling the directive a deliberate public humiliation. One witness overheard her yell, "I have spent decades earning my place, and now he is erasing me and my family with one stroke." It was not just that her grandchildren were barred from royal ceremonies. Her legacy was being severed from the crown. Despite her role as queen consort alongside Charles, the timing makes this even more striking. With King Charles facing mounting health concerns and William taking on more public duties, this decision seems to offer an early glimpse of William's reign. A leaner, stricter monarchy, free of controversy and personal favoritism. Camilla views this as more than a policy shift. It is a personal betrayal. Behind palace walls, a quiet struggle is unfolding, not just over titles, but for the monarchy's very survival. Camilla Parker-Bowles has played a long game for years. No one expected her to become queen, let alone one of the most powerful women in the monarchy. Vilified by the public, dismissed by royal traditionalists, and forever branded as the woman who came between Charles and Diana, Camilla not only secured her own crown, but began building an empire around it through calculated silence, steadfast loyalty, and impeccable timing. That empire extended beyond herself. It gradually encompassed her children, Tom Parker-Bowles and Laura Lopes, and then her 5 grandchildren, none of whom carry a drop of royal blood, but all of whom began appearing in royal settings, raising eyebrows behind the scenes. Tom and Laura, Camilla's children from her former marriage to Andrew Parker-Bowles, were initially obscure in royal circles. They lived quietly, rarely appeared in press photos, and held no formal roles within the royal family. But after Camilla married Charles in 2005, and especially as her public image softened in the 2010s, subtle changes emerged. These began with special access, private invitations to royal residences, participation in high-security family events, and even appearances at major public ceremonies. Albeit on the sidelines, Camilla's children received no formal titles but were granted quiet advantages. Staff began referring to them as the Queen's family, and courtiers were instructed to include them in certain royal documents, guest lists, and ceremonial protocols. According to a former royal aide, it started subtly. A name on a list here, a seat closer to the front there, but then, in the blink of an eye, they were treated as part of the royal inner circle. Camilla's shrewd patience made this possible. Never demanding too much at once, she gradually crafted a narrative of inclusivity, arguing that blended families should be embraced in a modern monarchy. Her boldest move came during King Charles's coronation, when her grandsons Gus, Louis Lopes, and Freddie Parker Bowles served as pages of honor. These roles were traditionally reserved for royal descendants or sons of dukes. The decision stunned some insiders. The coronation was a line in the sand. One courtier explained, "It was not just about respect for Camilla. It was a clear signal. Her family had arrived." Reports suggest Camilla quietly advocated for her grandchildren to receive ceremonial titles or at least public recognition, which would carry symbolic weight even without succession rights. She wanted her family to leave a lasting legacy, to be seen as an indelible part of the monarchy's future. What followed was a discreet but determined campaign. Royal photographers were expected to take extra pictures of Camilla's grandchildren at events. Public relations staff were encouraged to mention them in media briefings. Some staff joked, albeit with unease, that the monarchy was slowly evolving into a dual dynasty, the Windsors by blood and the Parker Bowles by proximity. Not everyone was amused. Prince William, in particular, grew increasingly concerned. Sources close to him say he believed Camilla was overstepping, exploiting her position beside the king to blur the lines between royal duty and personal preference. He was uncomfortable with presenting children unrelated to the crown as key members of the monarchy. Princess Kate shared these concerns. "They have always believed in a streamlined, duty-bound monarchy," one source explained. For them, it was not just about titles. It was about preserving the crown's integrity. Yet Camilla persisted. She reportedly lobbied for her grandchildren to have permanent ceremonial roles at official events, receive courtesy titles, and even requested new residences for her family on royal estates. All were quietly denied, delayed, or ignored. But behind those rejections, a storm was brewing. While Camilla was busy expanding her family's presence, Prince William was planning to reclaim the palace for the Windsors, and only the Windsors. What began as mild favoritism was now perceived as an unofficial power grab. The heir to the throne was no longer willing to stay silent. For years, William watched quietly as the monarchy became unrecognizable, bloated, diluted, and increasingly blurred between bloodline and social favor. He remained composed in public, projecting the image of a devoted son and heir. But behind palace walls, he was plotting a reboot to return the monarchy to its roots, lean, legitimate, and distinctly Windsor. Those closest to William say his vision is driven by duty, not ego, a genuine belief that the crown must be shielded from the corrosive effects of sentiment, controversy, and secondary royalty. While he respects his father's affection for Camilla, he has made it clear that love does not equal lineage. A core principle underpins William's plan. Only those of royal blood will represent the monarchy. No honorary titles for in-laws. No ceremonial roles for children unrelated to the crown. No blurred lines. William believes the crown must rise above favoritism and family politics. Palace sources say he has long been troubled by the public's growing disapproval of royal extravagance. He studied polling data, followed tabloid scandals, and observed reactions whenever taxpayer funds supported distant relatives with little constitutional relevance. His approach is rooted in the core monarchy philosophy of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth II, envisioning a compact, focused royal team centered on the sovereign, their direct heirs, and working royals performing official duties. Nothing more, nothing less. As he gains prominence, William has begun implementing this vision step by step. First came internal memos revising ceremonial rosters, updating public engagement roles, and removing individuals not directly tied to the line of succession. Then followed public moves, ensuring only blood relatives were front and center at major events, reducing the visibility of extended family members, and, most controversially, rescinding Camilla's honorary privileges for her grandchildren. This was not petty. It was calculated. The monarchy cannot afford confusion. William reportedly told a senior advisor, "The public must know who serves and who merely stands beside." To some, this may seem harsh, but William sees it as necessary. He believes the crown should embody clarity over compassion for the sake of ease. If the royal family is to survive in an era of skepticism, controversy, and social media, its identity must be unassailable, requiring tough decisions his father has long avoided. Charles, for all his virtues, is seen as a sentimental ruler. He values old friendships, assigns symbolic roles, and often avoids conflict for the sake of family unity. But William is different. His approach is deliberate, modern, and increasingly uncompromising. Nothing exemplifies this shift more than his refusal to let Camilla's family benefit from her royal status. No matter how long she has worn the crown, William views Camilla as the monarch's consort, not the monarchy's matriarch. Her children and grandchildren, simply private citizens. This reset does not reject Camilla as a person, but the system that allowed personal favoritism to seep into Buckingham Palace. William does not aim to preside over a sentimental court. He aspires to lead a rebuilt institution, clean, credible, and stripped to its essential core. Camilla has suffered a heavy blow, but for William, this is the first step toward preserving the monarchy for the next generation. His generation. When Queen Camilla learned the news, one aide described the reaction in Clarence House as nothing short of volcanic. The elegance and calm of her royal residence were shattered by an outburst of rage and disbelief. Though royal tantrums are rarely discussed publicly, those close to the Queen consort say this one was unmistakable. Upon learning of William's formal order to revoke all honorary privileges and ceremonial ties from her children and grandchildren, Camilla reportedly shouted at staff, insisting on names, explanations, and an immediate fix to this madness. "How dare he? How dare he do this to me?" she allegedly yelled through tears. "After everything I have sacrificed and given, he repays me by erasing my family." Camilla found the timing, method, and message of the decision particularly painful. There was no private discussion or courteous warning from William. Instead, she learned of the directive through a briefing from a senior aide. Like any routine procedural update, it was cold, clinical, and, in her view, designed to humiliate. Camilla was inconsolable for hours. Staff say she canceled 2 events, refused meals, and instructed aides to clear her schedule indefinitely. One senior courtier noted she barely spoke for most of the day, only pacing, muttering, and crying. She kept saying, "He is trying to obliterate me." Sources close to her say she believed the move was deeply personal, tied to Diana rather than royal structure. This is Diana's revenge through him. Camilla reportedly told a close friend, "He will not let go of the past. Not even now. Not even after I have proven myself." The most shocking claim, Camilla allegedly accused William of disrespecting his father's marriage and claimed Kate encouraged the decision, describing the Princess of Wales as smiling and silent while twisting the knife. Insiders say the relationship between Camilla and Kate, previously described as friendly but distant, is now ice-cold. Camilla reportedly refused to make eye contact with Kate at a recent joint royal engagement, acknowledging her only briefly in public or behind the scenes. The message was clear: you stood by and let this happen. Even Charles, who has often balanced roles as peacemaker and monarch, was reportedly rattled by his wife's breakdown. One aide overheard Camilla shouting at him privately, "Your son has humiliated me before the entire country, and you are going to let him get away with it?" Charles, torn between devotion to his wife and his son's growing authority, offered no immediate response. Some insiders suggest Camilla was more hurt by this silence than by the decision itself. She expected Charles to intervene. One courtier said, but deep down, she knows William's influence is growing and that Charles is already preparing to cede more power to him. Camilla saw this as more than a matter of access and honors. It was about legacy, the belief that she had finally been accepted, not just as queen, but as an indelible thread in the fabric of royal history. Now, that thread is being snipped, one ceremonial cut at a time. Following William's bold decision to suspend royal privileges for Camilla's family, the monarch finds himself entangled in the bitterest fight of his reign. A quiet but devastating war between his son and his wife. Palace insiders say the fallout is tearing him apart. Charles has always been guided by heart rather than confrontation. Unlike his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, who ruled with icy restraint, Charles is known for being sensitive, sentimental, and prone to avoiding direct conflict. But William's royal reset leaves him nowhere to hide. Sources close to the king say he is visibly shaken, emotionally drained, and torn between loyalty and legacy. Camilla's emotional outbursts, accusations of betrayal, and abrupt withdrawal from public duties have placed immense strain on a monarch already grappling with intense public scrutiny and ongoing health concerns. Advisors say Charles is most distressed by William's resolve to stand firm. "We are not a royal family of in-laws and extras," William reportedly told his father during a private meeting. "We are a dynasty, and I refuse to let that line blur." Not for Camilla, not for anyone. The conversation, though calm, was crushing. Charles allegedly pleaded with William to reconsider, not to restore Camilla's family, but to pause the decision or at least deliver it discreetly without media leaks or internal memos. William refused. "Transparency is the point," he later told aides. "It is not personal. It is about the institution, and institutions thrive by setting boundaries, especially in families like ours. That boundary now runs through the heart of the royal household." Camilla has reportedly begun distancing herself from the king, feeling abandoned by his silence. Palace sources say she has skipped several family strategy meetings, delayed correspondence with the Privy Council, and refused to engage directly with William and Kate. Behind closed doors, the Queen Consort interprets Charles's inaction as tacit approval of William's decision. "He let his son cut my family out, and he said nothing." She reportedly told a friend, "I supported him through decades of scandal. Now, where is he?" Some courtiers quietly sympathize with Camilla, recognizing that while her grandchildren were never royal by blood, they had become part of the broader royal narrative during Charles's reign. Others back William's decision, describing it as a necessary correction to years of soft favoritism and ambiguous boundaries. But regardless of perspective, the message is clear. The king is no longer in full control. William is already acting like a king. One longtime advisor remarked, "And Charles knows it. He sees the writing on the wall but does not want to lose his son or his wife." Caught between legacy and love, Charles now faces a choice, not just of sides, but of a path for the monarchy. Does he share his wife's vision of a more inclusive, blended royal family? Or does he yield to William's mission to protect the purity of succession and the crown's strength? Charles remains silent, but silence in the royal family is rarely neutral, and some within the palace believe it is only a matter of time before Charles must decide. His queen or his king in waiting. The directive has been signed. The protocol changes have been circulated. And just like that, Camilla's family's quiet privileges are no longer recorded in royal archives. What began as whispers of William's discontent has evolved into a full-scale overhaul of royal access. Palace insiders confirm that the Parker Bowles name, which had quietly risen through the ranks of ceremonial inclusion, is being steadily erased from the monarchy's machinery. The first signs arrived discreetly. Camilla's grandchildren, who played prominent roles at King Charles III's coronation, were not invited to an upcoming state banquet. No explanation was given. Then came the memo, an internal document distributed to royal household departments, clarifying that non-lineal relatives of the Queen Consort will no longer receive ceremonial access, honorary placement, or public recognition in official state documents. In short, Camilla's children and grandchildren were cut off. No more seats in the royal box. No more pages of honor rolls. No more press mentions. And, most significantly, no future titles or honorary orders. Even as symbolic gestures, it was as if the palace declared, "You were never royal, and now the world will know." Senior officials say Prince William personally oversaw the move, insisting it be executed professionally but firmly. This is not retribution. It is restoration. He reportedly told staff, "We owe it to the crown, not to the court of emotion." The order extended beyond ceremonies. It also impacted wealthier aspects of royal society. Security measures previously provided for Camilla's grandchildren have been scaled back to standard private citizen levels. Invitations to royal charity, galas, and public events were cancelled, and event organizers were quietly directed to refer all inquiries to the Palace Communications Office. Even more telling was an update to the official royal family website, a minor detail to most, but significant to royal observers. The Queen's Family tab has been removed. Camilla's lineage is no longer mentioned in current or future event planning, only in historical biographies. One source described it as a digital vanishing act. Surgical, cold, and effective. The mood inside Clarence House is described as grim and icy. Camilla, who had hoped her family would be honored for supporting the monarchy during challenging times, now feels betrayed, erased, and ignored. Sources say she has consulted longtime advisors and media contacts to explore whether she should craft her own legacy narrative, independent of the Windsor establishment. If they will not remember us kindly, they will remember we did not go quietly, she reportedly told a confidant. But the palace machinery has already shifted gears. Event preparations have resumed without the Parker Bowles family. Invitations for next year's Trooping the Colour and Garter Day have been drafted, listing only direct Windsor descendants and working royals. Some staff speculate that William's measures, though ruthless, are restoring clarity to a monarchy that had lost its way. Others worry the human cost is steep, that the already fractured royal family has burned another bridge it may one day regret. But William appears unmoved. The monarchy he is building is not for comfort but for stability. In his view, Camilla's family was a transient phase he has now permanently closed. There was no speech, no press release, no dramatic showdown before the cameras. But behind Buckingham Palace's grandeur, a transformation is underway, led by a future king no longer waiting in the wings. Prince William has drawn his line, redefining what the monarchy will look like in his reign. lean, bloodbound, and ruthlessly focused on legacy over sentiment. Camilla's family, once poised to bask in the institution's glow, has been expelled with a stroke of a pen, not out of cruelty, but conviction. The days of fuzzy boundaries and honorary indulgences are over. In their place, William is forging something more traditional, defined, and, some argue, colder. Step-grandchildren do not hold titles. Access is not granted as a favor, and in William's view, the crown must rest on a solid foundation of lineage, duty, and historical legitimacy. Insiders say his reign, though not yet begun, already casts a long shadow over the current one, trapped in a storm of divided loyalties. King Charles has remained publicly silent, but in William's silence, memos, and precision, a new royal order is emerging. Camilla's legacy has no place in that order. Many royal loyalists believe this is long overdue, a necessary purification of a monarchy that veered too far into sentimentality and modern excess. Others see it as a colder, more corporate crown, trading warmth for structure and empathy for routine. Camilla's rage may fade. Charles's silence may persist, but William's message is unmistakable. The crown is not inherited through marriage. It is earned by blood, carried by duty, and guarded by resolve. The monarchy he plans to lead will not be shared. It will be claimed, curated, and fiercely protected. For better or worse, the era of compromise is over. In its place stands Prince William's monarchy. Cold, clean, and uncompromising. The conflict between Prince William and Camilla's family is not just a power struggle. It reflects a deeper desire to restore justice and moral values within a family that has endured deep wounds. Whether royal or ordinary, honor and truth remain the foundation of trust. Share your thoughts with us. Is William doing the right thing? Or is he fueling a never-ending battle? Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you will not miss the next shocking twists inside the British royal family. The screech of brakes tore through the morning air, followed by the shattering of glass and a rapid burst of distorted signals from police radios. In the heart of London, a place long accustomed to order and protocol, a rare scene of chaos unfolded. A luxury vehicle sped straight into an ancient roadside tree, and the name confirmed moments later left the entire nation in stunned silence. Queen Camilla. But what made this incident truly unsettling was not the impact itself. It was what began to emerge behind the shattered glass. This was not merely a traffic accident. It felt like the first shot, signaling a political earthquake, quietly shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. The year 2026, a moment when all eyes were fixed on the fragile transfer of power between King Charles III and Prince William, a period in which even the slightest deviation could become the catalyst for a crisis. Rumors of financial pressure, undisclosed expenditures, and controversial decisions had been quietly building into an unexploded bomb. And then this accident occurred at the most sensitive possible time, too coincidental to be dismissed as chance. The question was no longer how the vehicle lost control. The real question was, who stood to benefit from this sudden silence? Was this merely an unfortunate accident, or a carefully calculated move designed to conceal a larger truth? Or perhaps even the final step of a woman who had long lived within power and was not prepared to let it go? If you believe this was only an accident, leave the number 1. If you sense that something is wrong beneath the surface, leave the number 2, because what is about to be revealed may force you to reconsider this entire story in a completely different way. The crash scene did not resemble any conventional traffic accident the public had seen before. The luxury vehicle lay at an angle, its front end severely deformed, as if struck by a direct high-speed impact. Yet strangely, there were no long skid marks on the road. Fragments of shattered glass were scattered farther than usual, forming an asymmetrical dispersion pattern that immediately raised questions among experts about the true direction of impact and the actual inertial force at the moment of the collision. An anonymous witness, who arrived at the scene just seconds after the crash, described hearing no prolonged braking sound, only a sudden noise, like a compressed explosion trapped within a confined space. The timing of the accident was another detail that observers could not ignore. 10:15 in the morning, exactly 3 hours after the vehicle had completed its routine safety inspection. According to leaked internal records, the car had been confirmed to be in perfect condition, with no technical faults, from the braking system to the engine and the electronic control unit. This meant that if a failure had occurred, it was either an extremely rare anomaly or the result of deliberate interference carried out within a very short window after the inspection was completed. 3 hours, too brief for natural wear, yet long enough for a prepared plan to be executed. But the most shocking detail did not lie with the vehicle. It lay in Queen Camilla's own decision just before departure. According to sources within royal security, she had unilaterally cancelled her escort team, a protocol considered untouchable for any senior member of the royal family. No police lead vehicle, no trailing protection unit, no backup communication system, a decision that on the surface could be explained as a desire for privacy. But in the current context, it appeared more like the deliberate removal of her own final layer of protection. Why she did this remains a question without an official answer. Some sources suggest she wanted to avoid media attention during a personal trip. Others argue this was not an impulsive act, but a calculated choice. Because only without an escort would the vehicle's movements become harder to track, and if any interference were to occur, it would not be immediately detected by the usual multiple layers of security. The deeper investigators looked into the scene, the more anomalies surfaced. Traffic camera systems in the area suddenly malfunctioned during the exact window of the incident. Not the entire network, but only specific nodes that had direct angles on the route the vehicle was traveling. A random technical failure, or a selective intervention. Technicians called in urgently declined to provide immediate conclusions. Yet their silence only fueled further suspicion. Even the first medical team on site offered observations that complicated the narrative. They confirmed that Queen Camilla's condition did not fully correspond with the extent of the vehicle's damage. She was injured, but not critically, as many had feared. A small detail, yet enough to raise the possibility that the collision may not have occurred in the way it appeared. Perhaps the speed was not as high as the scene suggested, or perhaps the angle of impact had been altered in some way. While the public struggled to piece together fragmented clues from the crash site, inside Buckingham Palace, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. There was no panic, no emotional reaction. Instead, there was calculated silence. Closed-door meetings took place continuously. Doors remained tightly shut, and above all, there was a growing sense that something far greater was being concealed beneath the surface of what was presented as an accident. But Camilla did not expect that while she lay in a hospital bed with a fragile expression in an office across the corridor, a pair of cold, watchful eyes had already seen through every crack. If the crash site remained shrouded in unanswered questions, inside Buckingham Palace, an entirely different approach had quietly been activated. Prince William did not choose the path of an official investigation, and according to many close sources, this decision was not impulsive. It was the result of a cold assessment that traditional investigative channels, influenced by long-standing advisors, might no longer be as neutral as they appeared, especially when the name Camilla stood at the center of every suspicion. For years, Queen Camilla had built an extensive network of relationships, not only within political circles, but also deeply embedded within the royal administrative system. Her loyalists did not seek attention, did not appear in the media, yet held positions significant enough to control the flow of information. And William understood this better than anyone. He knew that if the case went through official channels, sensitive traces could be blurred, or worse, erased entirely before they were ever recorded. As a result, a parallel investigative structure was established, a small group operating outside all conventional procedures, referred to internally by a name heavy with implication: the Shadow Unit. No official records, no public list, yet every member was a leading expert in their field. From cybersecurity to data analysis to legal finance, they did not stand in the light, but they followed the smallest traces others overlooked. Their first focus was not witness testimony, but the control system of the crashed vehicle, a technical decision that opened a critical turning point. Data from the central control unit, believed to have been damaged in the collision, was recovered using advanced methods, and it was here that a shocking detail emerged. 10 minutes before the vehicle struck the tree, the steering system recorded an abnormal signal from an unidentified external device. Not a software error, not a mechanical failure, but a form of external interference. According to preliminary analysis, this device had the capability to access the control system and send direct commands to the steering mechanism, which meant that during those brief moments, the vehicle may not have been entirely under the driver's control, a hypothesis that, if confirmed, would transform the entire incident from an accident into a deliberate act. But the immediate question was where that device came from, and more importantly, who had the capability to deploy such a sophisticated form of interference. The Shadow Unit continued to trace the technical trail, from connection signals to the source of transmission, and although no official conclusion had been announced, what they uncovered was enough to make the internal atmosphere more tense than ever before. At the same time as the technical investigation, another line of inquiry was launched. This time, the focus was not the vehicle, but the flow of money, because in any scheme, financial traces are always the hardest to conceal. And indeed, after only a few days of review, a figure emerged: £15 million, an unusually large sum, recorded as having disappeared from a trust fund linked to internal royal operations. There was no clear transfer order, no complete approval records, only a complex chain of transactions, dispersed across multiple intermediary accounts before vanishing entirely from conventional tracking systems, a pattern of movement that financial experts immediately recognized as indicative of deliberate concealment. And what made everything even more sensitive was the timing. The money disappeared just days before the accident occurred. Was this merely a coincidence, or part of a larger plan? A plan in which finance and technology were not separate elements, but two pieces supporting each other. If the external device was the tool, then the flow of money could be the trace of the one behind it. William, according to what has been revealed, did not react emotionally to these findings. He did not rush to make accusations. He did not allow his decisions to be driven by feeling. Instead, there was a chilling patience. He understood that in a confrontation with a seasoned figure like Camilla, every move had to be calculated with precision, because even the smallest mistake could cause the entire effort to collapse, allowing those behind it to erase every remaining trace in time. At the same time, he also understood that technical and financial evidence, while important, was not enough to deliver a decisive blow. They could be disputed. They could be interpreted in different ways. And in an environment where public image plays a crucial role, the truth does not only need to be proven, it needs to be heard. For that reason, a new approach began to take shape. No longer data, no longer numbers, but words, conversations, recordings, moments in which people, no matter how careful, might reveal their true nature. The technical evidence was already there. But to defeat a politically seasoned woman like Camilla, William needed a more powerful weapon, her own voice. What William now held was enough to shift the direction of any investigation. But he understood that in a world where everything could be denied, technical data and financial traces were still not the final strike. They needed something more vivid, more direct, a form of evidence that could not be distorted by argument or authority. And then, the opportunity came in a way no one could have anticipated. A bouquet of white roses. The bouquet was delivered to Queen Camilla's hospital room that same afternoon. Among dozens of floral arrangements and greeting cards from politicians, aristocrats, and close associates, there was nothing remarkable about its appearance. Pure white petals, perfectly trimmed, arranged in a classic style, a symbol of purity, of well wishes for peace. Yet that very perfection made it suspicious in the eyes of those monitoring every smallest detail. According to internal information, the bouquet had not gone through the standard security screening process, a rare oversight, or a deliberate arrangement, and that seemingly minor detail opened the door to a decisive turning point, because hidden deep within the carefully arranged stems and leaves was a miniature recording device. No light, no obvious signal, simply operating in silence, waiting. No one knows exactly who placed the device inside the bouquet. Some theories suggest it was part of the Shadow Unit's plan. Others believe it may have been the act of an individual within the system, someone who chose to break the silence in their own way. Whatever its origin, the result it produced was undeniable. The recording was captured during the period when Queen Camilla was believed to be resting after receiving medical care. But what it revealed stood in complete contrast to the image presented to the public. There was no sound of pain, no sign of weakness. Instead, there was a clear, firm voice, even carrying the familiar coldness of someone long accustomed to giving orders. In the recording, Camilla did not mention the accident. She did not ask about her condition. The first thing she spoke about was the blue files at the residence. Her voice was low, but each word was pronounced clearly, without hesitation. She instructed the person on the other end to clear them immediately, leave no trace, ensure that nothing could be found, and more importantly, complete it before any official inspection could take place. The phrase "blue files" immediately became the center of analysis. What were they? Financial documents, personal records, or evidence directly linked to the £15 million that had disappeared? No one could say with certainty, but the fact that it was mentioned in this context, with such urgency and authority, was enough to make it an essential piece that could not be ignored. The person on the other end of the line was not identified, but their reaction was also recorded. A brief hesitation before agreeing to carry out the instruction. That alone suggested this was not the first time they had received such orders. And this was not a simple relationship. It was a structure that had existed long before, operating in the shadows, revealing itself only when necessary. When the recording was delivered to William, according to what has been disclosed, he did not speak a single word while listening. There was no immediate reaction, no visible display of emotion, only a prolonged silence, heavy enough to make everyone else in the room feel its weight, because they understood that what he was hearing was not just a recording, it was confirmation of suspicions he had carried quietly for a long time. But what made that moment truly striking was not only the content of the recording, it was the surrounding context. Just a few corridors away, King Charles was inside the chapel, praying in silence. A completely contrasting image, a father seeking peace and faith, while his son was confronting a truth that could shatter the entire family structure. The solitude William felt in that moment could not be denied. He could not share it immediately. He could not walk into the chapel and speak of what he had just heard, because he knew that every word spoken now could become a deeper wound to someone already exhausted. Yet at the same time, he could not turn away from the truth. He could not pretend that everything was still fine while the evidence was becoming clearer with each passing moment. That was a dilemma no book could ever teach someone how to face. Between duty to the nation and family bonds, between reason and emotion, and in this case, every path came with a price. The recording was then analyzed repeatedly. Every sound, every pause, every subtle shift in tone was dissected. Experts confirmed there were no signs of editing, no technical interference. It was an intact recording, and it was precisely that integrity that made it the most dangerous piece of evidence. Because unlike data or numbers, a voice carries the person within it. It does not only convey information, it reveals will, attitude, and intent. And in this case, what that voice revealed was not the panic of a victim. It was the control of someone still orchestrating everything. Even while lying in a hospital bed, when all the pieces were placed together, a clearer picture began to emerge. The accident was no longer an isolated event. It was part of a connected chain of actions, from the decision to cancel the escort, to the interference with the steering system, to the missing flow of money. And now the instruction to clear the files. Each element could be explained on its own, but when combined, they told a completely different story. A story in which power was not maintained only through titles, but through the ability to control information. A story in which the truth did not simply surface, but had to be pulled out of the shadows through effort and risk. And now, as all the cards were gradually laid face up, William stood before a choice no one would wish for. He could continue to remain silent, preserving the outward stability of the monarchy, at the cost of burying the truth. Or he could move forward, bring everything into the light, and accept the unavoidable consequences. All the cards were on the table. Now, William had only one final move left, the most painful one: to face his exhausted father. The room at Windsor Castle chosen for the meeting was not a place where royal ceremonies were usually held. It was discreet, far from crowded corridors, ensuring that whatever took place inside would not be exposed before the right moment. Yet that very stillness made the atmosphere heavier than ever, because this was no longer an ordinary internal meeting. This was a confrontation whose outcome could reshape the entire power structure of the British monarchy. King Charles entered first. His steps were slower than usual, his shoulders slightly lowered, as if the weight of recent days had begun to show in every movement. His eyes no longer carried their familiar composure, but a fatigue he could not conceal. He knew this meeting was unavoidable, yet perhaps, somewhere deep inside, he still hoped things would not be so severe as to require such a direct confrontation. William arrived after. There were no extended greetings, no customary pleasantries. He stepped in with near absolute focus, holding a thin folder and a small device. His face showed no emotion. Yet that very calmness made it clear to anyone present that this was not a consultative discussion. This was a decision already prepared. Camilla was the last to appear. She was no longer in the hospital room, but had been brought to Windsor under the pretext of recovering in a quieter environment. On the surface, she maintained her familiar composure, proper attire, measured gestures. But those who observed closely could sense a tension beneath, because she understood that if William had called for a meeting like this, he had not come empty-handed. The confrontation began without any prolonged introduction. William placed the recording device on the table. No explanation, no detour, just a simple action, yet enough to shift the atmosphere in the room instantly. Charles looked at the device for several seconds, as if trying to anticipate what was about to happen. Camilla remained silent, but a flicker of caution passed through her eyes. When the recording was played, no one spoke. The voice in the recording filled the enclosed space with clarity. Every sentence, every word, every pause laid bare. There was no longer the shield of public image, no media control, only the raw nature of what had been said in a moment when the speaker believed no one was listening. At first, Charles maintained his posture. He listened with intense focus, like a man searching for a detail that could deny what he was hearing. But as it continued, a change began to emerge. His gaze no longer remained fixed. It shifted, from surprise to confusion, from confusion to something harder to define. And when the commands about clearing the files were repeated, his eyes stopped at a distant point, as if he had just realized a truth he could not deny. It was the moment many would later describe as a silent collapse. There was no shouting, no dramatic reaction, only a change in his gaze, from belief to doubt, and then from doubt to something close to revulsion, not because the content of the recording was too shocking, but because it came from the person he had chosen to stand beside through years of turmoil. Camilla, throughout that entire time, did not interrupt. She did not attempt to explain immediately. No denial, no reaction. A silence that could be interpreted in many ways. Acceptance, calculation, or simply waiting for the right moment to respond. Yet that very silence made everything clearer in the eyes of those present. William did not need to say much. He did not make direct accusations. He did not use harsh language. He simply allowed the recording to speak for itself. And in an environment where every word could be disputed, letting the truth speak on its own became the most effective strategy. After the recording ended, the room fell into a prolonged silence. Charles did not look at anyone for several seconds. He lowered his head, both hands resting on the table, as if trying to steady himself in a reality that had just shifted. When he finally looked up, his eyes were different. No hesitation. No searching for justification, only a decision that needed to be made. The order was not officially announced. No document was released to the public. But internally, the message was delivered with absolute clarity. Queen Camilla would be stripped of all access to financial resources connected to royal operations. All of her internal communication channels would be monitored, and, more importantly, she would be moved to an isolated location under the pretext of recovery. This was not a form of public punishment. There was no humiliation before the media, no trial, yet that silence carried decisive weight. Because in the world of royalty, being removed from the flow of power can be more severe than any sentence declared in public. Many later asked the question, why not bring everything into the light? Why not make it clear before the public? The answer, according to many analyses, lies in the fragile balance between truth and stability. A shock too great could not only destroy an individual, but bring down an entire system, and at that moment, Charles's choice, though controversial, was the only way to preserve what remained. William left the room without turning back. He did not celebrate. He did not show victory, because he understood that this was not a triumph. It was a price paid to protect what he believed was right. But at the same time, it was a wound that could never be erased within his own family. The castle doors closed. An era ended in silence. Yet the fractures it left behind could never truly be healed. Ladies and gentlemen, the shockwave that began with what seemed like a random collision has ended with a quiet but profound transformation within the heart of the monarchy. What we have witnessed is not only the fall of an individual, but the shift of an entire structure of power built over decades, and within that space, a new image is emerging more clearly than ever before. The rise of Prince William and Princess Kate. Not loud, not dramatic, but steady enough to become the anchor of an institution under strain, while King Charles remains caught in internal conflict between duty and personal emotion. William has chosen the more difficult path, cold, decisive, and at times ruthless. Yet that decisiveness is exactly what the monarchy needs at a time when public trust is being tested. And Kate, with her composure and flawless image, continues to serve as a symbol of stability. No controversial statements, no reaction to turbulence, Yet every appearance is a quiet affirmation that the monarchy still has a future. In the end, this story is not only about power, it is about the cost of power. The crown is not only a symbol of glory, but a burden of integrity, because at the top, every decision carries consequences. Every mistake leaves a mark. And sometimes, the price to be paid is not only reputation, but relationships that can never be repaired. So between a heartbroken King Charles and a cold, decisive Prince William, who leaves the deeper impression on you? And what do you think about the price Camilla has paid in this entire story? If you want to continue exploring the untold sides of the British royal family, do not forget to like and subscribe. The sound of the bells from the Big Ben clock tower echoed slowly, each heavy chime like a signal of something irreversible. In the chilling silence of Buckingham Palace, an undisclosed upheaval was quietly spreading behind closed doors. A contract was torn apart just before the decisive moment. A final plea was rejected without hesitation on a sick bed. And at the center of it all was a move that shook the entire structure of royal power. King Charles III is said to have made a decision that many are calling the most ruthless of his reign. He stripped away the real power of the woman who had stood beside him for decades, Queen Camilla, and handed the full key of influence to his daughter-in-law, Catherine, Princess of Wales. According to carefully leaked internal sources, Camilla was almost completely sidelined from core decisions. Strategic meetings took place without her name on the attendance list. Sensitive documents were redirected straight to Catherine, a shift of power that required no official announcement, yet was clear enough for insiders to understand that the old order had been replaced. There were no gunshots, no public confrontation. But it was precisely this silence that made the atmosphere colder than ever. This was no longer about personal conflict, but a calculated restructuring of power with consequences that could last for generations. The question now is no longer simply about right or wrong. Is this a bitter betrayal of a wife who quietly stood behind the scenes for so many years? Or a decisive move to protect the future of the throne against inevitable instability? If you support the king's decisiveness, comment number 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla, comment number 2. And to understand why King Charles made this controversial decision, every secret will gradually be revealed right after this. After the silent yet chilling shock that unfolded within Buckingham Palace, the name most frequently mentioned was not the winner, but the one who seemed to have been pushed to the edge of the power game, Queen Camilla, a woman who spent decades navigating storms to reach her current position, now faces a bitter paradox. She has the title, she has the rank, but the biggest question remains: does she truly have power? To understand this, one must return to the year 2005. When the marriage between King Charles III and Camilla was officially announced, at that time, public opposition in Britain was at its lowest point. Some unofficial surveys showed support levels nearly at 0%, a shocking number that accurately reflected public sentiment at the time. Camilla was not seen as a woman entering the royal family for love, but was instead associated with the image of an intruder in the symbolic marriage between Charles and Princess Diana. For that reason, an unspoken agreement was established to ease public outrage. Camilla would never be called queen. She would carry a more modest title, a way to minimize negative reactions and protect the image of the monarchy. This was not just a compromise in title, but the first sign that her position within the power structure had never truly been solid. Years passed, and Camilla's image gradually improved through a careful media strategy. She appeared more frequently in public engagements, participated in charitable organizations, and slowly rebuilt goodwill. But behind the smiling photographs and courteous handshakes, one question always lingered internally. Was Camilla truly in control, or simply positioned to appear in the right role? Internal sources reveal a picture completely different from what the public sees. While ceremonies and official events continued as usual, major strategic decisions did not pass through her office. Succession plans, documents related to the future of the monarchy, even structural changes in power, were handled in meetings that Camilla was never invited to attend. This was not a coincidence. It reflected a reality that despite holding the highest title beside the king, she was not part of the core circle of power. Some royal experts believe that from the beginning, Camilla was shaped as a symbolic figure rather than a center of authority. Her role was to stabilize the king's personal image and soften past controversies, not to directly shape the future of the monarchy. This explains why even when King Charles III ascended the throne, there was no clear transfer of power accompanying Camilla's rise to queen. Her silence at critical moments has only deepened the questions. Is it acceptance or powerlessness? In an environment where every glance and gesture carries political meaning, the absence of a queen from strategic discussions cannot be explained simply by personal factors. It reveals a boundary that was drawn long ago, and one that has never been erased. There are even reports suggesting that certain plans to reform the monarchy in the future had been prepared long in advance without Camilla's involvement. These documents were kept strictly confidential, circulated only among a small circle of close advisors and key members of the royal family. This further reinforces the view that real power does not lie in titles, but in access to information and participation in decision-making. From the outside, Camilla may still appear to stand at the highest position beside the king, but its deeper look into the internal workings reveals something else. She resembles a piece that has already fulfilled its historical role, a piece once crucial in stabilizing the image of King Charles III, but now gradually being removed from the board as a new game is set in motion. This story is not just about one individual. It reflects how the British monarchy operates during sensitive transitions of power. What the public sees is only the surface. Behind it lies calculated strategy down to the smallest detail, where personal emotions can be set aside in favor of long-term planning. And while Camilla continues trying to reinforce a position that is already fragile, on the other side of the palace, a new force has been quietly rising with unstoppable strength. A completely contrasting figure is taking shape. Catherine, Princess of Wales, creates no noise. She does not react publicly. She does not compete for position in ways that are easily visible. Yet it is precisely this calculated silence that becomes the most powerful weapon she possesses. If Camilla was drawn into narratives colored by personal emotion, Catherine chose an entirely different path. She does not play the game of drama. She plays a much larger game. It is macro-level politics within the monarchy, where every move is measured by long-term impact rather than immediate gain. And at the center of that strategy is the Early Years Initiative, a project presented on the surface as a charitable effort, but in reality carrying a scale and depth far beyond conventional definition. According to internal reports, this campaign does not stop at raising public awareness about early childhood development. It has mobilized more than 50,000 scientific data sets, connecting with leading experts in psychology, education, and public health. More importantly, it has attracted the participation of high-level policymakers, individuals who have the ability to directly influence national policy. This means that Catherine is not only building the image of a royal family member devoted to society, but is also gradually positioning herself as someone with real influence over policy direction. What stands out is the way she has implemented this entire strategy. There is no need for strong declarations, no direct confrontation with anyone. Catherine approaches the top advisors of King Charles III through professional and academic channels, informal meetings, closed-door seminars, in-depth discussions. All of these create a network of connections where she does not need to go through Camilla to gain the attention of the center of power. This is the decisive difference. While Camilla is limited by a symbolic role, Catherine builds for herself an independent foundation of influence. She does not rely on a title to have power. She creates power from the value she brings. And when that value becomes significant enough, the system naturally adjusts to accommodate her presence. Some sources suggest that in many recent strategic discussions, Catherine's name appears more frequently in internal documents, not as an honorary participant, but as a figure with a real role in shaping the long-term programs of the monarchy. This indicates that a shift in power is taking place. Not loudly, but clearly. Beyond that, Catherine demonstrates an ability that very few members of the royal family achieve. It is the ability to connect tradition with modernity. She understands the core values that the monarchy must preserve, while also recognizing that to survive in the 21st century, the system must change, and that change cannot come from symbolic statements, but must come from concrete actions that can be measured and evaluated. For that reason, Early Years is not just a social project. It is a strategic platform, a tool that allows Catherine to prove that she is not merely a symbol, but someone capable of creating real impact. And when numbers, data, and tangible results are presented, they create something that no emotional debate can deny. That is legitimacy based on capability. In that context, King Charles III, gradually shifting his attention toward Catherine, is no longer difficult to understand. He does not only see in her an heir to image, but also a strategic partner who can help him carry out necessary reforms during his reign. And when that trust is established, power naturally follows. However, what makes this story even more compelling is the way Catherine maintains balance. She never appears as someone competing for power. There are no controversial statements, no actions that directly challenge anyone. Everything is carried out under a perfect layer of composure and professionalism. Yet it is precisely this composure that makes her moves more unpredictable and harder to stop. From another perspective, it can be said that Catherine is playing a long-term game, a game in which every move is calculated to create advantage in the future. And when looking back at the entire process, people begin to realize that her rise is not a surprise. It is the result of a strategy built early, implemented consistently, and adjusted flexibly at each stage. Meanwhile, the distance between her and Camilla becomes increasingly clear, not because of any direct confrontation, but because of two completely different approaches to power. One relies on an existing position, the other creates a position for itself. And in a system that always prioritizes effectiveness and sustainability, the outcome has almost been decided in advance. What is happening behind the doors of Buckingham Palace is not a noisy battle. It is a process of power restructuring taking place in silence, where those who understand the rules of the game gradually gain the advantage. And Catherine, with all her patience and calculation, is proving that she not only understands the rules, but also knows how to change them in her favor. All the pieces seem to have been arranged for a historic transition, but perhaps even Catherine did not expect that a devastating medical event would become the trigger, pushing her to the peak of power sooner than any scenario had anticipated. The year 2024 opened like a deep crack in what once seemed to be the solid wall of the British monarchy. What happened was not just a personal event, but quickly turned into a media earthquake, sweeping through every layer of public opinion. When Catherine, Princess of Wales, appeared in a video announcing her cancer condition, the world seemed to pause for a few brief minutes. Within 24 hours, more than 100 million searches related to her name surged globally, a staggering number. And more notably, the level of attention was recorded to be 10 times higher than any event related to Queen Camilla over many previous years. This was not mere curiosity. It was a collective emotional response. The public did not just watch. They empathized. They worried. They followed every smallest development. And in that moment, one thing became clearer than ever. The connection between Catherine and the public was not built on titles or protocol, but on sincerity and the ability to touch human emotion. What is striking is that this moment coincided in a remarkable way with a period when Buckingham Palace was facing an unprecedented wave of pressure. Questions about transparency, about the role of royal family members, about the relevance of a long-standing institution in the modern age, all emerged at once. The royal image, carefully constructed over generations, began to show visible cracks. In that context, Catherine's video was not just a personal message. It unintentionally became a psychological anchor for the public, a human, genuine, and relatable image at a time filled with doubt. And it was precisely this that created a powerful contrast. While the system seemed to be wavering, one individual stood firm and even restored the fading trust. Many media analysts believe that this was one of the rare moments when a member of the royal family could reverse the flow of public opinion with a single personal message. No complex media campaign, no political statements, just sincerity at the right moment. And Catherine achieved exactly that. From an internal perspective, this event also created an effect that cannot be underestimated. King Charles III, who is facing his own pressures regarding health and responsibility, is said to have closely monitored public reaction. Numbers do not lie. The level of attention, the support, and most importantly, the trust, are all converging toward one side. This raises a strategic question that any leader must face. When the system is gradually losing its connection with the public, who is capable of restoring that bridge? And at this moment, the answer seems to be only one. Catherine is not just a member of the royal family. She has become a symbol of resilience, of empathy, and of a monarchy that feels closer to real life. The parallel between the decline of public trust in the monarchy and the way Catherine has unintentionally become a new anchor cannot be ignored. It recalls moments in history when a single individual could shift the entire landscape simply through presence. And for King Charles III, this is not merely an emotional observation. It is strategic data. Meanwhile, the gap between Catherine and Camilla has become more evident than ever, not because of any specific action, but because of the difference in public response. One side receives deep sympathy, the other struggles to generate a similar emotional wave, despite holding an official position, and in an era where image and emotion are decisive, this difference carries significant weight. Some sources suggest that after this event, internal discussions within the royal family have become more intense, not because of personal conflict, but because strategic choices are becoming urgent. When public trust becomes a matter of survival, placing the right person in the right position is no longer an option, but a necessity. Catherine, with everything she has demonstrated, appears to possess all the qualities the monarchy needs at this stage: stability in image, the ability to connect with the public, and a strategic foundation already built through initiatives such as early years. All of this forms a profile that is difficult to overlook. However, what makes the story more dramatic is the personal factor, because any decision involving a restructuring of power cannot be separated from family relationships. And here, the relationship between King Charles III and Queen Camilla is not something that can easily be set aside. For that reason, the events of the year 2024 are not only a test for Catherine, they are also a test for the entire power structure of the monarchy. Who will lead in the next phase? Who will become the face of public trust? And more importantly, who will be the person the king chooses to entrust with the future of an entire dynasty? When all of these factors converge, a decision becomes inevitable. There is no more room for delay, no more space for compromise. And in that moment, all eyes turn to the one at the top, because only he can make the final choice. When the trust of the people rests on a single figure, King Charles III understands that he must make a harsh decision: either his wife or the future of the House of Windsor. After everything that has unfolded in the year 2024, the atmosphere inside Buckingham Palace is no longer the same. The familiar rhythm of orderly ceremony has been replaced by a quiet tension, as if everything is moving toward an unavoidable breaking point. And just as many internal sources had suggested, a direct confrontation between Queen Camilla and King Charles III finally took place. Not loudly, not publicly, but cold enough to leave a lasting impression on those who witnessed it. According to leaked information, Camilla's demand was far from simple. She wanted an official document, a form of commitment with legal or at least internal authority, to guarantee her power in all future scenarios. Not just a title, not just a symbolic role, but the right to directly participate in strategic decisions of the monarchy, regardless of the king's health or any changes in the line of succession. In other words, Camilla no longer wanted to stand on the sidelines. She wanted a position that could not be replaced. This was not a sudden request. It was the result of years of accumulated insecurity, from the time she faced intense public opposition when marrying King Charles III, to the gradual improvement of her image. Camilla has always had to confront the reality that her position was never fully secure, and as signs of shifting power became more apparent, especially with the strong rise of Catherine, Princess of Wales, the need for assurance became more urgent than ever. But the king's response, according to many sources, could be summed up in a single word. No. There was no negotiation, no delay, no vague promise to ease the situation, just a firm refusal, and it was this firmness that made the confrontation colder than any argument before it. Why would a man who is said to have pursued Camilla for decades, despite pressure from family and the public, make such a hard decision? The answer, from a strategic perspective, lies in a concept often referred to within the royal circle by a simple word: flexibility. But behind that simplicity is a very clear logic of power. Flexibility means no position is permanent, no role is untouchable, and most importantly, no individual stands above the interests of the entire system. At a time when public trust is becoming a matter of survival, maintaining the ability to adjust personnel at the highest level is essential. A permanent commitment to any individual, even a queen, would mean limiting the ability to respond to unpredictable change. And for King Charles III, who must weigh every move in a highly sensitive period, that is a risk he cannot accept. Subsequent developments have only reinforced this assessment. Within just a few months of the year 2025, more than 30 of the most significant patronages were transferred from Camilla to Catherine. These were not symbolic changes. Each patronage is tied to a network of relationships, a source of influence, and a part of the royal image in the eyes of the public. This transfer, therefore, was not merely a rearrangement of roles. It was a large-scale redistribution of power. What is notable is how this process unfolded. There were no major announcements, no public events to attract media attention. Everything was carried out quietly, step by step, as if to avoid triggering strong reactions from the outside. Yet, it was precisely this quietness that made insiders understand more clearly than ever that this was a calculated decision, not a random change. For Camilla, this meant the gradual loss of her remaining foundations. No longer control over key activities, no longer the ability to build influence through patronage networks, and most importantly, no longer a place in strategic discussions. All that remains is the title. A title that is becoming increasingly detached from real power. Meanwhile, Catherine continues to strengthen her position in a familiar way. No display, no public reaction. Yet every step delivers clear results. She does not need to demand power. Power finds its way to her through what she has already built. And in a system where effectiveness and public trust are the two decisive factors, her advantage is becoming increasingly overwhelming. From an external perspective, this appears to be a nearly completed transition. But on closer examination, what is truly remarkable is not the outcome, but the way it has unfolded. There has been no revolution, no dramatic event, only a series of small decisions, carried out consistently, leading to a major change that by the time it is recognized, is already too late to reverse. At the center of it all, King Charles III remains the one making the final decisions, decisions that may cost him personally, but are necessary for the survival of the system he leads. This raises a difficult question. Where is the line between emotion and duty? And when the two collide, which one prevails? Cold, decisive, and seemingly irreversible. But why would a man believed to deeply love his wife make such a move? The answer may not lie in the present, but in a shadow that has never truly left this palace for more than 3 decades. There is one thing that, despite more than 3 decades passing, no one in the British royal family can deny. The name Princess Diana has never truly left the walls of Buckingham Palace. It no longer exists as a person, but as a symbol, a collective memory, an invisible measure against which every royal figure that follows is compared, whether they wish to be or not. And within that context, the rise of Catherine, Princess of Wales, cannot be seen as an isolated phenomenon. The public does not admire her only for what she is doing. They admire her because they see in her a reflection of Diana, not imitation, but resonance, a combination of present composure and the emotional memory of the past. Recent surveys show that public approval for Catherine is at approximately 80%, a figure not only high, but surpassing even the peak period of Diana in her final years. This is a turning point, because it reflects not just admiration, but trust. And in a system that depends heavily on image and public support, trust is the most valuable currency. What makes the situation more complex is how King Charles III responds to this reality. For many years, he has been associated with one of the most controversial chapters in modern royal history. The relationship between him, Diana, and Queen Camilla is not merely personal. It became a symbol of rupture, of painful choices, and of a deep divide between the monarchy and the public. For that reason, when Catherine emerges as a figure capable of restoring lost trust, many believe that King Charles III sees in her not only the future, but also an opportunity to reconcile with history. This is not a decision officially declared, but when looking at how power is being redistributed, at how responsibilities are gradually transferred, and at the shift in how royal communication shapes public image, a clear pattern can be observed. Catherine is not just given opportunity, she is given trust. And more importantly, she is given a role that no one before her has carried so clearly. The role of a bridge between past and present. Someone capable of bringing healing to wounds that have never fully closed. Meanwhile, Camilla's position becomes more difficult than ever, because no matter what she does, no matter how much she tries to build her image, she faces an unchangeable reality. She is always compared to Diana, and in such a comparison, the outcome seems predetermined, not because Camilla lacks effort, but because Diana has become a symbol beyond ordinary standards. This creates a bitter paradox. Camilla may have been the one who won the love of King Charles III in real life, but in the eyes of the public, the one who prevailed is Diana. And as Catherine steps forward with an image that evokes Diana, the gap between Camilla and public support grows even wider. Some analysts believe that this emotional factor has played a significant role in the king's recent decisions. Not only strategy, not only data, but a deep awareness of how the public perceives the monarchy. And within that perception, Catherine represents hope, while Camilla, fair or not, remains tied to a chapter of the past that many wish to forget, but cannot. From this perspective, the gradual shift of power is no longer difficult to understand. It is not a personal punishment, it is an adjustment to reality. But for Camilla, the feeling may still resemble a delayed consequence, a price paid for choices made many years ago. This story, therefore, is not only about the present, it is an intersection of past and future, between what has happened and what is being built, and at the center of it all are individuals who must face the consequences of both. Looking at the entire picture, it becomes clear that no one truly wins completely. But if there is one person holding the greatest advantage, the answer is evident. Catherine, Princess of Wales, not only has public support, she also has the backing of the system. And most importantly, she aligns with the era the monarchy is entering. The game of royal power has never allowed for compromise, and as the curtain slowly falls, what remains is not emotion, but the result of choices that are sometimes cold, yet decisive for the survival of an entire dynasty. And when that curtain finally closes, we will see who is truly the one smiling on the throne. Ladies and gentlemen, looking back at everything that has unfolded behind the doors of Buckingham Palace, one thing becomes clear. This is no longer a story about titles or protocol. This is a transformation of an entire era, where power no longer lies in the crown placed upon a head, but in the ability to retain public trust. Queen Camilla may have achieved what she pursued for many years, an official position beside King Charles III. But in the larger game, where every move carries long-term strategic weight, the advantage appears to lean toward Catherine, Princess of Wales. Because while Camilla wears a symbolic crown, Catherine holds something far more significant, near absolute public support, a network of influence built with persistence, and the trust of the very center of power. One represents the past, with controversies that have never fully settled. The other represents the future, shaped carefully to fit a new era. What is happening shows that the British monarchy is not only adapting, but redefining itself. History is no longer written by unchanging tradition, but by pragmatic decisions, sometimes cold to the point of discomfort. And within that coldness, choices essential to survival are being made. The remaining question is not who is right or wrong, it is what happens next. Will Camilla accept stepping into the shadows? Or is this only the beginning of a deeper and more intense silent struggle than anything we have just witnessed? If you want to continue exploring secrets that have never been revealed, subscribe to the channel now, and do not miss the next video, where we will dive into the secret behind the will of King Charles III, a document that could reshape the entire balance of power in the future. The morning of March 11th, 2026, marked a seismic shift in the House of Windsor. At precisely 10:15 a.m., as the iron gates of Sandringham swung open, an era of quiet royal diplomacy came to a grinding halt. There was no grand procession or fanfare, only the muted engine of a black Jaguar with civilian plates as it pulled onto the North Wing's gravel path. A high-ranking partner from the prestigious law firm Farragher and Company emerged, clutching a leather dossier marked with the ominous code SR 2026N. In a matter of minutes, a formal legal seal was affixed to the North Wing's heavy oak doors, sending a shockwave through the estate. For Queen Camilla, the news was a devastating blow. She had been in the final stages of preparing for a private, 2-month summer residency in these very suites. Instead, she was served with a cold, legal ultimatum: access denied. This is far more than a simple dispute over living quarters. It is a historic collapse in royal communication. Princess Anne, acting with the clinical precision of a veteran military strategist, has effectively moved to dismantle the Queen's private sanctuary. To understand the ferocity of this move, we have to look back at the tensions simmering behind palace walls over the last 24 hours. This wasn't a random act of spite, it was a calculated retaliatory strike. Insider reports suggest the fuse was lit 6 days earlier. On March 5th, During a high-stakes confrontation in the tea room at Highgrove, the atmosphere was reportedly suffocating as Princess Anne cornered Camilla over the recent treatment of their brother, Prince Andrew. According to a senior aide who witnessed the exchange, Anne's words were razor-sharp and final. She allegedly told the Queen Consort, "If my brother is to be stripped of his sanctuary at the Royal Lodge, then your own comfort here at Sandringham is no longer this family's priority." When Camilla reportedly tried to assert her authority by reminding Anne of her royal rank, the Princess Royal shut her down with a single, crushing remark. "Sanctuary is a privilege born of loyalty, not a right granted by rank." If you believe Princess Anne is right to take a stand for her family's history and legacy, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe to House of Windsor immediately. We are tracking this royal civil war as it unfolds, and you do not want to miss our next breaking update. The strategy deployed by Anne's legal counsel is nothing short of a brilliant maneuver in hereditary law. By submitting a formal claim of private residency rights to the land registry, they've activated a long-dormant loophole known as customary occupation. This legal move is a game-changer because the North Wing has been the near-exclusive domain of the Princess Royal's household since 1990. The law dictates it cannot be repurposed without a unanimous family council agreement. By meticulously cataloging every visit over the past 36 years, Anne's team has erected a legal fortress that not even the king's spouse can easily breach. The timeline leading to this total breakdown is as clear as it is tragic. It all began on February 19th, 2026. Prince Andrew's 66th birthday, the day he was taken into custody at Wood Farm. While the public was fixated on the Duke of York's downfall, Princess Anne was reportedly keeping a very close eye on Camilla. Records from a recent investigation show that on March 1st, Camilla moved quietly to offload her private estate, Ray Mill House, valued at £850,000. To Anne, this was the ultimate red flag. She realized the Queen was clearing the way to move permanently into Sandringham's most secluded sectors, a move that would effectively wipe the York family's history and the Princess Royal's own footprint from the estate. The immediate impact of this morning's lockdown has been nothing but pure chaos for the Sandringham staff. At 10:45 a.m., the estate manager was reportedly blindsided by an order to surrender all master keys for the North Wing to Anne's solicitors. When the Queen Consort's office called to demand an explanation, they were met with a single, devastating reply. The Princess Royal's council has invoked the customary use clauses. The wing is now entering a 21-day cooling-off period. Entry is strictly prohibited. At 78 years old, Queen Camilla finds herself at a painful crossroads. After spending decades fighting for her position at the center of the monarchy, she is now being locked out of her own guest wing by her sister-in-law. The facade of a united family is officially gone. What we are witnessing is the Sandringham fracture, a legal point of no return. However, there is a shadow detail buried in that 142-page filing that the legal teams are desperate to keep under wraps. Hidden inside the sealed Blue Room sits a 19th-century safe. This vault contains the most sensitive private letters of the late Queen Elizabeth II regarding the Andrew problem. Sources say Camilla wants those documents destroyed to safeguard the future of the crown. Anne, however, has locked those doors to ensure the truth remains exactly where it is. As we speak, the locks have been replaced. The Queen is effectively standing on the doorstep, and the Princess Royal is the one holding the keys. Who do you believe should have the final word over Sandringham? Is this Camilla's right as Queen? Or is Anne heroically protecting the soul of the monarchy? Let us know your thoughts in the comments. But don't go anywhere because the plot just thickened. The individual holding the physical key to that 19th-century safe just touched down at Heathrow Airport 30 minutes ago. And here's the kicker. They aren't a member of the royal family. Who are they? We are about to reveal their identity in our next breaking report. Stay tuned. The era of handshake deals and quiet whispers has officially crumbled. Buried under the weight of a 142-page legal document that has transformed the Sandringham fracture from mere palace gossip into a cold, undeniable reality. As of 11 a.m. today, March 11th, 2026, Princess Anne's legal team has successfully replaced the old tradition of gentlemen's agreements with an ironclad legal firewall. For over half a century, the House of Windsor functioned on a system of unspoken understandings. But those have now been superseded by a paper trail that even a royal decree cannot easily erase. The Princess Royal is no longer playing the part of the supportive sister. She is prioritizing legal protection for her own household over the increasingly fragile pretense of family unity. For Anne, the window for compromise slammed shut the moment the institution began to distance itself from her brother, Prince Andrew. While the king has maintained a stoic silence throughout this crisis, Anne has chosen to speak through a battery of high-powered solicitors. A palace insider reports that during a briefing yesterday, she told a senior official that harmony is a luxury the family can no longer justify while their shared history is being methodically wiped away, declaring that she is establishing a boundary intended to outlast her own tenure. This legal maneuver has effectively frozen the North Wing, meaning no staffer or member of the royal family, including the king himself, can set foot in the Blue Room without express written consent from Anne's legal counsel. This lockdown has placed Queen Camilla in a staggering predicament. At 78 years old, after spending decades navigating public scrutiny to finally secure her place at the pinnacle of the monarchy, she now finds that the literal corridors of power have become dead ends. Camilla is reportedly livid, viewing this strategic move as an act of open defiance against the king's supreme authority. If you believe this power play is a vital step to safeguard the monarchy's deepest traditions, hit the like button right now and drop the word honor in the comments. However, if you feel the queen consort's rank should grant her total access, comment with the word rank. We want to hear your perspective on this escalating royal civil war. While this territorial battle rages on, Prince Andrew remains isolated under a dark cloud at Wood Farm, following his arrest on February 19, 2026. Insiders claim the disgraced Duke is struggling with his mental health and the weight of his isolation. Sources at Sandringham suggest that Anne's aggressive legal posturing is a calculated attempt to ensure her brother is treated with basic human dignity, even as the crown continues to strip away his titles and honors. Essentially, Anne is using the North Wing as a strategic pawn. Our investigative team has identified 3 potential outcomes: a disastrous public court battle that would shatter the monarchy's remaining prestige, a permanent stalemate where the wing remains a silent vacuum, or the most probable result, a silent settlement. In this scenario, the king would likely negotiate a permanent residential and financial deal for Andrew, in exchange for Anne releasing her legal stranglehold on the estate. But there is one final, explosive detail in Dossier SR 2026N that changes everything. Hidden within the sealed Blue Room sits a 19th-century safe known as the York Vault, and its contents are about to become the center of the storm. While the Queen and the Princess Royal remain locked in a bitter dispute over entry, the true gravity of this situation lies within the secrets locked inside that vault. Only 30 minutes ago, a civilian passenger cleared customs at Heathrow, carrying a diplomat-style briefcase and flanked by a private security detail that had no ties to Buckingham Palace. Reports indicate this individual is a former private secretary to the late Queen Elizabeth II, the only living soul who possesses the combination to that 19th-century safe. As this mysterious figure speeds toward Norfolk, the legal clock is ticking toward a total exposure of the truth. The locks have already been replaced, and the vault's contents are on the verge of being laid bare. The question remains, who summoned this person to London? We will uncover that answer in our upcoming investigative report. So be sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell for the final chapter of the Sandringham fracture. We have reached the endgame. The era of informal royal understandings and gentlemen's agreements has officially been relegated to the history books. As of noon today, March 11th, 2026, the House of Windsor has entered its most perilous phase, yet a legal civil war where the ties of kinship have been severed by legal ink. Princess Anne's legal team has successfully seized control of Sandringham's North Wing, and the shockwaves of this maneuver are vibrating through every royal residence from London to Edinburgh. This isn't just about blocking a summer vacation for Queen Camilla, it is a clear signal that the House of Windsor is now being governed by high-powered solicitors rather than family elders. The Princess Royal is reportedly choosing ironclad legal clarity for her household over the hollow pretense of family harmony. Sources within the estate suggest that Anne believes the time for quiet diplomacy died the moment the institution turned its back on her brother. Prince Andrew. During a late-night strategy session at the firm of Farragher and Company, a junior clerk remembers the princess giving a chilling instruction to her lead solicitor, stating quite clearly that they were not there to request permission, but to document a 36-year fact of possession. Her message was simple: if the crown wants the wing back, they can serve her in court. By retaining such elite legal counsel, Princess Anne has made it undeniable that the days of handshakes and private chats are over. This is a masterstroke of defensive litigation, creating a paper trail that the Queen Consort cannot override and the King cannot easily ignore. The once tranquil sanctuary of Sandringham, where the Windsors once escaped the world's prying eyes, has been transformed into a cold and calculated legal battleground. If this sudden and decisive move by the Princess Royal has caught you by surprise, please like this video and stay subscribed to House of Windsor for our final investigation results. Let us know in the comments if you think Anne is right to defend her territory by using the word boundary. Meanwhile, the human toll of this family fracture is becoming painfully visible at Wood Farm. Prince Andrew remains the subject of an intensive police investigation into misconduct in public office, and reports suggest the disgraced Duke of York is struggling deeply with his mental health. Isolated in a modest farmhouse while his sister and sister-in-law wage war over the main house, while Anne continues to fight for his basic dignity, the monarchy is maintaining a rigid, hardline stance. A palace insider described a chilling exchange between King Charles and his sister just 48 hours ago, where the king allegedly informed her that the law must take its course, including the internal laws of their own house. Based on our investigative dossier, we have mapped out the potential paths for the next 14 days. The worst-case scenario involves Queen Camilla escalating the feud by demanding an eviction order, which would trigger an unprecedented and scandalous public trial. The middle ground path leads to a prolonged stalemate, leaving the North Wing as a silent tomb for royal secrets. However, the most probable outcome is what we are calling the Sandringham Accord. It is widely expected that King Charles will attempt to mediate a discreet arrangement, perhaps offering Prince Andrew a permanent, low-profile residence in exchange for Anne withdrawing her legal stranglehold on the North Wing. Yet, even a backroom deal may be powerless to stop the momentum of what is currently unfolding. The individual who touched down at Heathrow earlier today, the former private secretary to the late Queen Elizabeth II, has officially crossed the outer perimeter of the Norfolk estate. Reports suggest they are carrying both the physical keys and the highly classified access codes to the 19th century vault hidden within the Blue Room. This safe houses a single, definitive document that holds the power to either resolve Prince Andrew's legal crisis or ensure his total ruin. Princess Anne has drawn her line in the sand, and Queen Camilla has challenged it. But the ultimate verdict remains locked inside a vintage safe that is seconds away from being breached. As the shadows over the North Wing grow longer, the true legacy of the late Queen's private papers hangs in the balance. Stay with us for our final update as the vault is opened, because the truth behind the Sandringham fracture is only moments away. The atmosphere across the Sandringham estate has turned glacial as the 142-page legal dossier officially asserts its authority over the North Wing. At precisely 1:45 p.m. this afternoon, what began as a local property dispute evolved into a high-stakes investigation of the royal legacy itself. A private armored SUV entered the grounds, carrying the one person who may hold the ultimate leverage in this conflict. This individual was not summoned by the king, rather. They arrived under a legal mandate issued by Princess Anne's own solicitors. Inside the main house, the tension has reached a breaking point. A senior staff member reportedly witnessed an icy confrontation in the long gallery, where Queen Camilla demanded to know why a civilian was being ushered through the gates while she, the queen consort, was being treated like a trespasser in her own home. Her chief of staff could offer nothing but a silent bow in response, as the North Wing remains under a total legal lockdown. Princess Anne is doing more than just defending a set of rooms. She is acting as the guardian of the monarchy's very soul. The 19th century safe behind the doors of the Blue Room has become the focal point of this internal civil war. Investigative records indicate that the briefcase carried by the former secretary contains sovereign archival codes that were inexplicably never handed over to King Charles following his coronation. This monumental administrative oversight is now being wielded by Princess Anne as a tactical shield. If you are watching this historic moment unfold and want to see the final evidence, please hit the like button and subscribe to House of Windsor. We want to know your thoughts. Should the late Queen's private correspondence remain sealed forever? Or is it time for the public to see the truth? King Charles currently finds himself in a desperate royal stalemate, struggling with his own health stabilization while his family is torn apart by litigation. One palace aide noted that the king spent the early afternoon secluded in his private study, refusing to take calls from either his sister or his wife. He was reportedly overheard telling a valet that he cannot mediate a peace when the participants have already declared open war, concluding that the law must now be the one to define the boundaries of his house. Our team has analyzed the potential paths for the next 48 hours. The most damaging scenario would be a total collapse of the family's public image, requiring the Lord Chamberlain to intervene and declare the North Wing a contested territory. A middle ground possibility is a prolonged legal freeze that leaves the safe locked for months, keeping Prince Andrew's fate in permanent limbo. However, the most probable outcome is an archival compromise. In this scenario, Princess Anne would allow the vault to be opened under the watchful eye of a neutral third party, ensuring that any documents regarding Prince Andrew are handled according to the late Queen's specific private instructions. As we speak, the former private secretary has stepped out of the vehicle and is approaching the entrance to the North Wing, clutching the briefcase that holds the keys to the York vault. Princess Anne is waiting at the door, while Queen Camilla watches the scene unfold from a window in the East Wing. The safe is about to be opened, and the person from the Heathrow flight has been authorized to enter the restricted zone. But there is a final twist. A third individual, whose name was hidden on the flight manifest, has arrived alongside the secretary. They are carrying a legal injunction that could halt the opening of the vault entirely. Who possesses the power to override both the Queen and the Princess Royal? The answer is buried in the final page of the Sandringham dossier. Stay tuned for the reveal. The final stage of this royal confrontation has officially begun. At precisely 3 p.m. on the afternoon of March 11th, 2026, the standoff at Sandringham's North Wing reached its ultimate boiling point. A private armored SUV pulled to a halt exactly 10 paces from the entrance. But as the late Queen Elizabeth II's former private secretary stepped out, it became clear he was not traveling alone. The passenger manifest from the London flight revealed a staggering development. He was accompanied by a high-ranking official from the Royal Archives, who carried a sovereign injunction that has effectively paralyzed the entire estate. A member of the Sandringham security detail positioned in the foyer described a haunting moment of silence as the two legal factions finally met face to face. Princess Anne reportedly stood at the summit of the stone steps, her expression entirely unreadable. As the archive official presented the injunction, the Princess Royal reportedly leveled a cutting question, asking if his presence was intended to honor her mother's final wishes or merely to serve as an agent for the king's indecision. The official's response was firm and unwavering, stating that he was there to ensure the contents of the Blue Room safe remained a matter of state interest rather than a domestic quarrel. This moment signifies the total collapse of the House of Windsor's internal hierarchy. The Sandringham fracture is no longer a simple dispute over guest accommodations. It has evolved into a war for the control of royal history. Anne has successfully erected a legal fortress around the North Wing to safeguard the family's most sensitive secrets, specifically those involving her brother, Prince Andrew. Meanwhile, Queen Camilla remains secluded in the East Wing, reportedly in constant contact with her own solicitors, as she demands the injunction be used to seize the briefcase and its access codes. If you are following this high-stakes investigation and want to be alerted the very second that safe is breached, hit the like button and subscribe to House of Windsor right now. Drop the word vault in the comments if you want to see the contents revealed in our next report. The legal mechanism behind this archival takeover is remarkably calculated. By invoking the 1952 Protocol, the Royal Archives possess the authority to seal any room housing sovereign records during times of familial instability. This three-step process begins with the archives, formally recognizing a state of dispute, followed by the summoning of a civilian keyholder to verify the lock's integrity, and ending with the room being declared a sovereign neutral zone. This means neither the Queen Consort nor the Princess Royal can enter until the King himself signs a declassification order. The timeline of the last 4 hours has been a masterclass in tactical escalation. From the changing of the locks at noon to the Secretary's arrival at 1:45 p.m., the tension reached a peak at 3:15 p.m., when the North Wing was officially cordoned off by a specialized unit of the Metropolitan Police. While the doors to the Blue Room remain barred and the safe unopened, Queen Camilla is reportedly trapped in a state of absolute fury. A source near the East Wing overheard the Queen telling a senior staff member that this is a deliberate sabotage of her authority, complaining that the North Wing is being treated like an independent state inside her own home. In the distance at Wood Farm, Prince Andrew remains the silent center of the storm, his future literally locked behind those heavy oak doors. Our investigative team has identified 3 potential paths for this crisis. The worst case involves a total legal deadlock that lasts all summer, keeping this royal civil war on the front pages of every global newspaper. A middle ground scenario would involve the archives taking the safe by force, which risks damaging the historical documents inside. However, the most probable outcome is what we are calling the Sandringham stand-down. Under this plan, the king will finally be forced to emerge from his study, meet both his wife and sister in the neutral territory of the gardens, and agree to a triple lock protocol. This would allow the vault to be opened only when all 3 parties, the king, the queen, and the Princess Royal, are present. As we speak, the former private secretary is sitting in the estate manager's office with the briefcase on the table before him. The legal deadline for the injunction expires in exactly 12 hours. The keyholder was just seen checking his watch before making a final high-stakes phone call. Was it Prince William moving to protect the future of his father's reign, or a legal team from California seeking their own leverage in this conflict? The truth of the Sandringham fracture is about to be revealed in the final page of this dossier. Subscribe and hit the notification bell, because the vault is about to open. As the sun begins to set over the Norfolk coastline at 5 p.m. on this 11th day of March, the situation has officially transitioned from a stalemate into a definitive moment of royal reckoning. As the twilight deepens over the Norfolk coastline, the rhythmic thrum of a descending helicopter signals the arrival of the one man who might truly hold this house together, Prince William. His intervention, characterized by a chilling yet quiet authority, effectively sidelined the tactical bickering between Queen Camilla and Princess Anne. By demanding that the vault's contents serve as a bridge to the past, not a weapon for the present, the Prince of Wales paved the way for the triple lock protocol. By 10:30 p.m., as the keys were turned in unison by the king, his sister, and the neutral archivist, the era of secrets finally met its deadline. Looking at this Sandringham fracture, it is clear we are witnessing a seismic shift in the monarchy's DNA. For nearly a century, the Windsors survived on gentlemen's agreements and the silent dignity of the old guard. But today, those handshakes have been replaced by high-priced solicitors and 142-page dossiers. My perspective. This isn't just a drama about rooms or rank, it's about the soul of an institution trying to survive in a world that demands total transparency. Princess Anne's stubborn stand reminds us that you cannot simply erase family members or history to polish a public image. The lesson for all of us is that while loyalty is a privilege, truth is a necessity. A house built on buried secrets will eventually see its walls become a cage, and only by facing the contents of our own vaults can we hope to find genuine peace. What do you think was inside that 19th century safe? Was it the final protection for a disgraced brother, or the evidence needed to close the chapter on Prince Andrew forever? If you found this deep dive into the Sandringham fracture insightful, please hit the like button and share this video with fellow royal watchers. Your support allows us to keep digging where others won't. Subscribe to House of Windsor and turn on the notification bell so you're the first to know when we release the full transcript of the York Vault. Thank you for watching, and stay tuned for the final reveal. The dry metallic sound echoed through the darkness, each sharp click of an old lock tearing apart the suffocating silence inside Windsor Castle. William's breathing grew heavy and rapid, as if every heartbeat was urging him to cross a line he had never dared to touch for years. And then, the hidden door opened. There was no ceremony, no warning, only the raw truth laid bare before his eyes. From that moment on, the order of the British royal family would never remain the same again. William stood frozen. His gaze settled on objects so familiar it hurt. Treasures once closely tied to Princess Diana. Items the world believed had been lost or swallowed by history were now carefully arranged inside a room that had never appeared on any official map. This was no coincidence. This was a deliberately buried secret, and the one holding it was none other than Camilla. But the real question was not just about the objects, it was about how they got there. According to internal sources, at exactly 2 in the morning, unmarked crates were transported into this area. At the same time, every security camera signal in the western corridor suddenly vanished for nearly 12 minutes, a gap long enough to conceal anything. William was no longer an observer. He had become a seeker of truth, a son tracing the footsteps of his mother through a labyrinth of power and silence. Before we go deeper into the room that seemed erased from every record of existence, I want to hear your thoughts. Comment 1 if you believe William has the right to break every rule to reclaim justice for Diana. Comment 2 if you think Camilla's actions are simply her way of preserving royal history in her own manner. What William saw behind that hidden door was not the beginning. Everything had started earlier, during long nights when most residents of Windsor Castle were deep in sleep, when the corridors were lit only by dim yellow lights and the echo of patrol footsteps. It was during those seemingly quiet moments that the first strange signals appeared. Subtle yet clear enough to make some people unable to ignore them. The first person to speak up, even in a very limited scope, was a long-serving guard named Harris. He was not the type to be easily stirred by sensational stories. 30 years of service in the royal security system had shaped in him an almost absolute caution. Yet it was precisely that caution that made his account more compelling than ever. According to Harris, at exactly 3 in the morning, on nights with no official schedule announced, unusual movements would appear in the western corridor of the castle. These were not hurried footsteps or routine patrols. They were carts, covered completely with thick black cloth, moving slowly through narrow hallways. There were no identification marks, no transport lists. Most importantly, no one in the security team had been informed in advance of their presence. The people operating these carts never revealed their faces clearly. They kept their distance, avoided the light, and always ended their route in the western area, a place rarely visited. At first glance, everything could be explained as part of an internal operation, a discreet process meant to protect sensitive royal assets. But Harris began to suspect something when he noticed a detail repeating with almost absolute precision. At exactly 3 in the morning, not a minute earlier, not a second later, the security camera system in that area would malfunction simultaneously, not a complete shutdown, but interference. The images became distorted and unstable, as if an invisible force was directly manipulating the signal. 15 minutes. That was the duration in which the entire western area fell into a blind zone. 15 minutes was enough for a cart to move from a side gate to any room without leaving a trace. 15 minutes was enough to erase all evidence of an operation that was never meant to exist. When Harris reported the incident, the response he received was not an urgent investigation. Instead, he was told to remain silent. The camera malfunction was recorded as a routine technical error. Brief, dry notes, as if someone had deliberately minimized the problem. For a man like Harris, this was the clearest sign that something was wrong. In a system where every mistake had to be traced to its source, a recurring failure left unresolved was almost unacceptable. William did not learn about this immediately. It took months before the scattered pieces began to connect, and he finally accessed Harris's account through an intermediary source. And at that moment, everything began to change. Because William did not just listen, he verified. He requested access to security system data over several consecutive weeks. The results were impossible to ignore. Every night, at exactly 3 in the morning, the signal from the western camera cluster was interrupted for a period ranging from 12 to 15 minutes. There were no repair reports, no detailed technical records, only a perfectly cut sequence of missing data, as if it had been designed in advance. But what truly haunted William came from another discovery, one that seemed unrelated. While reviewing the architectural plans of Windsor Castle, he noticed an anomaly never mentioned before. On the official map, the western area contained a void, not a mislabeled room, but a space that did not exist on paper, even though the overall structure clearly indicated that something had to be there. For a structure documented and preserved over centuries, such an illogical gap could not occur naturally. Every corridor, every wall, every room had been measured and recorded with near absolute precision. So why was there a part of the castle unaccounted for? And more importantly, why did that missing space align exactly with the area where the strange signals appeared every night? William began asking questions he had never dared to face before. Was this merely an error in data storage? Or a deliberate concealment? Were those black-covered carts transporting something into a place that officially did not exist? And if that room truly existed, who had the authority to control it? The deeper he dug, the more he realized he was entering a labyrinth where every path was designed to mislead. The answers he found were never complete. Every piece of information came with a new gap. And in the world of royalty, those gaps were rarely accidental. They were the result of decisions made in silence, meant to protect secrets that were never meant to surface. There was one thing William understood clearly at that point. If he stopped, everything would remain buried, as it had for years. But if he continued, He would have to face truths that could shatter not just the image of an individual, but the very foundation his family stood upon. And then, on a night when everything seemed to repeat like a scripted sequence, William decided not to remain on the outside. He chose to follow. He chose to step into the darkness that had previously existed only in redacted reports, but he did not know that the void on the map was only the first door. Behind it was not just a room, but an entire network of secrets protected by absolute silence. That gap on the map was only the beginning of a labyrinth of lies. William was no longer in the position of an observer. After everything he had uncovered from Harris's account, from the systematically interrupted camera signals, and especially from the illogical void on the architectural map, he understood that the truth would not reveal itself from the outside. There was an invisible boundary within the royal family, where every secret was guarded by tradition, power, and silence. And that night, William chose to cross it. There was no ceremony, no permission. Only the cold glow of a computer screen reflecting on his tense face, in a sealed room, isolated from the main living quarters. William began accessing the digital security system of Windsor Castle. This was not a place for an heir to the throne. This was the domain of engineers, security experts, people who operated in the shadows without ever being named. But William did not come here as a prince. He came as a son, searching for the truth about his mother. The data that appeared did not provide immediate answers. Instead, it raised more questions. The footage from the western area had not been deleted, but shifted. A 15-minute segment had not disappeared entirely, but had been overlaid onto a different time frame. This created the illusion that everything was functioning normally. But in reality, a gap had been deliberately created. William paused at a repeating data sequence. At exactly 3 a.m, the signal was disrupted, not off by a second. There was no technical report explaining this phenomenon. For a system so tightly controlled, such precision could only come from intentional interference. He said nothing, but in his mind, a thought began to take shape. This was not an error. This was a layer of camouflage. But technology was only half the story. The other half lay within the walls of the castle itself, where history was carved into every smallest detail. William returned to the western corridor, where Baroque patterns stretched endlessly along the walls like a repeating symphony. Soft curves, interwoven laurel branches, forming a symmetry so perfect it seemed impossible to deviate. Almost. William stopped, his eyes fixed on a section of pattern that seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, he noticed a slight misalignment, a laurel branch that did not fully match the rest, a detail anyone else might overlook. But in a structure like Windsor, where every millimeter was controlled, this deviation could not be accidental. He returned again and again. Morning, afternoon, and finally night. Each time, he saw the same thing, unchanged, not an illusion. It was a sign. The rain came like a perfect curtain, masking every movement. Raindrops struck the windows, creating a continuous sound, enough to swallow any noise from within. This was the moment when the security system became most vulnerable, and also the moment when the truth could finally emerge. William stepped into the western corridor. There were no guards with him, no bright lights, only darkness and the sound of rain. He stopped in front of the laurel relief. The wall was cold and solid, as if it had not been touched for years. William raised his hand, tracing every line, the delicate curves, the meticulously carved details, and then he felt it. A small ridge, very small, almost non-existent. His heartbeat quickened. Part of him wanted to stop, because if he continued, there would be no turning back. But the other part, the part driven by everything he had seen, would not allow him to stop. William pressed lightly. A low sound echoed, nearly swallowed by the rain. The wall began to move. Not fast, not sudden. It slid inward slowly, as if it too hesitated. A gap appeared. And then a scent emerged. Not the smell of an abandoned room, not the dampness of time. It was the scent of rose perfume. Light, delicate, yet clear enough to awaken a memory long buried. William froze. It was Diana's scent. Impossible to mistake. Impossible to replace. A fragrance tied to childhood memories, to rare moments when he felt peace in a world full of pressure. And now, that scent existed in a place that should not exist. This could not be a coincidence. No one could recreate that exact scent without direct access to personal belongings. And that led to a larger question. Why were Diana's things here? William stepped through the opening. The light inside was dim, but enough for shapes to slowly emerge. Glass cabinets, storage boxes, framed photographs arranged with intention, not chaotic, not hastily hidden. Everything was placed precisely, like an exhibition space. But this was not a public museum. This was a hidden place. William moved deeper. Each of his footsteps echoed softly on the floor, creating a strange sound in the stillness. He stopped in front of a glass case. Inside was a familiar object, something he never thought he would see again. He did not need to touch it to know. Everything here belonged to Diana. Not just a part, but a great many things, as if someone had gathered every fragment of memory, every trace of her, and preserved them in this room, not to remember, but to control. William said nothing, but in his mind, every piece began to connect. The black-covered carts, the periods of camera interference, the gap on the map, and now this room. These were not separate events. They were a system built to conceal the existence of this place. In the world of royalty, where everything follows rules, creating a space like this could not be an impulsive act. It required power, patience, and a purpose strong enough to justify every risk. William stood in the middle of the room, realizing something with clarity. This was not just about the past. This was about obsession, and by crossing that forbidden line, William had stepped into a museum of obsession. William stood motionless in the hidden room. But the feeling was no longer the initial shock. It had turned into a weight pressing against his chest, as if the air itself had thickened with things that were never meant to exist. He understood that he had not only entered a concealed space, but had stepped into a portion of his mother's memory that had been taken and rearranged by someone else's will. Everything in this room was too neat, too ordered, to resemble a normal storage place. It felt like a silent stage, where the past had been framed and forced to remain still. William moved toward the first row of glass cabinets. His eyes fell on the jewelry resting on dark velvet. Soft, golden light reflected off metal and gemstones, creating a beauty that felt disturbingly cold. He did not need to look long to recognize them. These were not unfamiliar objects. They had once appeared in moments when the whole world watched Diana. Photographs, galas, public appearances. All of it came rushing back with a single glance. He leaned closer, his gaze shifting from observation to confirmation. These were not similar items. These were the originals, exact in every detail. And according to official records, many of them had been reported lost long ago, leaving no trace. William began to count, not because he wanted to, but because he needed a number to face the truth. His counting was slow and steady, but the deeper he went, the heavier the feeling became. Each piece of jewelry was not just an object, but evidence that someone had collected, preserved, and hidden everything that belonged to Diana. When he stopped, the number was clear in his mind. 74. Not a few lost items, not a system error. This was a complete collection, preserved almost perfectly. That led to only one conclusion. This was deliberate, prolonged, and carried out by someone with enough power that no one would question it. William stepped back, trying to steady his thoughts, but the more he looked, the more he saw something even more disturbing. These items were not forgotten. There were no signs of time, no dust gathering. Everything had been carefully maintained, as if someone returned here regularly, checking, adjusting, ensuring everything remained in its place. This was not a forgotten place. This was a maintained system. He continued moving, his eyes scanning every part of the room. Then he stopped when he noticed something different. At the far end, separated from the cabinets, was a portrait hanging alone on an empty wall. There was no elaborate frame, no direct lighting, yet its isolation made it stand out more than anything else. William walked closer, each step slow, as if he were entering a memory he was not ready to face. As the distance closed, the image became clearer, and he felt his throat tighten. It was Diana, but not the Diana the public had known, not the familiar gentle smile, not the radiant eyes seen before cameras. The woman in the painting wore a cobalt blue gown, a strong color that only emphasized the loneliness in her gaze. Her eyes were not directed at the viewer. They drifted somewhere distant, as if she were trapped in a world no one could reach. William stood there for a long time. He had never seen this portrait, and that was unusual in his position. He should have known every official image related to Diana. If this painting existed, it had never been allowed to appear. A cold thought began to form. This was not just about keeping objects. This was about controlling how Diana was remembered, controlling the image, controlling the emotion, and perhaps controlling the story itself. He looked around the room again and realized something undeniable. Everything here revolved around that portrait. The jewelry, the artifacts, all of it moved like satellites around a single center. But that center did not represent tribute. It represented possession. A surge of anger rose within William. No longer doubt or curiosity. This was appropriation, not just of objects, but of memory, of a person, of a legacy. He stepped back, his eyes still fixed on the painting, and then he noticed a detail he had overlooked. Right beneath the portrait, near the floor, was a stack of old books. They were neatly placed, yet not protected like the other items. William crouched down. A thin layer of dust suggested they had been there for a long time, but not entirely forgotten. He reached out, feeling the aged leather covers, still firm. Notebooks. He opened the first one. The pages made a soft sound as they turned, and the moment the first lines appeared, a different feeling spread through him. If the jewelry were objects taken and held, these words were a voice, thoughts, things never spoken aloud. William did not need to read everything to understand their importance. These were not ordinary notes. They were fragments of truth, things that may have been hidden, distorted, or never allowed to exist. He tightened his grip on the notebook, clearly sensing a boundary had just been broken. What he held was not only about the past, it could change the present. His eyes lifted once more to the portrait above. On one side, an image controlled; on the other, a voice never heard. Two things existing in the same space, yet completely opposed. And in that moment, William's anger no longer remained an emotion. It became a decision. His anger turned into action as he opened the dust-covered diaries beneath that portrait. William did not take long to realize that the diaries beneath the portrait were not merely personal notes. From the very first pages, their structure was unusual. These were not scattered emotional entries, but systematic records, interwoven with names, timelines, and financial details written with a chilling level of precision. It made him understand almost immediately that he was not just reading Diana's memories, but accessing a layer of truth that had never been made public. He flipped through the pages faster, but without missing anything. Names appeared repeatedly, private meetings, phone calls that had never been officially recorded, All of it gradually formed a network. And then a phrase appeared. Not highlighted, but enough to make William stop. Operation Moonlight. He read it again. More slowly. There was no immediate explanation. Only fragmented notes. As if the writer herself had not dared to record the full truth. But the deeper he went, the clearer its meaning became. This was not a random name. This was a campaign designed to reshape memory. The following pages revealed details that made it impossible for William to remain calm. Expenses were clearly listed, routed through multiple layers, yet all leading to the same purpose: influencing the media, steering public opinion, weakening Diana's image in the eyes of the public, not through a single direct attack, but through a series of small, sustained actions, repeated over time. Enough to alter perception gradually. William tightened his grip on the notebook. This was no longer suspicion. This was evidence. But what truly shocked him lay in the later pages. It was not only Diana. Another name appeared. Catherine. Short notes, but unmistakably clear. Expenses tied to the spread of negative narratives. Unverified information intended to weaken her position in the public eye. The method was almost identical to what had once been done to Diana. Quiet, indirect, yet powerful enough to create constant pressure. William looked up, his gaze darkening. If what he was reading was true, then this was not just a story of the past. This was a pattern, a strategy being repeated, and that led to a question he could no longer avoid. Who was behind it all? He did not need to read everything to know the answer. Everything he had seen in that room, the way objects were arranged, the way they were preserved, all pointed in one direction: Camilla. But William did not act immediately. He understood that what he held needed to be verified, needed to be placed before those with the authority to decide. An accusation like this could not be made without consequences. The days that followed unfolded in silence. But beneath the surface, everything began to move. Documents were copied, compared, verified. Those who had remained silent were quietly summoned. No public announcements, no formal notices, but enough to create an invisible pressure spreading throughout the palace. And then the confrontation was set. 8 hours. 8 hours inside a sealed room, where there were no reporters, no cameras, only those who held the highest power within the royal family. No one spoke of it outside, but everyone knew this was no ordinary meeting. William entered with a cold calmness. Before him were familiar faces, yet their expressions were no longer the same. There was caution, suspicion, and fear. Camilla sat across from him. She did not appear panicked, not defensive, only silent, observing, as if she had prepared for this moment long ago. The documents were placed on the table. There was no need for a long introduction. William did not speak much. He simply presented the evidence, page by page. Expenses, notes, connections. The atmosphere in the room grew heavier. Those present could not deny what they were seeing. This was not rumor, not speculation. These were verifiable records. Camilla finally spoke, not to deny everything, but to reframe it. She spoke of responsibility, of protecting the image of the royal family, of difficult decisions that had to be made in certain moments. But that argument no longer held weight, because this time, everything had crossed the line of protection. It had entered the realm of manipulation. The confrontation stretched on, tense, without a clear stopping point. Every question led to another. Every answer opened a new gap. And over time, silence began to take over. That was the clearest sign. When nothing more could be said, the truth had already revealed itself. In the end, the royal council moved into the decision phase. There was no public debate. No spoken vote, a closed ballot. The votes were collected and counted in silence. No one spoke. But everyone understood that this result would change everything. When the final number was confirmed, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Camilla was stripped of control over the Heritage Fund. And more than that, she was required to leave the palace. There was no ceremony, no official farewell, only a cold decision, made in silence, yet carrying the weight of a sentence. William did not look at her when the result was announced. He did not need to. For him, this was not a victory. This was a consequence of what had been hidden for far too long. When the meeting room doors opened, no one spoke, but everyone knew that the royal family had entered a new phase, a phase where secrets were no longer guaranteed absolute safety. And beyond the thick palace walls, a shockwave was waiting to spread. The noble mask had fallen, leaving behind a crisis unlike anything in history. Ladies and gentlemen, what William has done was not merely a personal confrontation, but a risky choice between truth and the stability of an entire royal family. Because in that world, every exposed secret can create fractures that may never be repaired. Yet sometimes, those very fractures are what allow the light to enter. William stood alone, separated from closed meetings and cold decisions. In his hand was a ring that once belonged to his mother, a symbol not only of love, but of a life marked by pain and unspoken truths. He did not say much, but his eyes made one thing clear. Justice may come late, but it can never be buried forever. And when it arrives, it carries a sense of peace that no power can replace. Elsewhere, Camilla left the palace in silence. No longer surrounded by glory or power, she stepped into the shadow of the choices she had made. And William, with everything he had sacrificed, brought light back to Diana's legacy, returning to her not only her belongings, but the truth that had been hidden for far too long. Thank you for following this journey in search of justice. If you want to continue exploring what happens next, please like and subscribe to the channel. We will continue to bring you stories that have never been told. Goodbye. Have you ever wondered why Prince William has been able to stand beside Camilla for all those years with a face that shows almost no emotion, not a single smile, not a single friendly glance, only a composure so controlled it feels cold? That is not forgiveness. It is control. It is the ability to conceal what is truly happening behind the eyes of a future king. In the silent corridors of the palace, where every secret is protected by tradition and power, a rumor has emerged that cannot be verified, yet cannot be silenced. A secret list, 20 things that King Charles III is believed to have taken from Princess Diana. From reputation, public affection, to symbolic status, and then transferred them all to Camilla. What is unsettling is not the existence of that list. It is the fact that William knows it exists. Nearly 30 years have passed since Diana left this world, and the story seemed to have come to an end. But in truth, it was only covered by time. Camilla, once criticized, has become queen. A journey many call a victory, yet others believe it is a replacement built upon losses that cannot be measured. And William, the boy who once walked behind his mother's coffin, has now become the center of inherited power. So the question remains, what does all that silence truly mean? If you believe William is acting for justice for his mother, comment number 1. If you believe this is a strategy of power to protect the throne at all costs, comment number 2. Leave your choice below. If there is one thing that can tell the true story of the British royal family without words, it is jewelry. It is power encoded in light. It is history worn on the body. And in the story of Princess Diana, those pieces did not only reflect beauty, they reflected a tragedy taken piece by piece, quietly but deliberately. The public may be used to seeing Camilla appear at major events wearing magnificent jewels, but what unsettles observers is not the appearance, it is the origin. Because some of those pieces were once associated with Diana, once an inseparable part of the image of the woman who captured the hearts of the global public, and when those items pass to another person, especially someone who once stood on the opposite side of a fateful marriage with King Charles III. The story is no longer about fashion. It becomes a statement of power. One of the most controversial moments was when Camilla wore an emerald brooch, a design once considered a signature of Diana's style. That image did not just spread across headlines, it triggered a quiet but intense wave of reaction, because for those who understand the symbolic system of the monarchy, this was not coincidence. It was a calculated act, a repositioning of image, a way of saying that history can be rewritten if those in power choose it. Protocol experts have called it a public humiliation, not because of the act of wearing jewelry itself, but because of its context. Diana did not only lose her position within the family, she lost control over her own narrative. And when her final symbols are used by someone else, that is when memory begins to be manipulated. According to unofficial estimates, the total value of the jewelry collection once belonging to Diana, but later redistributed within the royal family, could exceed £100 million. But that number is only the surface. What is truly shocking is how the transfer took place. No clear explanation to the public, no transparent process made known, everything handled in silence, under the name of tradition and inheritance, and that is exactly what William cannot accept. According to many close sources, William does not see those pieces as assets. He sees them as legacy, as fragments of memory left behind by his mother, and to him, the use of those memories, in a way that diminishes Diana's image, is no different from a systematic erasure. What is notable is that William never reacts publicly, no speech, no direct confrontation. Yet that very silence has led many to believe he is preparing for something greater, a long-term plan, a strategy built not on emotion, but on legitimate power. After taking over the Duchy of Cornwall, the largest financial and influence base for the heir to the throne, William is believed to have begun a comprehensive review not only of financial assets, but also symbolic ones. Among them, Diana's jewelry plays a key role. Lawyers, legal advisors, and royal asset experts have been mobilized not to create a public conflict, but to prepare for an irreversible shift. At the center of that plan is Catherine Middleton, the woman William believes can continue Diana's image in the most natural way, not by imitation, but by inheriting spirit. The transfer of these pieces to Catherine is not only a family matter, it is a political statement, a way to affirm that Diana's legacy will not be erased, it will be reasserted. In a new form, but with the same core value. Yet that creates an underlying tension, because if these plans become reality, it means part of Camilla's current image will be challenged, not directly, not loudly, but enough to reshape how the public perceives her role in royal history. Camilla's silence throughout this period only deepens the mystery. No response, no explanation, only continued appearances with unchanged confidence, but in a system where every detail is controlled, silence is also a strategy. It can be a sign of confidence, but it can also be a sign of a confrontation being delayed. What makes this story remarkable is not its material value, it is its symbolic meaning. Jewelry in the royal family does not belong only to the wearer. It belongs to the story that person represents, and when that story changes, the entire structure of memory is affected. A former royal aide once said that Diana understood very clearly the power of the jewelry she wore. She chose them not only for beauty, but for message, and that is why seeing those pieces in a completely different context is not just a change of ownership, it is a change of meaning. William understands that, and perhaps that is why he does not rush. He does not need to prove anything immediately, because in a long game, the winner is not the one who reacts fastest, but the one who controls the outcome. And as gemstones continue to reflect light at royal ceremonies, one question still lingers. Who truly owns them? The one who wears them, or the one whose memory remains tied to every detail? But as attention remains fixed on money and jewels, another truth begins to emerge. What was taken from Diana was not only material, something far more valuable was her honor. Something King Charles III used his power to strip from her while she was still alive. And that is the battle William has never truly begun, yet has certainly never forgotten. If jewelry is the symbol of soft power, then titles are power legalized by words. In the British royal family, a title is not just a form of address, it is a position within the system, the right to appear, to speak, to be recorded in history, and that is why losing a title is no different from being erased from a part of oneself. For Princess Diana, the moment she lost the title of HRH after her divorce from King Charles III was not merely a ceremonial change, it was a deep cut into her honor. A cold decision, made not in anger, but through clear political calculation. Heir, or Her Royal Highness, is not simply a title, it is a symbol of position within the royal family. An official recognition that the holder belongs to the center of power. When Diana was stripped of this title, she did not just lose a form of address, she lost the right to stand as an equal within the very family she once represented. And there was one person who witnessed it all, Prince William, only 14 years old at the time, stood watching his mother being pushed out of the circle of power by an administrative decision. According to many close sources, it was not a moment of emotional outburst. There was no public resistance, only a promise spoken very quietly, yet strong enough to shape an entire future. I will give the title back to my mother. A short sentence, but carrying the weight of an oath. Many years have passed, and that promise has never been mentioned again in public. But those who closely follow William's journey all recognize one thing: he has not forgotten, and more importantly, he has not let it go. The rise of Camilla from a controversial figure to queen is one of the most significant shifts in the British royal family in many decades. But what many fail to notice is that her title did not come only from love or public acceptance. It came from a sequence of carefully designed decisions, each step gradually legitimizing her position within the system, and that is exactly what makes Camilla's title a perfect target in a long-term strategy that William is believed to be building. According to experts in royal constitutional matters, a title can be changed by decree of the monarch. No referendum required. No parliamentary approval in every case. This creates a possibility that few had previously considered, that within 24 hours after Charles is no longer on the throne, the successor could sign a decree that completely alters Camilla's position within the structure of power, from queen down to queen dowager. A title that carries more ceremonial meaning than real authority. Associated more with the image of a widow than with the center of political power. 24 hours. A period short enough to avoid a power vacuum, yet long enough to send a clear message that the old order has ended, and a new order is beginning. If that were to happen, it would not simply be a change in title. It would be a direct strike at the image Camilla has built over many years. From a criticized figure, she gradually regained public acceptance, becoming an essential part of royal activities, but all of that could be redefined by a single symbolic decision. What makes this story tense is not the legal possibility, it is the motive. Is this the way William fulfills the promise he made at 14, or is it a strategic move to consolidate power, removing elements that could affect the image of a new reign? Some analysts argue that these two motives do not exclude each other. In the world of royalty, where personal emotion and political interest often intertwine, a decision can be both personal and strategic. And in William's case, adjusting Camilla's title could be both a way to close an old chapter and to open a new one with clearer rules. But there are also warnings that any change involving titles could trigger strong public reactions, because a title does not only affect the person who holds it, It affects how an entire nation perceives its history, and in an age where media can amplify every detail, a seemingly simple decision could become the center of a global debate. William understands that, and perhaps that is why he has never revealed any intention, no statement, no clear signal, only careful steps, calculated with precision, just as he has done with the issue of jewelry. But unlike jewelry, a title cannot be transferred quietly. It must be announced, it must be recorded, it must be accepted. And that is why, if that day comes, it cannot be ignored. What is notable is that, throughout this entire story, Diana remains at the center, not because she is still present, but because what happened to her continues to influence present decisions. The loss of her HRH title is not just an event in the past, it is a precedent, a reminder that power can be used to elevate someone, and it can also be used to bring someone down, and if William truly chooses that path, he will not only be rewriting Camilla's story, he will be rewriting how the monarchy handles honor, power, and memory. But the biggest question still remains: can justice be carried out through power, or will power, when used in the name of justice, create a new cycle of different injustices? A title can be changed with a single stroke of a pen, but how do you restore a life that has been damaged by the media? The answer lies in how Prince William is controlling the royal information machine. In the British royal family, power does not only lie in the throne, but in the ability to control the narrative. Who gets to tell history? Who is forgotten? Who is protected? And who is turned into a shadow of themselves? For many years, King Charles III is believed to have operated a sophisticated media system where Camilla's image was rebuilt step by step, while Princess Diana's image was gradually reshaped in a direction that served the new order. This was not a loud campaign. There was no official statement declaring that Diana was being discredited, but when looking back at how royal-aligned media changed its tone over the years, a clear pattern begins to emerge. Diana, once a global symbol of compassion, was gradually portrayed as a fragile and vulnerable woman, and in many cases, associated with the image of emotional instability. Interviews, behind-the-scenes stories, analytical articles, all contributed to building a new narrative, where her tragedy was no longer seen as the result of royal pressure, but as a personal issue. In contrast, Camilla was elevated as a model of patience and stability, a woman who endured public judgment, yet ultimately stood firm and was recognized. This image did not emerge naturally, it was cultivated over many years, through media resources, strategic relationships with the press, and a system of information control understood only by those inside it. But what the public does not see is the rest of the story, the part that has never been revealed, the part that remains silent within national archives. More than 5,000 classified documents related to Diana, sealed for many years, containing details that could completely change how history views her. Personal letters, internal reports, records of private meetings, psychological assessments conducted under intense pressure, all of it forms a far more complex picture than what the public has ever known. And now, Prince William is believed to be facing a decision that could shake that entire system. To make those documents public, not as an act of revenge, but as a strategic move to restore the truth, according to close sources, William does not intend to release everything at once. He understands that in the age of information, how a story is told is just as important as its content. Instead, he is believed to be building a phased release strategy, each part placed within a specific context, explained, analyzed, and supported by accompanying media projects. And that is where a new battlefield begins. No longer titles, no longer jewelry, but truth. William understands that raw data alone is not enough to change perception. Documents, no matter how valuable, must be transformed into stories that the public can understand and feel. That is why he is believed to have directly overseen documentary projects about Diana, where her voice is presented not through the lens of old media, but through what she herself left behind. These projects are not simply documentaries, they are instruments, a way for William to redefine his mother's image on a global scale, and more importantly, a way to question what the public once believed to be true. If the archive documents are released, and if they are connected with the narratives told through these films, an entirely new picture could emerge. A Diana who is not the weak woman some narratives have portrayed, but a woman placed inside a system that did not allow her to be herself. A woman who fought in her own way, and ultimately paid the price with her own honor. This places Camilla in a sensitive position, not because she is directly tied to every detail within those documents, but because her image has been built alongside the weakening of Diana's image. If part of that story is reversed, the entire structure supporting Camilla's current image could begin to shift. Her silence in this context has become more striking than ever. There is no reaction, no clear strategic adjustment. But in a system where every move is calculated, silence can be a sign of waiting, or a sign of helplessness in the face of a process that no one can fully control. Because once the truth begins to be revealed, it cannot be taken back, it cannot be edited, it cannot be pushed back into the shadows. And in an age where the public grows increasingly skeptical of official narratives, the truth, no matter how complex, still carries its own power. William does not need to attack. He only needs to open the door. The rest, the truth will do its work. But a larger question still remains. Will making these documents public truly bring justice, or will it trigger a chain reaction that cannot be controlled, where past and present collide directly? In a system built on stability and control, any shift in narrative can create shockwaves, and if those shockwaves are strong enough, they can change not only how the public sees Diana, but how it sees the entire British royal family. When the truth is exposed, the sandcastle that Camilla has carefully built will collapse. And at that moment, she may realize there is nowhere left to go, not even within the palaces she calls home. Ladies and gentlemen, if the previous parts were the story of what was taken, then what follows is the story of what is being reclaimed, not through direct confrontation, not through loud declarations, but through a far more enduring form of power, the power of memory, the power of legacy, and above all, the power of continuity. After everything, what Prince William understands better than anyone is a simple yet ruthless truth. You can control the media, you can change titles, you can even redistribute assets, but you cannot erase a symbol that has taken root in the hearts of millions. And Princess Diana is that symbol. That is why William's strategy does not stop at reclaiming what belongs to his mother. He is doing something deeper. He is rebuilding Diana's space of influence within the heart of the modern monarchy, and at the center of that strategy is Kensington Palace. For many years, Kensington has not only been a residence, it is a living memory, a place where Diana once walked, once smiled, once suffered. And now, under the presence of William and Catherine Middleton, it is gradually being transformed into a stronghold marked by her legacy, not through portraits on the walls, but through the way of living, the way of appearing, the way of connecting with the public. Those who observe closely will notice something, from the way Catherine chooses her clothing, to the way she interacts with children, to the way she balances duty and personal life. All of it echoes Diana. But what matters is that this is not imitation, it is selective inheritance, a modern version of the spirit Diana once represented, and that creates a form of retribution without words, no criticism, no confrontation, only existence. And radiance, at the same time, is the way William is raising his 3 children. Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis are not growing up in a closed royal environment like previous generations. They are exposed to the outside world. They are taught to understand others. They are taught that titles matter less than character. This is Diana's greatest legacy, and William is ensuring that it is not interrupted, but while one legacy is being rebuilt, another structure is facing the risk of contraction. The plan to streamline the monarchy, a concept mentioned frequently in recent years, is not only about finances, it is a redefinition of who is truly necessary within the system, and if that plan is implemented fully, the possibility of 0% begins to emerge as something worth considering. 0% chance for Camilla to retain residential privileges in the principal estates. This is not an announced scenario, but among observers, it is not impossible, because in a system moving toward efficiency and clarity, elements that no longer fit may be removed. Not for personal reasons, but for strategy. If that happens, it will mark a major turning point, not only for Camilla, but for the entire way the monarchy operates, from a structure based on tradition and relationships to one based on function and image, and at the center of that transformation, William is not only the one who executes, he is the one who designs. What makes this story remarkable is not specific decisions, it is the way everything connects. Jewelry, titles, media, family, all are parts of a larger picture. A picture in which Diana is no longer a victim, she becomes the center of a rebirth, and that rebirth is not happening in the past. It is happening right now. Through every action of William, through every appearance of Catherine, through the way Diana's bloodline is being raised with a different set of values, this is the point many have overlooked. They search for revenge. They wait for a direct strike, but William does not play that game. He is playing a longer one. A game where the outcome is not decided in a single day, but across an entire generation, and in that game, the winner is not the one who holds the greatest power in the present. It is the one who shapes the future. Camilla may have secured her position. She may have become queen, but the real question is not where she stands today. It is where she will stand in the story that is told later, and that story, increasingly, is being written by William. Meanwhile, Diana's image, instead of fading with time, is becoming clearer than ever, not because she has returned, but because the values she represented are being revived in a new form, one that is more aligned with the present age. That is why many people believe that, in some way, Diana never truly left. She only changed the way she exists, from a person into a legacy, from a memory into a system of values, and within that system of values, power is no longer measured by titles or assets. It is measured by influence, by the ability to reach people, by the way a story can continue to live across generations. William understands that, and he is using it to its fullest extent, not to destroy, but to reshape, not to take revenge, but to ensure that what happened will never be forgotten. And that is what makes this story so powerful. Because while some try to control the present, William is controlling the future. When looking at the entire picture, one thing becomes clear: Diana may have lost many things while she was alive, but in death, she became something that no one can take away. A symbole, une inspiration, a standard that every generation after must face. And, in this long conflict, where there are no gunshots, no official declarations, yet filled with silent movements, victory does not belong to the one holding temporary power, it belongs to the one who leaves a lasting mark. Diana achieved that, and now, through William, through Catherine, and through a new generation growing up, she continues to win, not from the throne, but from the place where real power exists, in the memory of people. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 decades have passed, yet this story has never truly ended. From the pieces of jewelry that were redistributed, to the titles that were stripped away, to the quiet media campaigns that reshaped public perception, All of it forms a chain of events that, when viewed separately, may seem like decisions of the moment, but when put together, they become a complete picture. 20 things were taken from Princess Diana, from the symbolic sapphire ring to the position of queen that she never had the chance to reach, and now, each piece of that picture is gradually being placed back into its rightful position, not directly, not loudly, but with certainty. At the center of that process is Prince William, no longer the boy who once walked behind his mother's coffin with a confused gaze. He is now the man holding the future of the British royal family, and more importantly, the one who carries a memory that has never faded. What he is doing is not revenge in the traditional sense. It is a process of rebalancing, a way to return what was distorted back to its most truthful state. Meanwhile, King Charles III may have chosen his own path, a choice that was personal, yet left consequences that stretch across generations. And Camilla, who rose to the highest position beside the king, may have achieved what she wanted in the present, but like all stories of power, the question is not only about the present, it is about how history will remember it. Because history is not only written by those who win in the moment, it is shaped by those who control the story over time, and in this case, all signs suggest that the story is gradually leaning toward Diana, not because she has returned, but because the values she represented are being continued, protected, and re-expressed in a new form that fits the modern age. Charles may have chosen Camilla for the present, but Diana has won in the future. This is no longer an emotional statement. It is becoming a conclusion with foundation, because when the crown is placed on William's head, it will not only mark the beginning of a new reign, it will be the final chapter of a plan that has lasted 30 years, a plan never announced, never confirmed, yet felt through every step, every decision, every small change with great meaning. And when that day comes, perhaps the most important thing will not be who won and who lost. It will be that the truth has finally been given a chance to be heard. History does not forget, and neither does Prince William. Thank you for following this journey in search of the truth. If you want to continue exploring the untold sides of the British royal family, we do not forget to subscribe so you do not miss what comes next. Goodbye, and see you in the next stories. The sharp sound of a gavel struck hard, echoing against the cold stone walls of the courtroom in Edinburgh. The air seemed to thicken, almost frozen. As the judge delivered the final decision, the deportation order had been issued, and then a cold, decisive voice cut through the silence. Balmoral Castle is not a five-star restaurant for outsiders. The speaker was none other than Princess Anne, a woman known for her discretion, discipline, and unwavering loyalty to royal tradition. That moment was not merely a legal declaration, it felt like a blade slicing through the polished surface that the British royal family had carefully maintained for decades. Anne was never one to display conflict in public. She always chose silence, discipline, and the protection of the family's image at all costs. So what had changed? What had pushed a woman of steel like Anne to step directly into the center of a legal storm, confronting it openly and without compromise? The answer seemed to be emerging around one name: Tom Parker Bowles, a figure who appeared to stand on the margins of power, yet had quietly crossed into the most sacred boundaries of the monarchy. Balmoral was not just a property, it was a symbol. A place that preserved the memories of Queen Elizabeth II, a land that carried an almost untouchable meaning. And when that boundary was disturbed, Anne's reaction was no longer a choice, but an inevitability. But the story did not end with right and wrong. It opened a deeper confrontation between duty and family, between legacy and reality. If you were Anne, what would you choose? Silence to protect the reputation of King Charles, or standing up to defend what belongs to the past at any cost. Comment 1 if you support Princess Anne. And 2 if you believe she has gone too far. In the autumn of 2026, a dense fog covered the Scottish Highlands like a curtain hiding secrets that were never meant to be revealed. The road leading to Balmoral Castle was so quiet that even the sound of tires rolling over gravel became distinct. Prince William sat behind the wheel, a trace of fatigue in his eyes after a long day. When he suddenly slowed, in the distance, through the mist, a bright light spilled out from the grand hall, a place that should have been immersed in silence and reverence. This was not the lighting of a royal ceremony. It was too bright, too lively, even carrying the rhythm of celebration. As the car moved closer, the sounds became clearer, glasses clinking, voices rising in laughter, the hurried footsteps of staff, a scene completely foreign to what had once been the most private space of Queen Elizabeth II. William did not step inside immediately. He paused, as if needing to confirm that what he was seeing was not a mistake. But it was real. The doors opened, revealing a scene that would shock anyone who understood the true value of Balmoral. At the center of the room, Tom Parker Bowles stood among a group of chefs and business partners. Long tables were arranged like those in a fine dining restaurant. White porcelain plates, crystal glasses, elegant tablecloths. Everything perfectly prepared for an exclusive tasting event. The dishes were presented with intricate detail, reflecting modern culinary style, entirely detached from royal tradition. But the shock was not in the luxury. It was in the location itself. This was where Queen Elizabeth II had spent the final days of her life. This was where the family had gathered in silence, in grief, in moments of privacy that the public had never witnessed. And now, it had become a stage for a commercial project. Laughter echoed freely, without restraint. One of Tom's partners raised a glass, speaking about brand expansion potential. Another discussed turning the royal experience into a commercial product. Words like exclusive, premium, legacy were spoken. But in their tone, they no longer carried reverence. They had become tools. Then the door opened once more. Princess Anne stood there, her coat still marked with raindrops, her hair slightly disheveled by the wind. She did not need to raise her voice. Her presence alone was enough to halt the atmosphere. The laughter faded. Eyes turned toward the entrance. Tom turned, surprised for a brief moment, but not unsettled. He set his glass down, offering a faint, almost challenging smile. Anne stepped forward, her gaze sweeping across the room, stopping at the tables arranged like a restaurant. Then she spoke, slowly but with cutting precision. "Tom, who gave you permission to turn my family's altar into a buffet?" No one responded immediately. A few exchanged glances, clearly unsure how to react. This was no longer a tasting event. This was a confrontation. Tom did not avoid it. He gave a slight shrug, as if the question did not trouble him. "Your Royal Highness, I believe we are living in a new era. Legacy is not only to be preserved, but also to be developed." At first, the answer sounded reasonable, but in this context, it felt like an insult wrapped in modern reasoning. Anne did not respond at once. She looked directly at Tom, her eyes not filled with anger, but with a coldness that was impossible to read, because the issue was not just a gathering, it was a boundary, and that boundary had been crossed. Behind them, William remained still. He did not intervene, but his expression said everything. This was no longer a personal matter between Anne and Tom. It was a clear manifestation of a growing conflict within the royal family. On one side were those who believed tradition must be protected at all costs. On the other were those who saw opportunity within those very values. And the most striking detail was not Tom's actions, it was his confidence. Tom did not act like someone taking a risk, He acted like someone who knew he would not face consequences, as if there was a shield behind him, strong enough to protect every decision, no matter how controversial. The question was, where did that shield come from? In a family where every move is observed, where every action carries symbolic, meaning the fact that someone like Tom could freely organize such an event at Balmoral could not be mere coincidence. It required permission, or at least silent approval from someone with power, and when the name King Charles III began to surface in quiet whispers, everything suddenly became more complicated. Because if that were true, then this was not just a disputed gathering, it was a sign of a deeper fracture, where power, family, and legacy were colliding head-on. But in that moment, in the brightly lit room within the Balmoral mist, everything was only just beginning. And Tom's confidence was not accidental. He believed he held a talisman, an invisible power strong enough to make even the oldest principles begin to tremble. If the party at Balmoral Castle was a surface shock, then what lay behind it was the most dangerous part of the story. Because Tom Parker Bowles was not the kind of man who acted on impulse, his confidence in that room did not come from a fleeting moment of inspiration. It came from a carefully prepared foundation, a kind of talisman placed directly into his hands by someone no one in the family could easily confront, and that name was Queen Camilla. According to internal sources, months before the incident at Balmoral took place, an internal document had been quietly signed. There was no press release. There was no public announcement. But within the royal system, it carried the weight of authorization. That document granted Tom the right to conduct surveys and limited use of certain areas within royal estates, with the stated purpose of promoting British culinary culture internationally. At first glance, it sounded reasonable. At a time when the British royal family was attempting to modernize its image, combining heritage with cultural activities could be seen as a strategic move, but the problem lay in how it was carried out. There was no broad consultation, no consensus from all key members, and most importantly, no clearly defined limits were publicly stated. That meant, in practice, Tom's authority was almost unchecked, and that was precisely the point Princess Anne could not accept. The relationship between Anne and Camilla had never truly been smooth. For decades, they maintained a fragile balance, where polite smiles concealed deep disagreements. Anne, with her traditional mindset and absolute loyalty to the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II, always viewed the role of the monarchy as a sacred duty. To her, every castle, every ceremony, every symbol carried a value that could never be commercialized. Meanwhile, Camilla held a more pragmatic view. She understood that times had changed, and that to survive, the monarchy could not rely solely on the past, but beneath that reasoning lay another motivation, one rarely spoken aloud. It was the desire to secure a position for her own children, especially Tom Parker Bowles. Before every door to power closed, in a system where royal blood still determined everything, people like Tom always stood at the edge. No title, no official role, yet directly connected to the center of power through Camilla, and that created a dangerous gray area, where power was not clearly defined but could still be exercised. The contract worth £5 million that Tom signed with commercial partners was the clearest evidence. According to leaked documents, this project was not simply a chain of restaurants, it was a global brand, using the image of royal estates, especially Balmoral, as its core symbole. Photographs, stories, even spaces that once held the deepest privacy, were all included in the development plan. And that was what enraged Anne. Because Balmoral was not just a location, it was living memory. It was where the family had witnessed its most important moments, from joy to loss, turning it into a marketing tool. In Anne's eyes, was nothing short of betrayal. But what was even more striking was the response, or rather the lack of response, from King Charles III. In the days following the Balmoral incident, no official statement was issued by the king. No denial, no defense, only a prolonged silence. A silence that made every speculation grow stronger. So, Anne, that silence was not neutral. It was a signal that Camilla was not acting alone, that what was happening might have been known, even approved at some level, and if that was true, then this conflict was no longer simply between Anne and Camilla. It had become a confrontation with the very structure of power within the monarchy. In that context, the decision to bring the matter into the open was no longer extreme. It became strategic. Anne understood that if she remained silent, if she allowed everything to continue behind closed doors, then Balmoral would gradually lose its original meaning. From a symbol of privacy and tradition, it could become a brand, a product, a name used to sell, and once that process began, there would be no way to reverse it. That was why Anne's actions were not merely a personal reaction, they were a declaration, a warning that there were still boundaries that could not be crossed, no matter how strong the pressure to modernize might be. But the biggest question remained: how far could Anne go in this battle, when her opponent was not only Tom Parker Bowles, but an entire network of power surrounding Queen Camilla? And while all eyes were watching every next move, one thing had become clear. The silence of King Charles III was no longer a safe option, because to Anne, it meant permission, and if she did not act now, Balmoral would not just be changed, it would be redefined, in a way she could never accept. There were no heated arguments after the night at Balmoral Castle, no late-night family meetings, and no recorded attempts at reconciliation between Princess Anne and King Charles III. Instead, Anne chose an entirely different path, a path that was cold, but precise, and irreversibly. She turned to her private lawyer. Within the royal system, that was a declaration of war, because once a matter entered the legal arena, it was no longer under internal control. It became a case, something that could be examined, analyzed, and judged by both the justice system and the public. The lawsuit was drafted with remarkable speed, no excess, no ambiguity. Every line carried clear legal meaning. Yet behind it was an unmistakable message: illegal use of royal property and violation of the privacy of national heritage. It was not just an accusation, it was a definition, and the person targeted was none other than Tom Parker Bowles. When the lawsuit was officially filed with the court in Edinburgh, everything began to move at a pace that even those involved could not keep up with. A summons was signed, a legal process was activated, and then the most symbolic moment arrived. On a gloomy afternoon, within the grounds of a royal residence, court officials appeared. They carried no hesitation, no avoidance. In their hands was a sealed and stamped court order. Queen Camilla was present. According to witnesses, the moment the door opened and the document was handed directly to Tom happened right in front of her. There was no time to prepare, no chance to control the situation, only a sudden silence filling the space. Tom, who had once stood in the Balmoral banquet hall with near-defiant confidence, was now facing a completely different reality. He was no longer the host, he was the defendant. Camilla, in that moment, was said to be unable to hide her shock, not because she did not understand the risks, but because she did not expect Anne to go that far, and King Charles III. His reaction was even more complex. When news of the lawsuit reached him, it was not just a legal issue. It was a direct strike at the family structure he had tried to preserve for years. His sister, long seen as a pillar of stability, had now crossed an unspoken line. She had not simply opposed, she had openly confronted, and that created an unprecedented situation. For the first time in centuries, a royal princess had taken legal action against a relative of the queen consort. This was no longer an internal dispute. It was a legalized battle. where every detail could be brought into the light. In that context, Charles's role became extremely delicate. He could not publicly side with Camilla without damaging his image as a guardian of tradition. But he also could not support Anne without creating an irreparable fracture in his own marriage. That hesitation, once again, appeared in the form of silence, but this time, the silence was no longer strategic. It became a dangerous void. Where speculation began to spread, the media quickly moved in. Anonymous sources started to emerge, details about the £5 million contract, about the internal document signed by Camilla, about the party at Balmoral. All gradually came together into a complete picture, and the public, as always, was drawn in across forums. The question was no longer simply who was right or wrong. It was what the monarchy was becoming, a symbol of tradition, or a brand being reshaped to fit the modern age. In that context, Anne's actions were seen in two completely opposing ways. Some viewed her as the last defender of core values. Others believed she had pushed the family into an unnecessary crisis. But regardless of perspective, no one could deny one thing. Anne's decision had created a shockwave. It did not only shake personal relationships, it forced the entire system to confront questions that had long been avoided. Where is the line between public and private? How far can heritage be exploited? And who has the right to decide that? As those questions still hung in the air, another detail began to draw attention. The response from Buckingham Palace. The entire nation waited. A statement, an explanation, a sign that the monarchy was still in control. But what they received was worse than silence. There was no official announcement in the first days. No spokesperson stepped forward to calm public concern. Instead, there were scattered moves, unverified sources, and a growing sense that inside the palace, everything was slipping beyond control. And in that void, the story continued to escalate, because when power does not speak, others will speak in its place. And this time, it was not only Anne, not only Camilla, but an entire system being pulled into a confrontation with no clear end. The shockwave that began in Edinburgh was only the beginning. Its aftershocks were spreading, step by step, into places that had never been touched before. The meeting was called in silence, but its weight was undeniable to everyone in the room. Sandringham House that afternoon was filled with a cold atmosphere so deep that even the fire burning in the fireplace could not warm it. The walls, covered with portraits of ancestors, seemed to watch every movement, as if history itself were silently witnessing the moment. This was not an ordinary meeting. There was no secretary, no advisors, only members of the family, and an issue no one could avoid any longer. King Charles III stood near the window, his back to the rest of the room. The dim afternoon light filtered through the glass, casting long shadows across the floor. He said nothing. He did not turn around, but his silence this time was no longer strategic. It felt like helplessness. Across from him, Queen Camilla stood straight, her hands clasped together as if trying to steady herself, but her eyes could not hide the tension. Facing her was Princess Anne, maintaining her familiar posture, upright, composed, and almost entirely unreadable. There was no need for a long introduction. Camilla broke the silence first. "Anne, you are destroying everything Charles and I have built." Her voice was not loud, but sharp enough to cut through the stillness. It was not just a reproach. It was an accusation. Anne did not respond immediately. She let the silence linger, long enough for Camilla's words to echo once more in the room. Then she stepped forward, her gaze fixed on her opponent. "No. You are the one selling what does not belong to you. Balmoral is the breath of my mother, not a private kitchen for your son." The reply carried no anger. It was cold, precise, and almost ruthless. That was what made it heavier than any shout. Camilla tightened her hands. A brief flicker of lost control crossed her face, but it quickly disappeared. She stepped forward, her voice firmer. "You speak of legacy, but you forget the world has changed. If we do not adapt, we will be left behind. What I am doing is not destruction. It is protecting the future." A familiar argument. Modernization, adaptation, survival. But in this context, it was no longer just a viewpoint, it had become a line of battle. Anne tilted her head slightly, as if weighing each word. The future cannot be built by selling the past. The sentence was short, but enough to close every attempt at justification, because the issue had never been whether change was necessary, it was how far that change should go, and who had the authority to decide. While the two women confronted each other, King Charles III remained where he was pate, his back still turned. But his silence was no longer invisible. It had become the center of the tension. He was trapped. On one side was the wife he had chosen after years of struggle. On the other was his sister, who had stood beside him from the beginning, who understood the meaning of every tradition, every ceremony. And between them was a conflict that could not be reconciled. If he spoke, he would lose one of them. If he remained silent, he might lose both. It was a dilemma no king would ever want to face. But the truth was, he was already in it. Camilla turned toward Charles, her voice now carrying a note of urgency. "Charles, you cannot let this continue. This is not just about Tom. This is about everything we are trying to build." There was no response. Anne did not look at him either. She seemed to have accepted that the answer would not come from him. And in that moment, the balance of power in the room began to shift. Because when the one at the top does not decide, the power to decide moves to others. Anne understood that. Camilla understood it as well, and both knew that time was running out. The confrontation did not end with an agreement. There was no handshake, no promise to resolve it internally, only a heavy silence as each person left the room, carrying their own calculations. But if one looked closely, one thing was clear. Anne had not come to persuade, she had come to confirm that her fears were real, to confirm that the changes taking place had moved beyond the limits she could accept, and most importantly, to confirm that she would have to see this through to the end. On the other side, Camilla did not retreat. The look in her eyes as she left the room was not that of defeat. It was the look of someone preparing for the next move. As for Charles, he remained there longer than anyone else, alone, by the window, looking out at the garden, slowly fading into darkness. No one knew what he was thinking, but one thing was certain. His hesitation had created a void, and that void was being filled. Outside the room, the gears of another plan had already begun to turn, because while Charles was still caught between love and duty, another figure, the heir to the throne, was not waiting. Prince William had observed, had evaluated, and was now preparing to make a move that could determine the entire outcome, a move that would not be loud, not chauve, but powerful enough to end the conflict in a way no one in that room could have anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation in the tea room at Sandringham House was where emotions reached their peak, then what followed carried an entirely different tone. No more arguments, no more direct declarations. Instead, there were quiet, precise, decisive moves. Coming from someone who had barely been at the center of the controversy before, Prince William. William did not choose to publicly support Princess Anne. He understood that any public move could push the situation beyond control, but that did not mean he stood aside. On the contrary, he began to act in a way that only those who truly understand the structure of royal power. In the weeks that followed, a chain of evidence began to be assembled, quietly, without leaks, but precise enough to form a case that could not be denied. At the center of that case was a detail that seemed minor, yet carried extremely serious legal weight. The use of royal helicopters for personal purposes, according to the documents provided, Tom Parker Bowles had repeatedly used aircraft owned by the monarchy to travel between locations connected to his business project. These flights were not part of any official schedule. They were not approved through standard procedures, and most importantly, their costs were recorded in an unclear manner within internal reports. In a system where every expense must be strictly controlled, this was not just an oversight. It was a violation. When this evidence was delivered to Anne's legal team, the direction of the case began to shift. From a dispute over the use of space, it became a matter involving the misuse of public assets. And once that element entered the file, the seriousness of the case increased significantly. The hearing in Edinburgh took place in an atmosphere of unprecedented tension, not only because of the identities involved, but because of what could be exposed if the case were pursued further. When the judge read the interim decision, the room seemed to hold its breath. All activities of Tom Parker Bowles at Balmoral Castle were suspended immediately. It was not a final verdict, but it was enough to trigger a chain reaction. Commercial partners began to withdraw. Ongoing negotiations were frozen. And more importantly, a possibility began to circulate in behind-the-scenes discussions. The possibility of expanding the investigation into related financial funds. At the center of those concerns was Queen Camilla. Although she was not directly named in Tom's operations, her role in signing the internal document meant she could not remain entirely separate, and in a legal system where every decision can be traced, the risk of deeper scrutiny was very real. That was the point at which Camilla was forced to make a choice: continue the confrontation and accept the risk of a full-scale audit, or step back, making a strategic retreat to protect what remained. Based on what followed, her choice became clear. There was no official statement, no admission of wrongdoing, but sources confirmed that Camilla agreed to terminate all of Tom's access to Balmoral. At least while the case remained in effect, it was a retreat, but a necessary one. And then, the most symbolic moment of the entire story took place. On a gray morning, while mist still covered the grounds of Balmoral Castle, Tom Parker Bowles left not as an honored guest. He left under the escort of royal security. There were no crowds, no media, only watching eyes. Staff members who had served the estate for generations stood quietly observing. In their gaze, there was no anger, only a cold distance. A clear divide between those who belonged to this place and those who merely passed through. It was the moment when everything became clearer than ever. Power can be borrowed, influence can be built, but legacy, the very thing Balmoral represents, is not something that can be easily possessed. On the other side, Princess Anne did not appear. She did not need to witness it. For her, the outcome had already been achieved. It was not a personal victory. It was the re-establishment of a boundary. As for King Charles III, he remained silent, but this time, his silence carried a different meaning. It was no longer hesitation. It felt like acceptance, an acknowledgement that the balance had shifted in a way he could not fully control. And Prince William, though absent from every image related to the case, was perhaps the one who understood that best. His move did not simply resolve a crisis. It sent a message that the next generation was ready to act when necessary, and that they would not hesitate to use every tool available to protect what they believed was right. The case may have closed on paper. Activities may have been suspended. The parties may have stepped back for now. But what had happened could not be erased, because within the monarchy, a fracture had formed, and once such a fracture appears, it is no longer only about the present. It becomes a sign of deeper changes, unresolved conflicts, and a future no one can predict with certainty. The case may have ended in court, but the real battle, the battle over power, over legacy, and over the definition of monarchy in a modern age, may only just have begun. There are stories within the royal family that do not end when a verdict is delivered. They continue to live, quietly and persistently, as a reminder that power lies not only in what is made public, but also in what is kept behind closed doors. The events at Balmoral Castle are one of them. It is not merely a legal dispute. It is a turning point. A moment that forced the British royal family to confront a question it had avoided for far too long. Where does the true boundary of power lie? For decades, the presence of those outside the direct royal bloodline was managed with careful balance. They could enter the family through marriage, become part of its public image. But their real power was always limited by unwritten rules. That was how the system survived. A balance between tradition and adaptation, between bloodline and modernity, but the story of Tom Parker Bowles pushed that boundary to its breaking point. For the first time, a man without royal blood, without an official title, was able to access and exploit one of the most sacred symbols of the monarchy for personal purposes. And more importantly, he did not act in the shadows. He acted with confidence, with the belief that he had the right. That belief did not appear on its own. It was built on a new reality, where personal relationships began to carry greater influence within the structure of power. Queen Camilla, through her position, had opened a door that had never existed before. A door that allowed people like Tom to move closer to the center of power, but without the responsibilities that should have come with it. And that imbalance created the crisis. The response of Princess Anne was not merely personal, it was a systemic correction. By bringing the issue into the open, by using legal tools instead of internal mechanisms, she established a new precedent. That power within the monarchy cannot rely solely on relationships. It must be defined, limited, and protected. That is why this case matters. It did not stop at Balmoral. It affected the way the monarchy would operate in the future. It sent a clear message that no matter how much the times may change, there are still boundaries that cannot be erased. But behind all of these analyses, there remained another aspect, one that was rarely spoken about, yet deeply personal. One late afternoon, when all the noise had faded, Princess Anne appeared at the resting place of Queen Elizabeth II. There was no entourage, no ceremony, only silence. A light wind passed through, carrying the familiar chill of the Highlands. Anne stood there quietly for a few seconds, as if searching for the right words. Then she gently bowed her head, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I will keep this place at peace." It was not a promise for the public, not a political statement. It was a personal commitment between a daughter and the memory of her mother. From the outside, that moment might have seemed small, but within the context of the entire story, it carried profound meaning, because it showed that behind every firm decision, every decisive action, there was still a deeply human motivation. It was emotion. It was memory. It was the desire to protect what could never be replaced. That was what defined Anne's role in this entire event. She was not someone seeking power. She did not need to prove her position. But when the system was threatened, when core values were violated, she became the one who stood forward to protect them. Quietly, but with unwavering resolve, a true guardian in every sense. In a monarchy that is changing, where image is increasingly important, where media and public opinion hold greater influence than ever before, that role has become rare. And because of that, it has become even more important. On the other side, the consequences of the incident continued to spread. Internal regulations were being reviewed. Authorities that had once been granted informally were being tightened, and most importantly, a new awareness was beginning to form. Not every change is progress. Some changes, if left uncontrolled, can erode the very foundation upon which the system is built, and when that happens, the cost will not be just a lawsuit. It could be the loss of identity, The story of Balmoral, therefore, will not be easily forgotten. It will be remembered not as a scandal, but as a lesson, a warning that even in the oldest institutions, boundaries must still be protected, because in the end, the crown is not only a symbol of power, it is a symbol of responsibility. And this story will always remain a reminder that the crown may tolerate love, but it will never tolerate disrespect. The confrontation between Princess Anne and Tom Parker Bowles, on the surface, may appear to revolve around a castle, a party, or a commercial contract. But when each layer of the story is examined, what remains is not a dispute over property. It is a quiet battle to preserve the soul of the British monarchy against a wave of commercialization that is seeping into every corner of the institution. When values once considered untouchable begin to be measured in money, the boundary between heritage and product becomes more fragile than ever. In that context, Anne's actions were not simply a firm response, they were a declaration that there are still those willing to stand up to protect what cannot be replaced, not for reputation, not for power, but for a belief that tradition is not a burden of the past, but the very foundation that allows the crown to continue to shine. Once that foundation is eroded, everything that remains becomes only form, a carefully constructed stage, but one lacking depth and true meaning. And perhaps that is what makes the story at Balmoral Castle so thought-provoking, because it does not only reflect an internal conflict, it raises a question about the future of an entire monarchy. What do you think about the firm stance of Princess Anne? Is Queen Camilla being too indulgent toward her son? Share your thoughts in the comments. Do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the next episode, when all eyes will turn to Prince William and his secret plan on the path toward the throne.
I think the Queen's duty and her service, her tolerance, her commitment to others, I think that's all been incredibly important to me, and it's been a real sort of guiding example.
Do you believe in a silent act of revenge that lasts for 30 years? Where every emotion is buried beneath the cold rituals of the royal institution? When the doors of Buckingham Palace close in silence, the familiar smile of Prince William suddenly fades. His eyes change, sharp and decisive. He is no longer the son who always preserves harmony, no longer the symbol of patience. What remains is a command delivered in the shadows. The Parker Bowles family is no longer on the list. There is no official announcement, no explanation. Yet those involved understand a purge has begun. This is not an unfounded rumor. This is a real shift of power. Quiet, yet powerful enough to shake the foundations of the British monarchy. As King Charles grows weaker, the balance of power is gradually tilting toward the heir. And for the first time, William no longer wishes to play the role of the dutiful son standing behind Camilla. He holds in his hands what many call her political lifeline. A single decision, a note, or even silence is enough to determine the fate of an entire family. But the biggest question remains, is this long-delayed justice for Princess Diana, or a ruthless move by a future king? Is William repairing the past, or creating a new fracture within his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla, comment 2 right below this video. In the year 1995, a 15-year-old boy sat in front of a television screen, so silent that no one realized his heart was breaking into pieces. This was not an ordinary evening in the royal family. It was the night the world listened to the Panorama interview, where Princess Diana spoke the truth that had been buried for years. There were 3 people in this marriage, a short sentence, yet powerful enough to pierce every wall of authority, and somewhere within the palace, Prince William heard it all. No one knows exactly how a child feels when they realize their family is not the fairy tale the world believes. But for William, it was not only pain, it was the collapse of belief. He saw his mother, a woman once loved by the world, now standing alone, defending her own dignity before millions of doubtful eyes. And the most painful part was not the betrayal, but how it was concealed, cold, calculated, and ruthless. In the years that followed, as Diana was gradually isolated from the center of power, William witnessed everything: the long, silent meals, the tears hidden behind closed doors, the late-night calls that were never answered. He needed no explanation. He understood that there was another woman, a name people avoided mentioning, yet present in every empty space within his family. And over time, that name was no longer a secret. What made the wound never heal was not only the past, but how the past was rewritten as time passed, as the media began to change its tone, as articles slowly shifted from criticism to sympathy. William realized something. His mother's story was being distorted, and the one who benefited from that shift was none other than Camilla. A long-term strategy, patient and calculated, step by step. Her image was softened, humanized, brought closer to the public. But what was the cost? It was the silence of two children who had lost their mother. It was being placed in a position where they had to accept, to smile, to appear before the public as if everything had been forgiven. William never forgot the headlines that subtly suggested Diana was too sensitive, that she had exaggerated everything, words that seemed harmless, yet cut like silent knives into his memory. And he knew those narratives did not appear by accident. At one point, William understood that this was not just about emotion. It was a battle of image, of media power, of who gets to tell history. And at that time, he was still a young man without enough power to change anything. He had no choice but to watch, to learn to control his emotions, to become part of a system he did not fully trust. But memory does not disappear. It waits. Every time Diana's name is mentioned, every time an article praises Camilla's resilience, every time the public begins to forget what happened, the scar within William aches again. Not an explosive anger, but something deeper and more enduring, a silent vow that was never spoken, yet always existed. The vow of a 15-year-old boy that he would not allow his mother's story to be forgotten, that one day the truth would be restored to its rightful place, and that those who had hurt his family would face consequences, even if delayed. As time passed, William was no longer that boy. He learned to smile in public, to shake hands with those he did not truly trust, to remain silent when necessary. But inside, everything remained unfadet, simply better controlled. And that control made him more dangerous than ever. Because unlike impulsive emotion, a decision nurtured over many years carries the weight of calculation. William does not act hastily. He observes, he waits, he understands that in the royal world, power does not come from loud words, but from small yet decisive changes: an appointment, a signature, a removal from a list. And now, as everything has changed, as he is no longer the one standing behind, as power begins to rest in his hands, what once was memory has begun to transform into action. It is no longer a story of the past. It is a strategy for the present. But emotion is only the surface. What truly makes Camilla uneasy is not what William feels, but the legal power he has just secured at the end of the year 2025. While official reports maintained their usual calm tone, a quiet yet decisive movement took place behind closed royal doors. There was no grand announcement, no formal ceremony. Yet those who understand the mechanisms of power recognized it. A milestone had been set, an unofficial transition, yet strong enough to alter an order that had existed for many years. And at the center of it all was Prince William. They call it Operation 2026, a name that never appears on paper. Yet, is whispered in private conversations among the elite. It is not an open coup, but a process of restructuring power carried out with near absolute patience and calculation. William does not need to speak. He lets the numbers speak for him. And the number that shocks many is 800 luxury brands, names that have been tied to the British monarchy for generations, are now under the direct control of William and Catherine. Royal warrants are not merely symbols of honor. They are keys that open the doors to prestige, profit, and recognition within elite circles. A brand granted a royal warrant does not simply sell products. It sells a story. It sells a connection to the highest level of national power. For many years, this system was distributed in a relatively balanced way among senior members of the royal family. But as William gradually took control of the Duchy of Cornwall, and as his influence continued to expand, that balance began to shift, not through a sudden decision, but through a series of small adjustments. Some brands were no longer renewed, others were redirected in their patronage, and most of them, quite naturally, began to align more closely with William and Catherine. This was not a coincidence. This was strategy, because William understood one thing clearly. In the modern royal world, power does not lie only in titles, it lies in networks. It lies in the relationships between the monarchy and the business world, between ceremony and economic interest. When you control who is allowed to use royal prestige, you are controlling the flow of money and influence, and that is the key point. By concentrating the authority to grant royal warrants in his own hands, William is tightening the indirect financial resources that others can rely on. The banquets, the events, the relationships built around this patronage system have begun to shift direction. Businesses, always sensitive to power, quickly adjust. They do not turn their backs on the past, but they begin to look toward the future. And that future is named William. Camilla does not need to read reports to understand what is happening. She feels it through subtle changes. Invitations no longer arrive as frequently as before. Familiar faces at events begin to grow distant. No one says it out loud, but everyone knows the center of power is moving, and she is no longer standing where she once was. What makes the situation more serious is the way William is building a court within a court, not a formal structure, but a network of loyal individuals, advisors, and partners, all revolving around him and Catherine. They do not only share a vision, they share interests, and in such a system, loyalty does not need to be forced. It is cultivated through opportunity and recognition. Major businesses, luxury conglomerates, long-time royal supporters, begin seeking closer access to William, not because they are forced to do so, but because they understand it is the logical direction. A brand associated with the future of the monarchy always holds more value than one tied to the past. And when that choice becomes clear, the shift is only a matter of time. Meanwhile, Camilla faces an undeniable reality. She still holds the title, she still appears in ceremonies, but real power, the invisible yet decisive kind, is gradually slipping away from her. There is no direct confrontation, no formal declaration, only silence, and small but continuous changes, enough to create an ever-widening distance. William does not need to remove Camilla from the system. He only needs to ensure that the system no longer revolves around her. And when that happens, everything else will adjust on its own. That is the nature of power within the monarchy. It does not always manifest through dramatic actions. Sometimes, it lies in the ability to shape the environment, allowing others to make decisions that benefit you. Sharp observers recognize that this is not merely a personal move. It is part of a long-term strategy to redefine the role of the monarchy in the 21st century. William does not only want to inherit, he wants control. He wants to ensure that when the time comes, no competing center of power can stand against him. And in that process, those who are not part of the direct bloodline begin to feel the shift most clearly. No more unspoken privileges. No more doors that are always open. Everything becomes tighter, more conditional, and far more selective. A new system is being established, where position is no longer guaranteed by the past, but must be justified by alignment with the future. As money and patronage are tightened, relationships once considered solid begin to weaken. Promises no longer carry weight without tangible benefit, and in that context, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel more clearly than ever that they are standing at the edge of a circle of power that is steadily shrinking. As money and patronage are tightened, Camilla family, those who do not carry royal blood, begin to feel a chill from behind their backs. As changes in the patronage system begin to create a chain reaction, a quiet question emerges within the royal family. Who will be most directly affected? The answer does not lie with those under the spotlight, but with the names once considered part of a gray zone, not fully royal, yet benefiting from proximity to power. And on that list, the Parker Bowles family stands out as a clear example. Tom and Laura. Camilla, 2 children from her previous marriage, have long existed in a unique state. They carry no royal titles, hold no official duties, yet appear regularly at important events. They are seen as familiar guests, individuals with access that requires no explanation, a position close enough to benefit, yet distant enough to avoid responsibility. And for many years, that balance was maintained as an unspoken compromise, but everything began to change when William tightened the definition of working members. This is not merely an organizational concept, it is a tool of power. In the structure he is building, only those who truly hold official roles are permitted to appear at national-level events. There is no longer space for purely personal connections, no more exceptions based on sentiment or history. The difference between guest and working member suddenly becomes clearer than ever. One side carries responsibility, duty, and receives compensation from the system. The other side consists simply of those invited, without entitlement, without official standing. And when this boundary is redrawn with firmness, Tom and Laura immediately fall into the gap. The number 0 begins to appear in private discussions. No title, no salary, no official role, a number that seems simple, yet carries profound meaning. It is not only the removal of privilege, it is the redefinition of position. From those once near the center, they are pushed to the margins without the need for any public statement. William does not need to name them directly. He only needs to apply the principle consistently. When everything is placed under the standard of streamlining the institution, every decision appears reasonable. No one can oppose a system that is more efficient, more refined. But behind that logic lies a calculated choice: who is retained, who is removed, and more importantly, who no longer fits the image the monarchy seeks to build for the future. National-level events begin to change their guest lists. Names that once appeared regularly suddenly disappear. There is no official explanation, only empty spaces on seating charts. Invitations never sent. Phone calls never made. And in the world of royalty, silence is always the clearest signal. Tom, with his role in media and culinary circles, once served as a soft bridge between the monarchy and the public. Laura, with her relatively private life, still maintained a certain presence at family occasions, but as the new structure takes shape, those roles are no longer considered necessary. The monarchy no longer needs unofficial bridges. It needs control. It needs clarity. What is notable is the way William carries out this process. There is no direct confrontation, no outright refusal, only a series of small adjustments, enough to create the final outcome: an invitation note sans, a list reduced, a new criterion applied, step by step, without noise, yet impossible to reverse. And with each of those steps, the position of the Parker Bowles family becomes more fragile. They cannot react, because officially they never held power. They cannot demand, because they are not part of the system. Everything they once had depended on silent acceptance. And when that acceptance disappears, there is nothing left to hold on to. Camilla understands this better than anyone. She knows this is not merely a personal matter. It is a message, a reminder that within the new power structure, there is no place for relationships outside the framework, and that even those closest to her are not guaranteed a position. This shift does not happen in a single day. It is the result of a long process, where each small decision accumulates into a major turning point, and when that turning point becomes clear, no one can deny that an era has ended. Those who once stood on the edge of power now realize that the edge itself is shrinking. There is no longer space to stand in between. Either you belong to the system, or you are removed from it. There is no gray zone, no exception. And in a world shaped by such rules, the Parker Bowles family has no choice. But what makes the situation more tense is not what has already happened. It is what comes next. Because when a system is restructured, it does not stop at rearranging positions. It continues to expand, reaching deeper layers of power, places that were once considered untouchable. This purge does not stop at guest lists. It reaches the final place of refuge for Camilla when King Charles is no longer there. The shift in power does not stop at guest lists or financial relationships. It moves deeper, touching the most fundamental layer of the monarchy, where law, tradition, and constitutional principles intertwine into an invisible network that controls every movement, and at that deep level, a cold truth begins to emerge. Before Camilla, a truth she cannot negotiate, cannot delay, and cannot reverse. A title can disappear in a single moment. Within the power structure of the British monarchy, a title is not simply a form of address. It is access, influence, protection, and also the key that opens every door. As Queen Consort, Camilla stands beside the king, appears in every major ceremony, shares the spotlight and a portion of symbolic power, but all of that is tied to a single condition: the existence of King Charles. When that condition no longer exists, everything around her will change in a ruthless way. The title, Queen Consort, exists alongside the king. It is not an independent entity. When the king passes away, that title ends its function. In its place comes another title, still formal in sound but entirely different in meaning. Queen Dowager, a royal widow, a name that seems to retain dignity, yet in reality is the clearest sign that power has departed. A Queen Dowager is not the center, not the one who holds authority, not the one who makes decisions. She becomes a symbol of the past, a figure maintained for tradition, but no longer capable of shaping the future. And in a system being restructured by William, that position is not merely on the sidelines, it is a space of isolation. What makes this prospect unsettling is not the name itself, but what comes with it. When William ascends the throne, he does not only inherit the crown, he inherits full control, from residences to budget to staff and to security systems. Everything falls under his authority. And that means Camilla, once at the height of power, must now depend on the decisions of the very person she once could not control. The number 24 hours is not a written rule, but it is enough time for an administrative decision to be executed within the royal system. If William issues a request, Clarence House, once the center of Camilla activities, may no longer belong to her. No debate, no explanation, only a directive, and the system will move. Clarence House is not just a residence, it is a symbol of position, a place where private meetings occur, where relationships are built, where power is maintained through presence. Losing that space does not only mean losing a home, It means losing an invisible form of power that the place provides, a loss that cannot be measured in numbers, yet carries deep consequences. Budget is the next factor. In the role of queen consort, Camilla activities are supported by a stable financial system, allocated according to protocol and position. But as a dowager, everything must be reviewed. Priorities shift. Spending is more tightly controlled, and most importantly, decision-making no longer belongs to her. Every expense, every plan, must pass through a system ultimately controlled by William. The security and household staff, once an extension of power, no longer remain unchanged. They are not just employees, they are the ones who ensure the smooth operation of everything around Camilla. But when the structure changes, they must adjust as well. Loyalty within the monarchy is not tied to individuals, it is tied to position. And when the position changes, loyalty shifts with it. William understands every one of these details, and it is this understanding that makes him dangerous. He does not need to issue a harsh command. He only needs to let Camilla see what could happen, to allow her to realize that every path leads to the same outcome, a future where she still exists, but no longer holds power. This is the true nature of a decisive strike, not immediate removal, but control over the entire context. When you control residence, you control space. When you control budget, you control action. When you control staff, you control operation. And when you control all of these, nothing more needs to be said. Camilla, with her experience, understands that this is no longer a personal confrontation. It is a systemic transition. Once it has begun, no one can stand outside it, and it cannot be reversed. The isolation in this context does not come from being completely removed, it comes from still existing within the system, yet no longer being part of it, from still appearing, yet no longer being heard, from still holding a title, yet no longer possessing real power. A suspended state, where past and present no longer connect. Camilla may try to adapt. She may seek to maintain influence through personal relationships, through the media, through everything she has built over many years, but all of those efforts face an unchangeable reality. William is the one setting the new rules, and within those rules, there is no place for elements that no longer fit. Sharp observers recognize that this is not only the story of one individual, it is the sign of a new era. An era in which the monarchy no longer relies on silent compromises, but operates under clearer and stricter principles. And in Zucha system, sympathy is no longer the deciding factor. Time is the final element. When the moment of transition arrives, everything will move faster than anyone can prepare. There will be no prolonged transition period, no gradual adjustment, only a single moment where everything changes. And after that moment, a new order is established. For Camilla, the most frightening part is not the loss of power, it is the loss of control over how that power is lost. When every decision lies in someone else's hands, every step becomes passive. And in a world where power is everything, that passivity is the clearest sign of defeat. A queen dowager in the new era is no longer a powerful figure behind the scenes. She becomes a symbol, a living memory, a part of history, but no longer the one who continues the story. And for someone who has spent a lifetime moving toward the center of power, that is an ending difficult to accept. But in the current context, when all signs indicate that the transition is approaching, the question is no longer whether it will happen, it is when, and when it happens, no one will be able to stop it. Because within the monarchy, when one era ends, the new era does not wait. It moves forward. Cold, precise. And without looking back, an era does not end with an explosion. It closes in silence. Slowly, yet decisively. Just as everything in this story has unfolded, there are no public confrontations. No shocking declarations, only small changes, arranged with precision down to every detail. Enough to create an irreversible outcome, and at the center of it all, William does not choose revenge through emotional outburst. He chooses a colder and more calculated path. He takes revenge through erasure. No one is condemned. No one is removed in a loud manner, but names disappear from lists. Doors close without explanation. Privileges are reduced until nothing remains. This is not punishment in the usual sense. It is elimination. Once you no longer appear, no longer get mentioned, no longer have influence, you no longer exist within the structure of power. And that is how an era is buried. What makes this story worth reflection is not only the outcome, but how it is carried out. The British monarchy has endured for centuries not because of absolute power, but because of its ability to adapt to the times, to public opinion, to inevitable change. And in the current generation, William represents that adaptability more clearly than anyone. But it is not a gentle adaptation. It is a ruthless one, where everything that no longer fits is removed, regardless of the cost. As the spotlight turns toward the future, the image of William and Catherine walking side by side emerges as a symbol of a new order, steady, controlled, and no longer bound by the past. Behind them lies the darkness, where once familiar names slowly fade into silence. No one turns back. No one retells the old story. And perhaps that is the most frightening thing in the world of power, not being defeated, but being forgotten. Thank you for staying with us on this journey to uncover the hidden corners of royal power. Do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next chapter about King William V. Goodbye. The sound of something shattering rang out, sharp and cold like a warning. The space seemed frozen before a voice filled with authority tore through the silence. Be silent at once. I order you to take it off and return it to Catherine. Immediately. This was not a carefully staged cinematic scene. This was the real fury of King Charles III. Erupting in the heart of Buckingham Palace on a chilling afternoon in April 2026. What happened next quickly spread beyond the ancient stone walls. Internal sources described an atmosphere so tense it was suffocating. At the center of every gaze was the 12-carat sapphire ring, a symbol once closely associated with Princess Diana, a legacy that carried not only material value but also memories, pain, and secrets never spoken aloud. Yet, in a way that was difficult to explain, it appeared on Queen Camilla's hand during a high-level reception, where every gesture was scrutinized. Was this an accident or a calculated act of possession? As Catherine was in a period of recovery, her absence unintentionally created a vacuum of power, and within that vacuum, a symbol had shifted. Some sources suggested this was a quiet act of retaliation by Camilla after years of enduring harsh public judgment. Others believed it was the final straw that forced the king to act in order to protect the line of succession. Was this justice being carried out, or merely a staged performance to calm a rising storm of public opinion? Comment 1 if you support the king's decisive action. Comment 2 if you believe Camilla will never easily let go of what she has desired for 30 years. In April 2026, the atmosphere inside the British royal family was no longer the calm composure the public had grown used to seeing from ceremonial balconies. It was dense, tense, and simmering like a storm yet to break. At the center of all speculation was the prolonged absence of Catherine. Her health condition, though carefully and sparingly disclosed by the palace, became the most dangerous power vacuum in many years. When the woman seen as the future of the monarchy was forced to step back, an invisible gap appeared, and like every gap within the British royal family, it never existed for long without someone attempting to fill it. Internal sources began to leak details that unsettled public opinion. During the time Catherine was absent from public view, access to the royal jewelry collection showed unusual changes. Pieces considered symbols of succession, closely tied to the role of the Princess of Wales, repeatedly appeared on Queen Camilla at high-level events. At first, these were minor details. A brooch, a pair of earrings that drew little attention. But over time, the extent of this borrowing became increasingly bold, even crossing long-standing unspoken boundaries. A shocking figure began circulating among royal observers. The total value of the jewelry pieces Camilla used during this period was estimated to reach £150 million. This number stunned the public not only for its material worth, but for the symbolic meaning of each item. These were not merely diamonds or gemstones, they were legacy, history, and messages of power passed from one generation to another. More notably, some of these pieces were believed to have been informally designated for the two sons of Diana, William and Harry. This raised an unavoidable question. Was this truly just temporary borrowing in Catherine's absence, or a calculated move to redefine Camilla's position within the royal power structure? Some experts believed that after many years of being viewed as an outsider in the public's heart, Camilla was attempting to strengthen her image by directly associating herself with the most powerful symbols. Others argued this was a risky act, because every piece of jewelry she wore was not just decoration, but a painful reminder of a past the public had never truly forgotten. The silence from Buckingham Palace during this period made everything even more difficult to understand. There was no official statement explaining the use of these pieces, no confirmation and no denial, only images appearing in the media. Every small detail examined, every glance analyzed, and in the royal world, where every gesture carries meaning, silence is sometimes the strongest statement of all. Meanwhile, reactions within the royal family were kept almost completely hidden. However, some close sources revealed that discomfort was quietly spreading, particularly from Prince William's side. Unlike his father, who always tried to balance duty and personal emotion, William was believed to hold a clearer and firmer stance when it came to his mother's legacy. To him, those pieces of jewelry were not simply royal assets. They were memories of Diana, the remaining fragments of a woman who had endured far too much within the very system he now stood to inherit. This tension did not explode immediately, but it built day by day, event by event. Each time Camilla appeared wearing a controversial piece, the pressure increased. Public opinion began to divide sharply. One side believed Camilla had the right to use what belonged to the monarchy as queen. The other side saw it as an unacceptable intrusion into Diana's legacy and Catherine's future. In that context, Catherine's health was no longer merely a personal matter. It became a central factor, directly influencing the balance of power. Her absence was no longer simply a period of rest, but a vacuum that was being exploited, and most notably, no one within the royal family openly intervened, at least not until everything had gone too far. What unfolded in April 2026 was not an isolated event. It was the culmination of years of accumulated tension, suspicion, and silent struggles that had never been acknowledged. And when the sapphire ring appeared on Camilla's hand, it was not just a piece of jewelry. It was the final drop, the moment when every boundary was broken. But Camilla forgot one thing. She could borrow jewelry, but she could never borrow the respect of Diana's eldest son, Prince William. In the days that followed, while public debate outside continued to rage over the sapphire ring, a real confrontation took place behind the heavy doors of Windsor Castle. No longer cold glances or indirect warnings. This time, everything was pushed to an entirely different level. According to highly credible internal sources, King Charles decided to take an unprecedented step within the modern royal family. He ordered the drafting of a formal legal document, binding in nature, to conduct a full inventory of the treasures that once belonged to the late Princess Diana. This was not merely a symbolic act, it was a clear declaration of power. The document, as described, was not simply a list of assets, but a detailed delineation of ownership and usage rights down to each individual piece of jewelry. Every ring, every necklace, every gemstone was recorded, cross-checked with archival records and informal agreements that had existed for many years. More notably, the document emphasized the element of personal legacy, indirectly affirming that not everything in the royal jewelry collection could be used at will, even by a queen. This move immediately shook a power structure that had long been maintained in a fragile balance for decades. Rules surrounding royal jewelry were governed by convention and unspoken consensus, rarely formalized into rigid legal documentation. King Charles, choosing to formalize the matter, revealed the seriousness with which he viewed the current situation. It also reflected a shift in how he handled conflict, from restraint to decisiveness. From diplomacy to direct confrontation, Camilla's response, according to what was revealed, was anything but conciliatory. On the contrary, she was said to have displayed an unprecedented firmness. In a private exchange at Windsor, Camilla did not deny using the controversial pieces. Instead, she presented a principled argument. As queen, she had the right to access and use anything within the royal collection. To her, those pieces were not the personal property of any individual, but symbols of the monarchy, and the person standing beside the king had the right to represent those symbols. On the surface, this argument was not entirely without basis. Historically, queens had worn many symbolic pieces without facing public objection. However, the difference lay in the context. The pieces associated with Diana were not merely royal heritage, they carried a unique emotional value, not only for the public but also for members of the family, especially her two sons. Their use, therefore, could not be seen as a neutral act. The debate between the two sides quickly moved beyond legal boundaries. It became a confrontation between two perspectives on power and legacy. On one side was the traditional view, where the queen's authority was defined by her position beside the king. On the other was a more modern approach, where personal legacy and family sentiment were placed at the forefront. Especially in an era where public image played a decisive role in the survival of the monarchy. According to close sources, King Charles did not hide his disappointment at Camilla's reaction. He was said to have emphasized that the issue was not about rights, but about appropriateness and respect. In a time when Catherine was absent due to health reasons, the use of jewelry symbolizing the role she held could be misunderstood and damage the image of the entire royal family. But this argument seemed insufficient to persuade Camilla. Her stubbornness was reflected not only in words, but in actions. Despite increasingly clear warnings, Camilla continued to appear at events wearing pieces from the controversial list. Each time, the pressure intensified. The media continued to question. The public grew more deeply divided, and within the royal family, fractures that had long existed began to surface more clearly than ever. Notably, throughout this process, Prince William remained largely absent from public debate. However, his silence was widely interpreted as a sign of a storm being contained. Those familiar with the internal structure of the royal family believed that William was not someone who would easily overlook matters related to his mother's legacy, and once everything crossed a certain threshold, his response might no longer be symbolic, but concrete. The confrontation at Windsor, therefore, was not a single event. It was the intersection of multiple currents of conflict, power, legacy, personal emotion, and public pressure all converged here, and when neither side was willing to step back, the outcome could only be escalation. In that context, the inventory document introduced by King Charles was no longer just a legal instrument, it became a boundary a warning that what had once been accepted in silence would now be brought into the light, and anyone who crossed that boundary would face consequences. Camilla's stubbornness, instead of easing the situation, pushed everything closer to the point of eruption, because in a system where every action carries symbolic meaning, refusing to step back is not merely a personal decision. It is a statement of defiance, and it was precisely that defiance that drove the conflict to its peak, leading to an action no one expected from King Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, if the confrontation at Windsor was the breaking point of long simmering tensions, then William's arrival transformed it into a direct reckoning with no path of retreat, no longer rumors outside or private disputes behind closed doors. This time, Diana's eldest son stepped directly into the center of the storm, bringing with him something no one in that room could ignore. It was not only emotion, but evidence. According to internal sources, William requested a private meeting with the king and Camilla immediately after the inventory document was introduced, but not yet fully enforced. The atmosphere of the meeting was described as suffocatingly cold, not because of the temperature, but because of the presence of things that had never been spoken aloud before. William did not begin with anger. He began with deliberate silence, a silence long enough for everyone in the room to feel its weight. Then he placed a set of documents on the table. It was not an official palace file, but personal records, letters, and documents preserved from many years ago, directly connected to Diana. According to descriptions, they contained passages that clearly expressed her wishes that items of personal significance would be preserved for her sons and later for their families. Not in the form of a complete legal will, but clear enough to understand that for Diana, those items were not merely royal assets, but part of the memory and emotion she intended to pass on. William presenting this evidence was not only a legal or symbolic act, it was a direct reminder that this story did not begin in April 2026, but had stretched across decades, and that any decision made today must confront the shadow of the past. But what made the atmosphere in the room even heavier was not the documents, but what William said next. He spoke about Catherine, not as the Princess of Wales, but as a woman, a wife, and someone facing unstable health. According to accounts, William revealed that Catherine had truly broken down after seeing images of Camilla wearing the sapphire ring, a symbol she had always regarded as a sacred legacy of her mother-in-law. For Catherine, that ring was not just jewelry. It was a symbol of continuity, of responsibility, and of the sacrifices Diana had endured. Seeing it on someone else's hand, especially someone long associated with much of the past pain, created a profound psychological shock. William, during the exchange, did not hide his anger as he emphasized that the act was not only about ownership, but an intrusion into the memory and emotions of the entire family. These words, according to sources, changed the atmosphere in the room completely. It was no longer a debate about power or rules, but a confrontation with real human consequences. King Charles, who had tried to maintain the role of mediator from the beginning, was said to show clear signs of hesitation. He understood that the issue could not be resolved by documents or legal arguments alone. Meanwhile, Camilla's response continued to stir controversy. She did not deny what William said, but she also showed no clear sign of concession. Instead, she returned to her familiar argument about the rights of the Queen, but this time, that argument seemed to lose its weight, because it could not answer the core question William had raised. Why that ring? Camilla's choice was not random. In a vast collection of jewelry with hundreds of pieces, her decision to wear the sapphire ring so closely tied to Diana's iconic image gave rise to many theories. Some believed it was an assertion of power, a way to signal that the past had been replaced and the present now belonged to her. Others offered a deeper analysis, suggesting it reflected a jealousy that had lasted for many years. Diana's shadow had never truly disappeared from the British royal family. Even in death, she remained present in public memory, in the image of her sons, and in symbols such as that ring for Camilla, who had lived under constant comparison. Accessing and using these symbols could be seen as a way to redefine her position. But that very act unintentionally reopened old wounds, making her efforts to build an image more fragile than ever. The irony was that in attempting to assert power, Camilla only highlighted the contrast between herself and Diana in the eyes of the public. The ring, instead of becoming a symbol of continuity, became a symbol of conflict, and each time it appeared, questions of legitimacy and respect were raised once again. The confrontation at Windsor, with William's direct involvement, brought everything into the open in a way no one could fully control. The documents presented, the words spoken, all created a turning point. There was no longer a way to return to the previous state, where everything was kept hidden and resolved in silence, and as the first details began to leak out, the reaction of the British public no longer remained at the level of observation. A wave of opposition began to form, spreading from the media to social networks. From royal experts to ordinary citizens, the questions no longer revolved around a single ring, but expanded to the entire way the royal family handled its legacy and responsibilities. Amid these waves of accusation, the British public began a backlash. Unlike anything seen in modern history, the public reaction did not explode all at once like a sudden blast, but spread slowly and persistently, like a silent crack running through the very foundation of an institution. At first, it was limited to analytical articles in major newspapers, cautious commentary from royal experts, but within days, everything moved beyond control. Online forums, social media, and even live television programs began focusing on a single question: why did Camilla choose Diana's ring, and why did no one stop it sooner? The first number the palace could not ignore appeared at the end of the first weekend of April 2026. A large-scale public opinion poll showed Camilla's approval rating had fallen to a historic low, down to just 12%. This was not merely a warning figure, it was an unprecedented collapse for a reigning queen. More notably, the decline did not come only from those who had always held bias against her, but also from groups of the public who had gradually come to accept her role in recent years. Media experts assessed that this was the consequence of a symbolic miscalculation. In an era where images and messages spread faster than ever, every choice made by the royal family can become the center of millions of discussions, and in this case, the sapphire ring was not just jewelry, it was a symbol, a story, a collective memory that the British public had never truly let go. Beyond that, voices from experts in the field of jewelry and royal protocol began to emerge more frequently. Some leading specialists delivered strikingly direct assessments. According to them, for a queen to wear a piece associated with a figure considered a late rival was not merely a lack of sensitivity, it was one of the most serious diplomatic missteps of the 21st century. When viewed in the context of royal symbolism and ceremony, the reasons given do not lie only in the personal relationship between Camilla and Diana. Within the symbolic system of the British royal family, every piece of jewelry carries a specific message. It can represent succession, a historical period, or a particular relationship. When these unspoken rules are broken, the message sent becomes unclear, even misleading. And in the case of the sapphire ring, the message received by the public was not one of continuity, but of appropriation. Royal historians also began to join the debate. They pointed out that in the past, there had been instances where members of the royal family reused jewelry from their predecessors, but the difference lay in the method and the timing. Such actions usually took place after enough time had passed for emotions to settle, and were always accompanied by clear messages of respect and remembrance. In contrast, Camilla's action occurred in an entirely different context. Catherine was absent due to health reasons. Memories of Diana remained vivid in the public mind, and the appearance of the ring at this moment was seen as insensitive to a degree that was difficult to accept. International media quickly entered the discussion, turning the story into a global topic. Major newspapers from Europe to the United States continuously published analysis, each offering a different perspective, but all revolving around a shared conclusion. The British royal family was facing a serious image crisis, and at the center of that crisis was Camilla. Meanwhile, the response from the palace remained the familiar silence. No official statement was issued to explain or calm public opinion. But this silence only made matters worse. In the eyes of the public, it was no longer a sign of composure, but a signal of confusion or even helplessness. The pressure did not stop with the media and public opinion. Inside the royal family, consequences began to emerge more clearly. Close sources revealed that many senior advisors expressed concern about the long-term impact of the situation on the reputation of the monarchy. Some even warned that without timely action, public trust could be damaged in a way that would be difficult to repair. For Camilla, the consequences were not limited to a drop in approval ratings. It also marked a shift in how she was perceived. For many years, she had worked to build an image of a devoted and discreet queen, gradually gaining public acceptance. But in a short period, those efforts seemed to be erased by a single decision. Her image returned to old controversies, to questions about motive, and to comparisons with Diana that never truly faded. The lies in the fact that while attempting to assert her position through symbols of power, Camilla unintentionally weakened the very foundation on which she stood, because within the British royal family, power does not come only from titles, but from public acceptance, and once that acceptance is shaken, everything else becomes fragile. Small protests began to appear in certain central areas of London. They were not large-scale demonstrations, but enough to attract media attention. The banners did not directly target Camilla as an individual, but focused on messages about respecting Diana's legacy and the role of Catherine in the future of the monarchy. This showed that the issue had moved beyond the personal level, becoming a symbol of a broader debate about values and direction. In that context, each day, without a clear resolution, only increased the pressure. Questions continued to be raised, not only about the ring, but about how the royal family handled internal conflict, about its ability to adapt to modern times, and about the level of transparency the public was willing to accept. And as the curtain of truth was gradually lifted, it became clear that this was not merely about jewelry, but about the honor of a dynasty. As the final layers were pulled back, the full picture of the situation no longer appeared as scattered fragments, but as a chain of closely connected actions. King Charles's ultimatum was not simply a legal document intended to inventory Diana's collection. It was a turning-point decision, representing a final effort to protect the legacy of a woman who had become an enduring symbol in the public heart, while also preserving the order of succession represented by Catherine. In a system where every move is carefully calculated, the king's choice to act decisively showed that he fully understood the seriousness of the crisis. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, it becomes clear that this was not a simple dispute over the use of jewelry. It was a clash between two systems of values. On one side was the concept of power based on title, where a queen could claim access to all royal symbols. On the other was the value of memory, respect, and invisible boundaries that cannot be erased. And in that clash, Camilla's actions became the focal point of criticism. A queen, more than anyone else, must represent not only power, but also dignity and refinement. The true power of the British royal family has never resided in diamonds or glittering crowns. It lies in how they are perceived by the public. Attempting to assert position by taking possession of items tied to another person's painful memory is not only a strategic mistake, but a symbolic failure, because gemstones, no matter how valuable, remain lifeless objects. They cannot replace respect, and they cannot buy trust. What stands out most after everything that has happened is the reaction of the British public. In an era where trust in traditional institutions is gradually weakening, the strong support shown for Catherine demonstrates that she is not merely a ceremonial figure, she is a symbol of continuity, of stability, and of a royal family that feels closer to the modern public. Despite being absent for much of the crisis, Catherine's presence in the public mind became stronger than ever. This contrast creates a deeply ironic paradox. While Camilla attempted to assert her position through tangible symbols of power, Catherine, even in absence, maintained her place in the hearts of the people through intangible values. It once again proves that within the British royal family, titles can be given, but recognition must be earned. Jewelry can change hands. Gemstones can be passed from one generation to another, but a place in the public heart cannot be transferred by force. And at this moment, in the eyes of the majority of the British public, Catherine remains the only Princess of Wales, not only because of the title, but because of how she represents it. This story, with all its drama and controversy, is not just a passing scandal. It is a reminder of the true nature of power within the British royal family. Power does not lie in what you can wear, but in how you are remembered when the lights go out. Thank you for following this intense and dramatic story. Do not forget to like and subscribe so you do not miss the latest developments of this royal power struggle, which will continue to unfold in tomorrow's video. Have you ever wondered why a princess, who always appears healthy, radiant, and full of energy like Kate Middleton, could vanish from the public eye for more than 100 days without any clear explanation? Brief announcements about an abdominal surgery may sound harmless, but that very vagueness makes everything more frightening than ever. Because in the world of royalty, where every detail is tightly controlled, silence always carries meaning, and this time, it feels as heavy as a warning. While Kate is struggling with what is believed to be a life-and-death battle behind the closed doors of a hospital, in another corner of the palace, all eyes are turning toward Camilla, a woman once criticized by the entire world, once standing in the shadows for decades, now holds in her hands the very power she has waited for her entire life. And history has proven one thing: Camilla has never missed any power vacuum that appeared before her. Kate's absence is not just a story about health, it is a massive void within the structure of royal power. A void large enough to shake an order once thought unchangeable. And in an environment where every position is tied to influence and authority, the sudden disappearance of a central figure is never something minor. So what is really happening behind the thick walls of the palace? Is this merely an unfortunate medical incident, or part of a carefully calculated plan from the very beginning? If you believe Kate is being harmed, comment number 1. If you think this is simply a serious illness, comment number 2. The truth may still be hidden, but you will be the one to deliver the verdict. Day 1. A brief announcement is released from the palace. Kate Middleton has undergone an abdominal surgery and will temporarily withdraw from public duties. That is all. No images. No video. Not a single moment capturing her entering or leaving the hospital. For someone who lives under constant media attention, such a complete disappearance is nothing short of an unusual void. The palace gates close tightly. Spokespeople become restrained to the point of coldness, and from that very moment, a sense of unease begins to spread, because within the royal family, everything is carefully calculated. But this time, control carries the appearance of concealment. Day 14. The prolonged silence becomes heavier than ever. According to the usual timeline, Kate should have been discharged, or at least appeared in a photo confirming her stable condition. But there is nothing. Sources close to the palace who often provide information to the press, suddenly disappear in a puzzling way. Royal reporters begin to ask questions, but the answers they receive are only general statements without any concrete detail. Meanwhile, on the other side, Camilla appears more frequently. She attends events with a radiant presence, a confident smile, and the demeanor of someone fully in control. That contrast makes the public unable to ignore their suspicions. One person disappears in silence. Another shines more powerfully than ever. Day 30. Everything begins to slip beyond the control of the palace. Social media erupts. The hashtag #WhereIsKate spreads at a staggering speed. Millions of people around the world begin asking questions. What is really happening behind those ancient stone walls? Theories begin to emerge. From speculation about serious health conditions to darker scenarios, and in the midst of that storm, something notable happens. Camilla begins to appear with a clearer message. The royal family remains stable. Everything is under control. Under her guidance, no direct statement is needed. Every appearance, every gesture sends an unmistakable signal. Power is not shaken. It is simply being transferred. Day 45. This is the critical point. A symbolic event takes place. Camilla appears in a magnificent outfit, wearing a crown long associated with the image of a queen in significant moments. But what draws public attention is not just the crown, it is her position. The center, the place where Kate should have stood, the place representing the future of the monarchy. There is no statement, no explanation. But the image speaks for itself. A replacement is taking place, quietly, unofficially, yet clearly and irreversibly. Throughout this period, the numbers begin to tell another story. 3 million searches per day related to Kate's condition, a massive figure reflecting the level of public concern and attention, but the response from the palace is completely opposite. Silence continues to be maintained. Occasionally, a few images are released, but instead of reassuring the public, they raise even more suspicion, unusual details, obvious signs of editing, and instead of calming rumors, they fuel even more unanswered questions. As time goes on, the story becomes more complex. This is no longer just about the health of an individual. It is a power vacuum that is gradually being filled in a way that benefits someone else. And royal history has repeatedly shown that such voids rarely remain for long. They are always taken quickly, and sometimes ruthlessly. Looking back at the entire timeline, a pattern begins to emerge. A sudden announcement, an unusually prolonged period of silence, the disappearance of sources, the increasingly prominent presence of another figure, and finally, a symbolic moment confirming a shift in power. Everything unfolds like a carefully arranged sequence of events. There is no direct evidence, but nothing appears to be accidental. And that is precisely what makes it most unsettling. Because when there is no clear explanation, the public imagination will fill the void. And in this case, what they see is not a simple medical story. It is the sign of a silent restructuring of power. Kate's disappearance is not merely a personal incident. It is a link in a much larger picture, a transitional phase, a test of the stability of the royal family. And most importantly, it raises a question that remains unanswered. Who is truly in control? When all the pieces are placed side by side, it becomes clear that this is not a series of isolated events. It carries the marks of a strategy, a process of replacement that unfolds slowly but steadily. No announcements, no direct confrontation, only time and silence. That silence is the most dangerous element because it does not only conceal the truth, it also creates space for power to be reshaped, and within that space, the most patient will be the ones who prevail. So when looking back at these 100 days, perhaps the question is no longer where Kate has gone, but what has changed during her absence, and who has benefited the most from that change. Kate's disappearance is not accidental. It resembles the opening phase of a personnel replacement campaign carried out with cold precision, a campaign without gunfire, yet one that could shake the very foundation of the Windsor monarchy. As the curtain of silence continues to cover Kate's disappearance, a question begins to surface among the public. Is Camilla merely filling the gap? Or is she the one controlling the entire game? In a context where King Charles is believed to be facing serious health issues, the structure of royal power becomes more fragile than ever. Gaps begin to appear, and as history has repeatedly shown, power never remains vacant. It will always be filled by the fastest, the most strategic, and the most patient. In this case, all eyes gradually turn toward Camilla. There is no official decree announced, no statement confirming a new role. Yet in reality, Camilla begins to appear with unusual frequency. She represents the king at major events. She receives high-level officials. She stands in positions that carry symbolic authority, unofficially, but clearly. Camilla is assuming the role of a regent in the shadows. The numbers begin to reflect this shift clearly. Camilla's media presence surges, estimated to increase by 300% compared to before. Her name dominates headlines. Her image appears constantly across news coverage, and more importantly, the way the media portrays her begins to change. No longer the figure behind the scenes, no longer the shadow of the king. Camilla is being shaped into a pillar of stability, a symbol of control in a time of uncertainty. But what raises questions for many is not what is seen, it is what is not said. While Kate completely disappears from public view, a new media strategy appears to be unfolding. Messages about privacy, about the right to recover in silence, are repeatedly emphasized. And the person believed to be the strongest supporter of this stance is none other than William. According to some analyses, this may simply be the action of a husband trying to protect his wife from media pressure. But there are also darker interpretations, that this position may have unintentionally, or perhaps deliberately, created a barrier between Kate and the public, a barrier that makes information about her increasingly scarce, a barrier that gradually normalizes her absence, and the question arises, who truly benefits from this isolation? Camilla, with decades of experience living at the center of media scrutiny and controversy, understands the power of image and presence. She understands that in the modern world, power lies not only in titles, but also in visibility. The one who appears more often, the one who controls the narrative more effectively, will shape public perception. Viewed from this perspective, the strategy of protecting privacy may carry another meaning, not only to protect Kate, but also to reduce her presence in the media. And when a central figure gradually disappears from view, the space they leave behind will quickly be filled by someone else. In this case, that person is Camilla. Step by step, she appears in places where Kate once stood. Step by step, she assumes roles that carry symbolic weight. There is no official replacement, no declaration confirming it, but in the perception of the public, a transfer is quietly taking place. Some observers argue that this is merely a coincidence of circumstances, that Camilla is simply doing what is necessary to keep the royal institution functioning smoothly during a difficult time. But others believe that everything is unfolding too perfectly to be mere coincidence. Kate's disappearance, the weakening of the king, the rise of Camilla's presence, the shift in media portrayal, everything seems to be converging toward a single point, a point where power is being redefined. What is notable is that throughout this entire process, there has been no move from Camilla to reduce the attention on herself. On the contrary, she appears to accept, even embrace the spotlight. This stands in complete contrast to the cautious image she once built in the past. Perhaps, after many years in the shadows, this is the very moment she has been waiting for. A moment where all conditions converge, a moment where the greatest obstacles gradually disappear, and a moment where she can step forward without facing strong resistance, Of course, all of this remains at the level of analysis and speculation. There is no concrete evidence proving that Camilla is directing the entire story, but in a closed system like the royal family, where information is tightly controlled, the absence of evidence does not mean that nothing is happening, and it is precisely that ambiguity that makes the story more compelling than ever. As Kate is pushed into the shadows of the hospital, as information about her becomes scarce and difficult to verify, on the other side, Camilla shines with an intensity never seen before. It is not only her appearances, it is also the way she controls the narrative, the way she shapes her image, and the way she gradually asserts her position. Some call it adaptation. Others call it opportunity. But there are also those who believe it is the result of a plan prepared long in advance, whatever the truth may be. One thing cannot be denied. The balance of power within the royal family is shifting, and that shift does not happen loudly. It happens in silence, in gaps of information, in decisions that appear harmless, and at the center of it all, Camilla stands firm, not as a temporary substitute, but as a true central figure of this turbulent period. The final question remains, is she merely taking advantage of an opportunity, or is she the one who created that opportunity from the very beginning? And perhaps the answer will never be made clear, but what is unfolding before the public is enough to make people think that in the world of power, every silence carries value, and every appearance carries a message. While Kate remains a great question, Camilla has become the answer the public is forced to see. Ladies and gentlemen, if the 100 days of Kate's disappearance is a curtain of concealment, then the scandal of the leaked medical records is the first tear that allows people to glimpse what is hidden behind. Everything began when information about a security breach at the London clinic suddenly came to light. According to what was revealed, one or more individuals attempted to gain unauthorized access to the medical records of royal family members being treated there. At first glance, this may seem like a rare violation of privacy, but not an unprecedented one. However, what makes this incident unusual lies in a critical detail. The target was not the records of King Charles, who was also receiving treatment at the same time. It was Kate. That choice immediately raises a series of questions. If the goal were simply sensational news, the king's records would surely be far more valuable, but whoever was behind this incident did not think so. They focused on one person only, and that leads the public to suspect that this was not a spontaneous act, it was a targeted mission. Within a short time, 3 medical staff members were suspended for their involvement in the leak. This is the official number released, but their identities have not been disclosed, nor is there any information about who commissioned or stood behind the collection of this data. Another gap in information appears, and once again, silence becomes the most striking element. In that context, theories begin to form. One of the most controversial revolves around the true motive behind accessing Kate's medical records, not to make them public, not to create an immediate scandal, but to obtain something more valuable, information. In the world of power, information is always a weapon, and it is not always used openly. Sometimes, its greatest value lies in its ability to influence from the shadows, especially when that information concerns health, not only physical, but also mental. Some analyses suggest that if there were any evidence indicating that Kate is no longer capable of fulfilling royal duties, it could become an extremely powerful leverage. There would be no need to make it public. It would only need to reach the right people, at the right time, and in closed-door meetings of advisory councils, where the future of the monarchy is discussed. Such information could completely alter the balance, and this is where the name Camilla once again appears in speculation. From this perspective, the access to Kate's medical records is not a random act. It is part of a long-term strategy, a strategy aimed at gathering evidence, not for direct confrontation, but to create doubts deep enough strong enough and lasting enough to shake the confidence of those who hold decision-making power. If a key figure is placed under question regarding their ability to fulfill their role, then restructuring becomes much easier. There is no need for confrontation, no need for public removal. It is enough for that person to gradually be seen as no longer suitable, and when that happens, the process of replacement will unfold almost naturally. What is important to note is that up to this point, there has been no verified evidence released regarding the content of the accessed records. The public does not know what Kate is truly facing. Everything remains covered by a thick fog. But it is precisely this lack of transparency that gives weight to speculation, because when there is no official information, the gaps are filled with suspicion. And in this context, suspicion is beginning to point toward a colder scenario, that the objective is not only to control the narrative, but to control the future of a person within the structure of power. If Kate is considered no longer fit to continue her role, then the list of potential successors will change. And when that list changes, the entire structure of power will be affected. This is no longer the story of an individual, it is the story of a position, a symbol, a crucial link within a system, and if one link is removed, the chain will have to adjust itself. Some believe that all of this is merely coincidence, a security breach, an unfortunate incident, but others believe that in a tightly controlled environment like the royal family, such incidents rarely occur without reason. The question is not only who accessed the records, it is who is truly behind it, who needed that information, and most importantly, how it will be used. Until now, the identity of the buyer remains undisclosed. No name has been released. No independent investigation has been confirmed. Everything appears to have been handled internally, quickly, quietly, and with very few traces left behind. That alone makes the situation even more suspicious, because in cases involving security and privacy at this level, transparency is usually used to reassure the public, but this time, transparency is completely absent. And when the light is not turned on, the darkness becomes deeper. Looking back at the entire sequence of events, a scenario begins to take shape in the minds of many. A scenario in which the leak of the records is not the end point, but a step within a larger plan, a plan aimed at reshaping the future of the royal family by removing elements that are no longer considered suitable, whether that scenario is true or not. One thing cannot be denied. The scandal at the London clinic has changed the way the public perceives the entire story. It has turned an absence into a question, and that question into a systemic suspicion, and at the center of all those suspicions, a chilling hypothesis continues to exist that the goal is not only to control the present, but to rewrite the future. Camilla does not simply want Kate to be ill. In the way many fear, she wants Kate to disappear permanently from the list of potential successors. A statement without evidence, yet powerful enough to make people think, because in the world of power, sometimes the most frightening things are not what has been proven, but what could happen when no one is able to stop it in time. When speaking of prolonged silence, of the feeling of isolation behind palace walls, the public cannot help but recall one name, Diana, and it is the increasingly clear similarities between the two stories that have caused a haunting theory to spread. In the 1990s, Diana was gradually pushed to the margins. It began with small differences. Then came growing distances in the way she was treated, the way she appeared before the public, and the way her story was controlled. Those who were once closest to her gradually disappeared from her circle of influence. Phone calls became more difficult, information became more tightly filtered, and little by little, Diana was no longer the center of the royal narrative, even though she remained the most beloved figure among the public. Today, when looking at what is happening with Kate, many people feel a similarity that is difficult to ignore. It is not an exact repetition, but it carries familiar signs: a sudden disappearance, A long period without public appearances, a curtain of silence justified as protection of privacy, and most importantly, a flow of information so tightly controlled that it becomes almost absolute. If for Diana, the isolation unfolded gradually over many years, then for Kate, everything seems to be happening faster, more efficiently, and more discreetly. There are no shocking interviews, no public expressions of pain, only absence. An absence long enough to raise questions, yet discreet enough that no one can provide a definitive answer. In that context, the role of Camilla continues to be at the center of debate. On the surface, she appears as a composed woman, a caring mother-in-law, a figure trying to keep everything stable during a difficult time. Official messages consistently emphasize sympathy and the desire to protect Kate from public pressure. But as with earlier parts of the story, what draws attention is not only what is shown, it is what is missing. There are no direct images of Kate for an extended period, no detailed updates, no clear confirmation of her current condition. And more importantly, no sign that she is maintaining contact with the outside world in a way the public can verify. Some believe this is simply how the royal family handles a sensitive health matter, that limiting information is necessary to ensure privacy, but others argue that this very limitation has unintentionally created a form of soft isolation, a state in which an individual still exists in name, but has almost disappeared from the flow of information and influence. When placing the two stories side by side, the similarity does not lie in specific details. It lies in structure. A central female figure, a complex system of power, a gradual reduction in visibility, and a layer of explanation built around it all. However, it must be acknowledged with caution that these comparisons are largely based on public interpretation rather than verified evidence. There is no official documentation showing that Kate is being confined or deliberately isolated, and there is no confirmation that any individual is controlling information in a negative way. Even so, in an environment where information is always limited, public perception can become a force that shapes the narrative, and in this case, that perception is leaning toward a more troubling scenario. That silence is not only a protective measure, it may also be a tool. If Diana was once a victim of emotional fractures and betrayal within personal relationships, then the hypothesis now being discussed carries a different tone. A theory suggesting that Kate may be facing a more systemic form of pressure, not public, not confrontational, but quiet and prolonged. This leads to another interpretation of the entire sequence of events, that what is unfolding is not merely a medical incident, but a process of controlling information related to health, a process in which who knows what, and at what time, becomes the decisive factor. Of course, all of this remains at the level of hypothesis, but it is precisely the absence of clear information that allows such theories to exist, and that is where the past and the present intersect, not in how identical the two stories are, but in how both create a void large enough for the public to begin asking questions. Within that void, memories of Diana return. Images of a woman once placed in a difficult position, emotions that have never fully settled, and when those emotions are reawakened, the way the public views the present also begins to change. It may simply be a coincidence of circumstances, it may be how the royal family handles a complex situation, but it may also be, as some fear, a sign of a pattern repeating itself in a more sophisticated form. If Diana once became a symbol of vulnerability within a closed system, then the question now is this: is Kate stepping into a similar role, but within a more modern context, where everything is more tightly controlled and harder to recognize? If Diana was a victim of betrayal within personal relationships, then according to many emerging theories, Kate may be caught in a different kind of pressure, a pressure related to image, health, and her role within the structure of power, an unverified theory. but one powerful enough to make people pause and reflect, because in the world of royalty, where things are rarely spoken directly, sometimes silence tells the most powerful story. And when all the pieces are placed together again, the picture we see is no longer a series of disconnected events. It is a timeline filled with unusual gaps, difficult coincidences, and silent shifts of power. From the very first day, with the cold announcement of a surgery, to the weeks of complete absence from Kate, from the global wave of speculation, to the increasingly frequent appearances of Camilla in a central role, and then the peak, the medical records leak, where all questions begin to point toward a single focus. Throughout those 100 days, one thing cannot be denied. The balance of power has shifted. No official declaration is needed. No public ceremony is required. Only prolonged silence on one side, and a strong presence on the other. Camilla has stepped out of the shadow of the past to become the center of the present, and whether by chance or by design, every development appears to reinforce that position. What we have witnessed is not merely the story of a woman undergoing medical treatment, it is the story of how power operates when it is not under scrutiny. It is how information can be controlled, directed, and even removed entirely from public view, and most importantly, it is how a void can be filled so quickly that people begin to forget who once stood there. It may all be coincidence. It may simply be how the royal family responds to an unprecedented medical situation, but it may also be, as we have explored, a process of restructuring power in the shadows, a process that does not rely on open conflict, but on patience, time, and absolute control over information. Camilla's crown may have been forged through years of endurance and waiting, but to maintain it requires more than that. It requires voids. It requires the disappearance of those who could stand in the way. And in this story, Kate Middleton is that figure. The biggest question still lies ahead. If one day Kate returns to the public eye, will everything be able to return to what it once was? Will her image remain intact in the hearts of the people, or will what remains be only a shadow, a symbol faded by months of absence and unanswered questions? We may not have all the answers, but we have the right to ask questions. And sometimes, those very questions are what prevent the truth from being buried forever. Thank you for staying with us. If you believe Kate deserves transparency and protection, please like this video. And do not forget to subscribe to the channel so you do not miss the next part, where we will dive deeper into another controversial detail, the photograph believed to have been edited, who was behind it, and whether we have all been misled all this time. What is really happening behind the closed doors of the British royal family? A simmering rumor has begun to spread, shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. Prince William, the heir to the throne, has taken an unprecedented step by directly intervening in the royal titles of Queen Camilla's family. And, as expected, Camilla is said to be furious. Reports suggest she did not hold back her outrage upon hearing the news. But what could have driven William to take such a bold move? Is this merely a symbolic gesture? Or is it the opening salvo in a deeper power struggle within the royal household? Could it be that Prince William is trying to restore order and dignity to his mother Diana's legacy by diminishing the influence of the Parker Bowles clan? And what about Camilla, the woman who journeyed from the other woman to queen? Will she surrender so easily? This story is far more complex than what the public is being told. Join us as we trace each clue, peel back the layers of royal intrigue, and uncover why this clash might just mark the beginning of a new storm within the House of Windsor. According to senior sources, Prince William has formally initiated the process of revoking the royal privileges of Camilla's family, including ceremonial titles, status references, and informal access that Camilla had quietly secured for her children and grandchildren over the years. Although Camilla's relatives were never in the official line of succession, their growing presence in royal circles frustrated traditionalists and infuriated William and Kate behind the scenes. Now, that presence is being systematically dismantled in what aides call a monarchy reset. William reportedly instructed the palace to eliminate all honorary affiliations granted to the Parker-Bowles family, including their inclusion in royal invitations, seating arrangements at state events, and any mention in internal royal communications. This adjustment is presented as a restoration of strict constitutional alignment. But beneath the formal language lies a clear and stern message. The monarchy is for those born into it, not those who marry into it, and certainly not their extended families. How did Camilla react? Explosively, furiously. Personally, multiple sources report that Camilla erupted in rage, bursting into tears, shouting at staff, and labeling the directive a deliberate public humiliation. One witness overheard her yell, "I have spent decades earning my place, and now he is erasing me and my family with one stroke." It was not just that her grandchildren were barred from royal ceremonies. Her legacy was being severed from the crown. Despite her role as queen consort alongside Charles, the timing makes this even more striking. With King Charles facing mounting health concerns and William taking on more public duties, this decision seems to offer an early glimpse of William's reign. A leaner, stricter monarchy, free of controversy and personal favoritism. Camilla views this as more than a policy shift. It is a personal betrayal. Behind palace walls, a quiet struggle is unfolding. Not just over titles, but for the monarchy's very survival. Camilla Parker-Bowles has played a long game for years. No one expected her to become queen, let alone one of the most powerful women in the monarchy. Vilified by the public, dismissed by royal traditionalists, and forever branded as the woman who came between Charles and Diana, Camilla not only secured her own crown, but began building an empire around it through calculated silence, steadfast loyalty, and impeccable timing. That empire extended beyond herself. It gradually encompassed her children, Tom Parker-Bowles and Laura Lopes, and then her 5 grandchildren, none of whom carry a drop of royal blood, but all of whom began appearing in royal settings, raising eyebrows behind the scenes. Tom and Laura, Camilla's children from her former marriage to Andrew Parker-Bowles, were initially obscure in royal circles. They lived quietly, rarely appeared in press photos, and held no formal roles within the royal family. But after Camilla married Charles in 2005, and especially as her public image softened in the 2010s, subtle changes emerged. These began with special access, private invitations to royal residences, participation in high-security family events, and even appearances at major public ceremonies. Albeit on the sidelines, Camilla's children received no formal titles but were granted quiet advantages. Staff began referring to them as the Queen's family, and courtiers were instructed to include them in certain royal documents, guest lists, and ceremonial protocols. According to a former royal aide, it started subtly. A name on a list here, a seat closer to the front there, but then, in the blink of an eye, they were treated as part of the royal inner circle. Camilla's shrewd patience made this possible, never demanding too much at once. She gradually crafted a narrative of inclusivity, arguing that blended families should be embraced in a modern monarchy. Her boldest move came during King Charles's coronation, when her grandsons Gus, Louis Lopes, and Freddie Parker-Bowles served as pages of honor. These roles were traditionally reserved for royal descendants or sons of dukes. The decision stunned some insiders. The coronation was a line in the sand. One courtier explained, "It was not just about respect for Camilla. It was a clear signal. Her family had arrived." Reports suggest Camilla quietly advocated for her grandchildren to receive ceremonial titles, or at least public recognition, which would carry symbolic weight even without succession rights. She wanted her family to leave a lasting legacy, to be seen as an indelible part of the monarchy's future. What followed was a discreet but determined campaign. Royal photographers were expected to take extra pictures of Camilla's grandchildren at events. Public relations staff were encouraged to mention them in media briefings. Some staff joked, albeit with unease, that the monarchy was slowly evolving into a dual dynasty, the Windsors by blood and the Parker Bowles by proximity. Not everyone was amused. Prince William, in particular, grew increasingly concerned. Sources close to him say he believed Camilla was overstepping, exploiting her position beside the king to blur the lines between royal duty and personal preference. He was uncomfortable with presenting children unrelated to the crown as key members of the monarchy. Princess Kate shared these concerns. They have always believed in a streamlined, duty-bound monarchy, one source explained. For them, it was not just about titles. It was about preserving the crown's integrity. Yet Camilla persisted. She reportedly lobbied for her grandchildren to have permanent ceremonial roles at official events, receive courtesy titles, and even requested new residences for her family on royal estates. All were quietly denied, delayed, or ignored. But behind those rejections, a storm was brewing. While Camilla was busy expanding her family's presence, Prince William was planning to reclaim the palace for the Windsors, and only the Windsors. What began as mild favoritism was now perceived as an unofficial power grab. The heir to the throne was no longer willing to stay silent. For years, William watched quietly as the monarchy became unrecognizable, bloated, diluted, and increasingly blurred between bloodline and social favor. He remained composed in public, projecting the image of a devoted son and heir. But behind palace walls, he was plotting a reboot to return the monarchy to its roots, lean, legitimate, and distinctly Windsor. Those closest to William say his vision is driven by duty, not ego, a genuine belief that the crown must be shielded from the corrosive effects of sentiment, controversy, and secondary royalty. While he respects his father's affection for Camilla, he has made it clear that love does not equal lineage. A core principle underpins William's plan. Only those of royal blood will represent the monarchy. No honorary titles for in-laws. No ceremonial roles for children unrelated to the crown. No blurred lines. William believes the crown must rise above favoritism and family politics. Palace sources say he has long been troubled by the public's growing disapproval of royal extravagance. He studied polling data, followed tabloid scandals, and observed reactions whenever taxpayer funds supported distant relatives with little constitutional relevance. His approach is rooted in the core monarchy philosophy of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth II, envisioning a compact, focused royal team centered on the sovereign, their direct heirs, and working royals performing official duties. Nothing more, nothing less. As he gains prominence, William has begun implementing this vision step by step. First came internal memos revising ceremonial rosters, updating public engagement roles, and removing individuals not directly tied to the line of succession. Then followed public moves, ensuring only blood relatives were front and center at major events, reducing the visibility of extended family members, and, most controversially, rescinding Camilla's honorary privileges for her grandchildren. This was not petty. It was calculated. The monarchy cannot afford confusion. William reportedly told a senior advisor, "The public must know who serves and who merely stands beside." To some, this may seem harsh, but William sees it as necessary. He believes the crown should embody clarity over compassion for the sake of ease. If the royal family is to survive in an era of skepticism, controversy, and social media, its identity must be unassailable, requiring tough decisions his father has long avoided. Charles, for all his virtues, is seen as a sentimental ruler. He values old friendships, assigns symbolic roles, and often avoids conflict for the sake of family unity. But William is different. His approach is deliberate, modern, and increasingly uncompromising. Nothing exemplifies this shift more than his refusal to let Camilla's family benefit from her royal status. No matter how long she has worn the crown, William views Camilla as the monarch's consort, not the monarchy's matriarch. Her children and grandchildren, simply private citizens. This reset does not reject Camilla as a person, but the system that allowed personal favoritism to seep into Buckingham Palace. William does not aim to preside over a sentimental court. He aspires to lead a rebuilt institution, clean, credible, and stripped to its essential core. Camilla has suffered a heavy blow, but for William, this is the first step toward preserving the monarchy for the next generation. His generation. When Queen Camilla learned the news, one aide described the reaction in Clarence House as nothing short of volcanic. The elegance and calm of her royal residence were shattered by an outburst of rage and disbelief. Though royal tantrums are rarely discussed publicly, those close to the Queen consort say this one was unmistakable. Upon learning of William's formal order to revoke all honorary privileges and ceremonial ties from her children and grandchildren, Camilla reportedly shouted at staff, insisting on names, explanations, and an immediate fix to this madness. "How dare he? How dare he do this to me?" she allegedly yelled through tears. "After everything I have sacrificed and given, he repays me by erasing my family." Camilla found the timing, method, and message of the decision particularly painful. There was no private discussion or courteous warning from William. Instead, she learned of the directive through a briefing from a senior aide. Like any routine procedural update, it was cold, clinical, and, in her view, designed to humiliate. Camilla was inconsolable for hours. Staff say she canceled 2 events, refused meals, and instructed aides to clear her schedule indefinitely. One senior courtier noted she barely spoke for most of the day, only pacing, muttering, and crying. She kept saying, "He is trying to obliterate me." Sources close to her say she believed the move was deeply personal, tied to Diana rather than royal structure. This is Diana's revenge through him. Camilla reportedly told a close friend, "He will not let go of the past. Not even now. Not even after I have proven myself." The most shocking claim. Camilla allegedly accused William of disrespecting his father's marriage and claimed Kate encouraged the decision, describing the Princess of Wales as smiling and silent while twisting the knife. Insiders say the relationship between Camilla and Kate, previously described as friendly but distant, is now ice-cold. Camilla reportedly refused to make eye contact with Kate at a recent joint royal engagement, acknowledging her only briefly in public or behind the scenes. The message was clear. You stood by and let this happen. Even Charles, who has often balanced roles as peacemaker and monarch, was reportedly rattled by his wife's breakdown. One aide overheard Camilla shouting at him privately, "Your son has humiliated me before the entire country, and you are going to let him get away with it?" Charles, torn between devotion to his wife and his son's growing authority, offered no immediate response. Some insiders suggest Camilla was more hurt by this silence than by the decision itself. She expected Charles to intervene. One courtier said, but deep down, she knows William's influence is growing and that Charles is already preparing to cede more power to him. Camilla saw this as more than a matter of access and honors. It was about legacy, the belief that she had finally been accepted. not just as queen, but as an indelible thread in the fabric of royal history. Now, that thread is being snipped, one ceremonial cut at a time. Following William's bold decision to suspend royal privileges for Camilla's family, the monarch finds himself entangled in the bitterest fight of his reign. A quiet but devastating war between his son and his wife. Palace insiders say the fallout is tearing him apart. Charles has always been guided by heart rather than confrontation. Unlike his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, who ruled with icy restraint, Charles is known for being sensitive, sentimental, and prone to avoiding direct conflict. But William's royal reset leaves him nowhere to hide. Sources close to the king say he is visibly shaken, emotionally drained, and torn between loyalty and legacy. Camilla's emotional outbursts, accusations of betrayal, and abrupt withdrawal from public duties have placed immense strain on a monarch already grappling with intense public scrutiny and ongoing health concerns. Advisors say Charles is most distressed by William's resolve to stand firm. "We are not a royal family of in-laws and extras," William reportedly told his father during a private meeting. "We are a dynasty, and I refuse to let that line blur. Not for Camilla, not for anyone." The conversation, though calm, was crushing. Charles allegedly pleaded with William to reconsider, not to restore Camilla's family, but to pause the decision or at least deliver it discreetly without media leaks or internal memos. William refused. "Transparency is the point," he later told aides. "It is not personal. It is about the institution, and institutions thrive by setting boundaries, especially in families like ours. That boundary now runs through the heart of the royal household." Camilla has reportedly begun distancing herself from the king, feeling abandoned by his silence. Palace sources say she has skipped several family strategy meetings, delayed correspondence with the Privy Council, and refused to engage directly with William and Kate. Behind closed doors, the Queen Consort interprets Charles's inaction as tacit approval of William's decision. "He let his son cut my family out, and he said nothing." She reportedly told a friend, "I supported him through decades of scandal. Now, where is he?" Some courtiers quietly sympathize with Camilla, recognizing that while her grandchildren were never royal by blood, they had become part of the broader royal narrative during Charles's reign. Others back William's decision, describing it as a necessary correction to years of soft favoritism and ambiguous boundaries. But regardless of perspective, the message is clear. The king is no longer in full control. William is already acting like a king. One longtime advisor remarked, "And Charles knows it. He sees the writing on the wall but does not want to lose his son or his wife." Caught between legacy and love, Charles now faces a choice, not just of sides, but of a path for the monarchy. Does he share his wife's vision of a more inclusive, blended royal family? Or does he yield to William's mission to protect the purity of succession and the crown's strength? Charles remains silent, but silence in the royal family is rarely neutral, and some within the palace believe it is only a matter of time before Charles must decide. His queen or his king in waiting. The directive has been signed. The protocol changes have been circulated. And just like that, Camilla's family's quiet privileges are no longer recorded in royal archives. What began as whispers of William's discontent has evolved into a full-scale overhaul of royal access. Palace insiders confirm that the Parker Bowles name, which had quietly risen through the ranks of ceremonial inclusion, is being steadily erased from the monarchy's machinery. The first signs arrived discreetly. Camilla's grandchildren, who played prominent roles at King Charles III's coronation, were not invited to an upcoming state banquet. No explanation was given. Then came the memo, an internal document distributed to royal household departments, clarifying that Non-lineal relatives of the queen consort will no longer receive ceremonial access, honorary placement, or public recognition in official state documents. In short, Camilla's children and grandchildren were cut off. No more seats in the royal box. No more pages of honor rolls. No more press mentions. And, most significantly, no future titles or honorary orders. Even as symbolic gestures, it was as if the palace declared, "You were never royal, and now the world will know." Senior officials say Prince William personally oversaw the move, insisting it be executed professionally but firmly. This is not retribution. It is restoration. He reportedly told staff, "We owe it to the crown, not to the court of emotion." The order extended beyond ceremonies. It also impacted wealthier aspects of royal society. Security measures previously provided for Camilla's grandchildren have been scaled back to standard private citizen levels. Invitations to royal charity, galas, and public events were cancelled, and event organizers were quietly directed to refer all inquiries to the palace communications office. Even more telling was an update to the official royal family website, a minor detail to most, but significant to royal observers. The Queen's Family tab has been removed. Camilla's lineage is no longer mentioned in current or future event planning, only in historical biographies. One source described it as a digital vanishing act. Surgical, cold, and effective. The mood inside Clarence House is described as grim and icy. Camilla, who had hoped her family would be honored for supporting the monarchy during challenging times, now feels betrayed, erased, and ignored. Sources say she has consulted longtime advisors and media contacts to explore whether she should craft her own legacy narrative, independent of the Windsor establishment. If they will not remember us kindly, they will remember we did not go quietly, she reportedly told a confidant. But the palace machinery has already shifted gears. Event preparations have resumed without the Parker Bowles family. Invitations for next year's Trooping the Colour and Garter Day have been drafted, listing only direct Windsor descendants and working royals. Some staff speculate that William's measures, though ruthless, are restoring clarity to a monarchy that had lost its way. Others worry the human cost is steep, that the already fractured royal family has burned another bridge it may one day regret. But William appears unmoved. The monarchy he is building is not for comfort but for stability. In his view, Camilla's family was a transient phase he has now permanently closed. There was no speech, no press release, no dramatic showdown before the cameras. But behind Buckingham Palace's grandeur, a transformation is underway, led by a future king no longer waiting in the wings. Prince William has drawn his line, redefining what the monarchy will look like in his reign. Lean, bloodbound, and ruthlessly focused on legacy over sentiment. Camilla's family, once poised to bask in the institution's glow, has been expelled with a stroke of a pen, not out of cruelty, but conviction. The days of fuzzy boundaries and honorary indulgences are over. In their place, William is forging something more traditional, defined, and, some argue, colder. Step-grandchildren do not hold titles. Access is not granted as a favor, and in William's view, the crown must rest on a solid foundation of lineage, duty, and historical legitimacy. Insiders say his reign, though not yet begun, already casts a long shadow over the current one, trapped in a storm of divided loyalties. King Charles has remained publicly silent, but in William's silence, memos, and precision, a new royal order is emerging. Camilla's legacy has no place in that order. Many royal loyalists believe this is long overdue, a necessary purification of a monarchy that veered too far into sentimentality and modern excess. Others see it as a colder, more corporate crown, trading warmth for structure and empathy for routine. Camilla's rage may fade. Charles's silence may persist. But William's message is unmistakable. The crown is not inherited through marriage. It is earned by blood, carried by duty, and guarded by resolve. The monarchy he plans to lead will not be shared. It will be claimed, curated, and fiercely protected. For better or worse, the era of compromise is over. In its place stands Prince William's monarchy. Cold, clean, and uncompromising. The conflict between Prince William and Camilla's family is not just a power struggle. It reflects a deeper desire to restore justice and moral values within a family that has endured deep wounds. Whether royal or ordinary, honor and truth remain the foundation of trust. Share your thoughts with us. Is William doing the right thing? Or is he fueling a never-ending battle? Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you will not miss the next shocking twists inside the British royal family. The screech of brakes tore through the morning air, followed by the shattering of glass and a rapid burst of distorted signals from police radios. In the heart of London, a place long accustomed to order and protocol, a rare scene of chaos unfolded. A luxury vehicle sped straight into an ancient roadside tree, and the name confirmed moments later left the entire nation in stunned silence. Queen Camilla. But what made this incident truly unsettling was not the impact itself. It was what began to emerge behind the shattered glass. This was not merely a traffic accident. It felt like the first shot, signaling a political earthquake, quietly shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. The year 2026, a moment when all eyes were fixed on the fragile transfer of power between King Charles III and Prince William, a period in which even the slightest deviation could become the catalyst for a crisis. Rumors of financial pressure, undisclosed expenditures, and controversial decisions had been quietly building into an unexploded bomb. And then this accident occurred at the most sensitive possible time, too coincidental to be dismissed as chance. The question was no longer how the vehicle lost control. The real question was, who stood to benefit from this sudden silence? Was this merely an unfortunate accident, or a carefully calculated move designed to conceal a larger truth? Or perhaps even the final step of a woman who had long lived within power and was not prepared to let it go? If you believe this was only an accident, leave the number 1. If you sense that something is wrong beneath the surface, leave the number 2, because what is about to be revealed may force you to reconsider this entire story in a completely different way. The crash scene did not resemble any conventional traffic accident the public had seen before. The luxury vehicle lay at an angle, its front end severely deformed, as if struck by a direct high-speed impact. Yet strangely, there were no long skid marks on the road. Fragments of shattered glass were scattered farther than usual, forming an asymmetrical dispersion pattern that immediately raised questions among experts about the true direction of impact and the actual inertial force at the moment of the collision. An anonymous witness, who arrived at the scene just seconds after the crash, described hearing no prolonged braking sound, only a sudden noise, like a compressed explosion trapped within a confined space. The timing of the accident was another detail that observers could not ignore. 10:15 in the morning, exactly 3 hours after the vehicle had completed its routine safety inspection. According to leaked internal records, the car had been confirmed to be in perfect condition, with no technical faults, from the braking system to the engine and the electronic control unit. This meant that if a failure had occurred, it was either an extremely rare anomaly or the result of deliberate interference carried out within a very short window after the inspection was completed. 3 hours, too brief for natural wear, yet long enough for a prepared plan to be executed. But the most shocking detail did not lie with the vehicle. It lay in Queen Camilla's own decision just before departure. According to sources within royal security, she had unilaterally cancelled her escort team, a protocol considered untouchable for any senior member of the royal family. No police lead vehicle, no trailing protection unit, no backup communication system, a decision that on the surface could be explained as a desire for privacy. But in the current context, it appeared more like the deliberate removal of her own final layer of protection. Why she did this remains a question without an official answer. Some sources suggest she wanted to avoid media attention during a personal trip. Others argue this was not an impulsive act, but a calculated choice. Because only without an escort would the vehicle's movements become harder to track, and if any interference were to occur, it would not be immediately detected by the usual multiple layers of security. The deeper investigators looked into the scene, the more anomalies surfaced. Traffic camera systems in the area suddenly malfunctioned during the exact window of the incident. Not the entire network, but only specific nodes that had direct angles on the route the vehicle was traveling. A random technical failure, or a selective intervention. Technicians called in urgently declined to provide immediate conclusions. Yet their silence only fueled further suspicion. Even the first medical team on site offered observations that complicated the narrative. They confirmed that Queen Camilla's condition did not fully correspond with the extent of the vehicle's damage. She was injured, but not critically, as many had feared. A small detail, yet enough to raise the possibility that the collision may not have occurred in the way it appeared. Perhaps the speed was not as high as the scene suggested, or perhaps the angle of impact had been altered in some way. While the public struggled to piece together fragmented clues from the crash site, inside Buckingham Palace, a completely different atmosphere prevailed. There was no panic, no emotional reaction. Instead, there was calculated silence. Closed-door meetings took place continuously. Doors remained tightly shut, and above all, there was a growing sense that something far greater was being concealed beneath the surface of what was presented as an accident. But Camilla did not expect that while she lay in a hospital bed with a fragile expression in an office across the corridor. A pair of cold, watchful eyes had already seen through every crack. If the crash site remained shrouded in unanswered questions, inside Buckingham Palace, an entirely different approach had quietly been activated. Prince William did not choose the path of an official investigation, and according to many close sources, this decision was not impulsive. It was the result of a cold assessment that traditional investigative channels, influenced by long-standing advisors, might no longer be as neutral as they appeared, especially when the name Camilla stood at the center of every suspicion. For years, Queen Camilla had built an extensive network of relationships, not only within political circles, but also deeply embedded within the royal administrative system. Her loyalists did not seek attention, did not appear in the media, yet held positions significant enough to control the flow of information. And William understood this better than anyone. He knew that if the case went through official channels, sensitive traces could be blurred, or worse, erased entirely before they were ever recorded. As a result, a parallel investigative structure was established, a small group operating outside all conventional procedures, referred to internally by a name heavy with implication: the Shadow Unit. No official records, no public list, yet every member was a leading expert in their field. From cybersecurity to data analysis to legal finance, they did not stand in the light, but they followed the smallest traces others overlooked. Their first focus was not witness testimony, but the control system of the crashed vehicle, a technical decision that opened a critical turning point. Data from the central control unit, believed to have been damaged in the collision, was recovered using advanced methods, and it was here that a shocking detail emerged. 10 minutes before the vehicle struck the tree, the steering system recorded an abnormal signal from an unidentified external device. Not a software error, not a mechanical failure, but a form of external interference According to preliminary analysis, this device had the capability to access the control system and send direct commands to the steering mechanism, which meant that during those brief moments, the vehicle may not have been entirely under the driver's control, a hypothesis that, if confirmed, would transform the entire incident from an accident into a deliberate act. But the immediate question was where that device came from, and more importantly, who had the capability to deploy such a sophisticated form of interference. The shadow unit continued to trace the technical trail, from connection signals to the source of transmission, and although no official conclusion had been announced, what they uncovered was enough to make the internal atmosphere more tense than ever before. At the same time as the technical investigation, another line of inquiry was launched. This time, the focus was not the vehicle, but the flow of money, because in any scheme, financial traces are always the hardest to conceal. And indeed, after only a few days of review, a figure emerged: £15 million, an unusually large sum, recorded as having disappeared from a trust fund linked to internal royal operations. There was no clear transfer order, no complete approval records, only a complex chain of transactions, dispersed across multiple intermediary accounts before vanishing entirely from conventional tracking systems, a pattern of movement that financial experts immediately recognized as indicative of deliberate concealment. And what made everything even more sensitive was the timing. The money disappeared just days before the accident occurred. Was this merely a coincidence, or part of a larger plan? A plan in which finance and technology were not separate elements, but two pieces supporting each other. If the external device was the tool, then the flow of money could be the trace of the one behind it. William, according to what has been revealed, did not react emotionally to these findings. He did not rush to make accusations. He did not allow his decisions to be driven by feeling. Instead, there was a chilling patience. He understood that in a confrontation with a seasoned figure like Camilla, every move had to be calculated with precision, because even the smallest mistake could cause the entire effort to collapse, allowing those behind it to erase every remaining trace in time. At the same time, he also understood that technical and financial evidence, while important, was not enough to deliver a decisive blow. They could be disputed. They could be interpreted in different ways. And in an environment where public image plays a crucial role, the truth does not only need to be proven, it needs to be heard. For that reason, a new approach began to take shape. No longer data, no longer numbers, but words, conversations, recordings, moments in which people, no matter how careful, might reveal their true nature. The technical evidence was already there, but to defeat a politically seasoned woman like Camilla, William needed a more powerful weapon, her own voice. What William now held was enough to shift the direction of any investigation. But he understood that in a world where everything could be denied, technical data and financial traces were still not the final strike. They needed something more vivid, more direct, a form of evidence that could not be distorted by argument or authority. And then, the opportunity came in a way no one could have anticipated. A bouquet of white roses. The bouquet was delivered to Queen Camilla's hospital room that same afternoon. Among dozens of floral arrangements and greeting cards from politicians, aristocrats, and close associates, there was nothing remarkable about its appearance. Pure white petals, perfectly trimmed, arranged in a classic style, a symbol of purity, of well wishes for peace. Yet that very perfection made it suspicious in the eyes of those monitoring every smallest detail. According to internal information, the bouquet had not gone through the standard security screening process, a rare oversight, or a deliberate arrangement, and that seemingly minor detail opened the door to a decisive turning point, because hidden deep within the carefully arranged stems and leaves was a miniature recording device. No light, no obvious signal, simply operating in silence, waiting. No one knows exactly who placed the device inside the bouquet. Some theories suggest it was part of the Shadow Unit's plan. Others believe it may have been the act of an individual within the system, someone who chose to break the silence in their own way, whatever its origin. The result it produced was undeniable. The recording was captured during the period when Queen Camilla was believed to be resting after receiving medical care. But what it revealed stood in complete contrast to the image presented to the public. There was no sound of pain, no sign of weakness. Instead, there was a clear, firm voice, even carrying the familiar coldness of someone long accustomed to giving orders. In the recording, Camilla did not mention the accident. She did not ask about her condition. The first thing she spoke about was the blue files at the residence. Her voice was low, but each word was pronounced clearly. Without hesitation, she instructed the person on the other end to clear them immediately, leave no trace, ensure that nothing could be found, and more importantly, complete it before any official inspection could take place. The phrase "blue files" immediately became the center of analysis. What were they? Financial documents, personal records, or evidence directly linked to the £15 million that had disappeared? No one could say with certainty, but the fact that it was mentioned in this context, with such urgency and authority, was enough to make it an essential piece that could not be ignored. The person on the other end of the line was not identified, but their reaction was also recorded. A brief hesitation before agreeing to carry out the instruction. That alone suggested this was not the first time they had received such orders. And this was not a simple relationship. It was a structure that had existed long before, operating in the shadows, revealing itself only when necessary. When the recording was delivered to William, according to what has been disclosed, he did not speak a single word while listening. There was no immediate reaction, no visible display of emotion, only a prolonged silence, heavy enough to make everyone else in the room feel its weight, because they understood that what he was hearing was not just a recording, it was confirmation of suspicions he had carried quietly for a long time. But what made that moment truly striking was not only the content of the recording, it was the surrounding context. Just a few corridors away, King Charles was inside the chapel, praying in silence. A completely contrasting image, a father seeking peace and faith, while his son was confronting a truth that could shatter the entire family structure. The solitude William felt in that moment could not be denied. He could not share it immediately. He could not walk into the chapel and speak of what he had just heard, because he knew that every word spoken now could become a deeper wound to someone already exhausted. Yet at the same time, he could not turn away from the truth. He could not pretend that everything was still fine while the evidence was becoming clearer with each passing moment. That was a dilemma no book could ever teach someone how to face. Between duty to the nation and family bonds, between reason and emotion, and in this case, every path came with a price. The recording was then analyzed repeatedly. Every sound, every pause, every subtle shift in tone was dissected. Experts confirmed there were no signs of editing, no technical interference. It was an intact recording, and it was precisely that integrity that made it the most dangerous piece of evidence. Because unlike data or numbers, a voice carries the person within it. It does not only convey information, it reveals will, attitude, and intent. And in this case, what that voice revealed was not the panic of a victim, it was the control of someone still orchestrating everything. Even while lying in a hospital bed, when all the pieces were placed together, a clearer picture began to emerge. The accident was no longer an isolated event. It was part of a connected chain of actions, from the decision to cancel the escort, to the interference with the steering system, to the missing flow of money. And now the instruction to clear the files. Each element could be explained on its own, but when combined, they told a completely different story. A story in which power was not maintained only through titles, but through the ability to control information. A story in which the truth did not simply surface, but had to be pulled out of the shadows through effort and risk. And now, as all the cards were gradually laid face up, William stood before a choice no one would wish for. He could continue to remain silent, preserving the outward stability of the monarchy, at the cost of burying the truth. Or he could move forward, bring everything into the light, and accept the unavoidable consequences. All the cards were on the table. Now, William had only one final move left, the most painful one: to face his exhausted father. The room at Windsor Castle chosen for the meeting was not a place where royal ceremonies were usually held. It was discreet, far from crowded corridors, ensuring that whatever took place inside would not be exposed before the right moment. Yet that very stillness made the atmosphere heavier than ever, because this was no longer an ordinary internal meeting. This was a confrontation whose outcome could reshape the entire power structure of the British monarchy. King Charles entered first. His steps were slower than usual, his shoulders slightly lowered, as if the weight of recent days had begun to show in every movement. His eyes no longer carried their familiar composure, but a fatigue he could not conceal. He knew this meeting was unavoidable, yet perhaps, somewhere deep inside, he still hoped things would not be so severe as to require such a direct confrontation. William arrived after. There were no extended greetings, no customary pleasantries. He stepped in with near absolute focus, holding a thin folder and a small device. His face showed no emotion. Yet that very calmness made it clear to anyone present that this was not a consultative discussion. This was a decision already prepared. Camilla was the last to appear. She was no longer in the hospital room, but had been brought to Windsor under the pretext of recovering in a quieter environment. On the surface, she maintained her familiar composure, proper attire, measured gestures. But those who observed closely could sense a tension beneath, because she understood that if William had called for a meeting like this, he had not come empty-handed. The confrontation began without any prolonged introduction. William placed the recording device on the table. No explanation, no detour, just a simple action, yet enough to shift the atmosphere in the room instantly. Charles looked at the device for several seconds, as if trying to anticipate what was about to happen. Camilla remained silent, but a flicker of caution passed through her eyes. When the recording was played, no one spoke. The voice in the recording filled the enclosed space with clarity. Every sentence, every word, every pause laid bare. There was no longer the shield of public image, no media control, only the raw nature of what had been said in a moment when the speaker believed no one was listening. At first, Charles maintained his posture. He listened with intense focus, like a man searching for a detail that could deny what he was hearing. But as it continued, a change began to emerge. His gaze no longer remained fixed. It shifted, from surprise to confusion, from confusion to something harder to define. And when the commands about clearing the files were repeated, his eyes stopped at a distant point, as if he had just realized a truth he could not deny. It was the moment many would later describe as a silent collapse. There was no shouting, no dramatic reaction, only a change in his gaze, from belief to doubt, and then from doubt to something close to revulsion, not because the content of the recording was too shocking, but because it came from the person he had chosen to stand beside through years of turmoil. Camilla, throughout that entire time, did not interrupt. She did not attempt to explain immediately. No denial, no reaction. A silence that could be interpreted in many ways. Acceptance, calculation, or simply waiting for the right moment to respond. Yet that very silence made everything clearer in the eyes of those present. William did not need to say much. He did not make direct accusations. He did not use harsh language. He simply allowed the recording to speak for itself. and in an environment where every word could be disputed. Letting the truth speak on its own became the most effective strategy. After the recording ended, the room fell into a prolonged silence. Charles did not look at anyone for several seconds. He lowered his head, both hands resting on the table, as if trying to steady himself in a reality that had just shifted. When he finally looked up, his eyes were different. No hesitation. No searching for justification. Only a decision that needed to be made. The order was not officially announced. No document was released to the public. But internally, the message was delivered with absolute clarity. Queen Camilla would be stripped of all access to financial resources connected to royal operations. All of her internal communication channels would be monitored, and, more importantly, she would be moved to an isolated location under the pretext of recovery. This was not a form of public punishment. There was no humiliation before the media, no trial, yet that silence carried decisive weight. Because in the world of royalty, being removed from the flow of power can be more severe than any sentence declared in public. Many later asked the question, why not bring everything into the light? Why not make it clear before the public? The answer, according to many analyses, lies in the fragile balance between truth and stability. A shock too great could not only destroy an individual, but bring down an entire system, and at that moment, Charles's choice, though controversial, was the only way to preserve what remained. William left the room without turning back. He did not celebrate. He did not show victory, because he understood that this was not a triumph. It was a price paid to protect what he believed was right. But at the same time, it was a wound that could never be erased within his own family. The castle doors closed. An era ended in silence. Yet the fractures it left behind could never truly be healed. Ladies and gentlemen, the shockwave that began with what seemed like a random collision has ended with a quiet but profound transformation within the heart of the monarchy. What we have witnessed is not only the fall of an individual, but the shift of an entire structure of power built over decades, and within that space, a new image is emerging more clearly than ever before. The rise of Prince William and Princess Kate. Not loud, not dramatic, but steady enough to become the anchor of an institution under strain, while King Charles remains caught in internal conflict between duty and personal emotion. William has chosen the more difficult path, cold, decisive, and at times ruthless. Yet that decisiveness is exactly what the monarchy needs at a time when public trust is being tested. And Kate, with her composure and flawless image, continues to serve as a symbol of stability. No controversial statements, no reaction to turbulence. Yet every appearance is a quiet affirmation that the monarchy still has a future. In the end, this story is not only about power, it is about the cost